to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I rip. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifting our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. of queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is every everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show.
It's day 3 here at the Asia Pacific Challengers Group Stages, and today we will be seeing 3 teams bid farewell to their run for Masters, and it's all or nothing right now. Everything is on the line for all the teams involved in the elimination matches, and we have to move on further and introduce the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but nobody Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Recon dart, flash away.
Oh, no.
Tapatal, though, making the most out of the bad situation, actually fights for spawn here, where Shun cannot react, and they're taking down bit by bit. Oh, this is bad. They know that Sky's gonna be holding the back of the side with a judge, and they've circumvented the defense, and now Boom Esports have spun around.
So my question is, they pop the null command, they get those 2 picks, but we still see the Killjoy hanging back towards A. You can honestly play the maximum proxy and push that jet
on their local scene, so it's another configuration that Favorix is willing to bring, but you can see immediately.
Actually, Forsaken that got picked off. Myfreeze is still here. I thought he was the one that got picked off, and maybe, just maybe, he can get the kills, the value. Yes, he does. Use the Viper ultimate already. Forces him right in. The flasher from Killers does absolutely nothing. And BMV, it's just 1 bullet away by Arcane. And look at that. Heisey starts it off with an explosive headshot onto Forsaken.
Yeah, he's heating up. Spike defuse, though, is upon us. Benkai, able to get half?
No way.
Benkai? What?
Defenders win.
No.
Yes.
No.
It just happened.
It's not as anticlimactic as that. Thanks. No. Look at, yeah, they
You talked about that. It doesn't matter who's the jet. It matters how you incorporate him into the composition. And Cruz, a 4K spray down with the Spectre. All really tagged up because of the decay.
Being a bother, might be able to get the touch there on the side. Here now with the tap. Finally, the Silver will fall. But ONIC push on forward again, and they wipe out Sushi Boys in the end. A wave of momentum here for ONIC. Sushi Boys trapped. First victim is there. Second one, third one as Scary is set up the crossfire. And this looks to be it. Asher is desperate to fight for the life of ONIC. It does seem like they're destined for the lower bracket instead. Starsha with a commanding map number 3, 30-3 to end the series 2-1.
They are looking like the most, or one of, at the very least, most consistent teams we have in APAC. Able to, go to the lands twice last year, and here once.
Favor of Full Sense. They just peeked out 1 by 1, and now Full Sense, they can actually make this into angles to check out. And he doesn't even know yet where to peek out, but he's answered the call, and Papichula once again! Papichula's gonna come into this with the Sheriff. Is he good enough to actually transition? Not really! What? Might not be aware, but once again, Sha is going to be holding the lurk onto double doors. That being said, though, Donaldson's fine 1, PDC with 2, Papichulo is alone, and now he's got a 1v3 situation where Cha again with a late lurk from double doors shuts it down, and Full Sense show to us why they're the strong region, or, well, why Thai region is the strong region.
Again, they show their fang.
Unmute check. Welcome to day 3 of the Asia Pacific Challengers of Nomad. Joining me on the panel today is Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Doing real good, man. We got 2 days already done here so far, but we got 4 more ahead, and today's one of them. I can't wait to get these elimination matches going.
Honestly, I've stopped counting the days. We've already had so many matches within our opening flurry. And I have to say, no matter where we look at it, lower bracket, upper bracket, and no matter which group, it's been all exciting. It's all been super entertaining. And I feel like everybody's fill of Valorant is still not satiated.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, compared to the matches that we've had during day 1, day 2, it was relatively kind of a breeze here, mostly 2-0s for the entirety of the day, save for the last series that we had for the day, Cersia and with Cersia and ONIC on the third series today. Everything else, all 2-0s, all smooth sailing for the teams, but it was as close as it can get on all those series.
Yeah, I mean, it might have ended as 2-0s, but some of those individual maps and halves especially were pretty close between a lot of these matches. Made in Thailand and CERBERUS also, Boom and No Namers, that was one of the openers, and it ended in 2-0, so did PaperX and Fancy. I mean, it was a story between kind of like, you know, the team that was touted to supposedly win it and the team that was basically the underdogs. And we got the result that we were kind of expecting for those first opening matches, with Boom and PaperX really dominating the competition. And then when we move on over to the third series, that's when things got a bit more complicated.
That indeed is the case, as again, it's not being shown in the highlights, right? But it began with the map veto. It was really peculiar, even at the beginning of the the Cerebral matchup. Even with teams working with that deficit, they've showed up really, and I feel like quite a number of our panelists and all the fans in the world got a little upset with some of the results yesterday.
I mean, well, we're looking at the Cersia and ONIC game first and foremost, and this one was really a toss-up. We did predict Cersia to win, and as we said, you know, the longer the series goes, the better Cersia gets, and that's basically what we saw. And when we got to that final map, when we had to end things off on that third map here between Cersia and ONIC, they just ran away with it, and it seems like, you know, Ascent was really just a high-rise here that, well, ONIC weren't able to, I guess, conquer.
That too. Now we're moving on with the full sense with the South Built matchup. Again, we talked about how South Built can be an incredibly slow starter. We did see the flashes of brilliance that we've become accustomed to with this team. But now, since they've been knocked into the lower bracket, they really have to, once again, be as awake as possible for all their upcoming matches.
If there's anything we kind of found out from their qualifier, they are a lower bracket team, so let's see if that is going to pan out for them this time around.
Hopefully we'll see South Built Esports and the rest of the teams in the lower bracket make their run into the knockouts. But we have to have a look at the tournament format for you guys that are watching at home, because if you're just tuning in, the journey that these guys are going through right now is not an easy journey into the Masters. So without further ado, here's a quick recap on what these guys have to go through all the way to knockouts.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of PaperX now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool.
bắt được cái tên Physio, một pha di chuyển hơi hở hênh. Chip siêu rồi, Chip đang kill rồi, nhưng quan trọng là trong tay thì Đại vẫn ở đây. Double kill, triple kill được cho Đại.
APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage.
Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups, competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
All double eliminations here for these guys, and already we're seeing the eliminations come into fruition here. 4 sets of teams will be battling it out in the lower bracket. We got 3 of them playing out today. Let's have a look at the updated group standings here for you guys at home. Over at Group A, we're seeing No Namers and CERBERUS Esports in the cusp of elimination, and this feels like a match that we have to relatively watch out for the day. But moving further into the next group of that we have for the group stages, we've got Group B. It's Fancy United Esports and Bonkers, and definitely the Oceania region wants to keep fighting in towards the knockouts. Moving on over towards the Group C, we got ONIC G and NAOS Esports fighting their way into survival here, and NAOS Esports is going to have one hell of a matchup moving forward if they wish to continue on in towards the knockout stages. And lastly, for Group D, we're not going to be seeing this match. We're not going to be seeing this match today. It's Southbuilt Esports and Oblivion Force. We'll be witnessing that tomorrow. And Southbuilt Esports, they look like they have a chance to defeat Oblivion Force here, but Oblivion Force, pretty sure HK in Taiwan, they have a couple of tricks up their sleeves here to move forward.
Yeah, the thing is, we're looking at the lower bracket teams right now, the lower bracket matches at least, and there might be like favorites to, I guess, win those specific matchups, but you can't really tout any of them out. You're in the lower bracket, you mess up once, you're done. You're out of the series, you're out of the tournament even. So you can really never count out any of the teams you're going to see in these lower bracket matches moving forward.
I mean, again, I just had a quick glance of all the groups we've had. We are going to have a little bit of a preview of how that's going to turn out with our opener in just a tiny bit, right? But yeah, speaking of our opener, the schedule is going to be right there, folks. I know a lot of you guys are rooting for all these teams, really, because, well, again, this is their final chance. There's quite a bit of weight to whatever's going to transpire today.
Yeah, you know what they say, a cornered animal is the most dangerous type of animal that we have here, and all of these teams involved today, they are cornered animals. We've got CERBERUS Esports and No Namers going up first, followed by Bonkers and then Fancy United Esports, and lastly, it's NAOS Esports and ONIC G. And what can we say about the upcoming matches we have here?
I mean, you got normal animals and you got mere beasts as well. Those in the upper bracket, they're the ones who are really looking really nice right now. But I say that because you look at these lower bracket teams, and some of them you feel like they deserve, or rather should be, in the upper bracket if maybe they were paired up against someone else. Like ONIC, you would never expect ONIC to be in the lower bracket this early on. NAOS potentially could do the same. And, teams like CERBERUS as well, being the #1 seed from Vietnam, and tomorrow as well with Southbuilt. So those, having so many #1 and #2 seeds this low already in those, that part of the bracket is very, very interesting to me.
I gotta say, though, I feel like NAOS's run has been so difficult. To face Full Sense and now ONIC back to back, mind you. That's a lot of research to be done with two, I would say, completely different teams stylistically. So they have their hands full with that. We know they're pretty adaptive, but my goodness, just once again, this is the lower brackets, guys. Just imagine what it's like moving forward into our group stage.
Yeah, tensions are definitely high for the teams involved here, but for the teams that are coming up first here, I feel like it's just another walk in the park for them. Specifically for the first team that we're going to be introducing in the series, it's CERBERUS Esports. a fitting name for this team to be in the underworld of the lower brackets here. CERBERUS Esports want to be the deadly hounds that they are. We've got Akashi, Daikyu, Kishi, Loki, and Red Neville.
Well, CERBERUS Esports looking kind of in a very similar way to how we see the number one seed of some of the other regions, like in the Philippines and SBE, where, you know, they're number one seed. This is their first time playing in this tournament, wherein the number three seeds of their region were able to participate in the play-ins and get themselves warmed up. I feel like that's kind of where CERBERUS are. Now, they had a decent showing versus Made in Thailand Myth. When they were playing their opening match of this tournament, it went 2-1, and some of those maps were decently close, to be fair, like the final one on Split 39, so that isn't necessarily a problem, but I do think that they might have kind of problems getting into the game and at least starting a tournament real good, which is something you don't normally expect from the Vietnamese region, as we've kind of touted, is a region and has made teams that do start off strong quite often in tournaments and kind of maybe fizzle out near the end of things. So for a team like CERBERUS, I feel like right now it's kind of opposite to what we expect from them, but I am expecting good things for them and for them to maybe potentially come back for this series, because they're the number one seed of Vietnam and they're the ones we're looking at to maybe make some splash.
Yeah, absolutely. We have touted them to be the most fundamentally sound team when it comes to Vienna as a region. CERBERUS, like you mentioned, they kind of need to get into that headspace that, oh my goodness, we are in APAC Challengers, and oh my goodness, now we're in the lower brackets. We just can't drop anything moving forward anymore, because I feel like the chances we've had, or at least the opportunities to move on the tournament, are just getting so finite. CERBERUS, once again, still clawing at that. Question is, are we going to see them as the guardians of the underworld as we touted them to be, or will they separate into just three regular adorable dogs?
Maybe not. We'll see if No-Namers can separate the three heads that CERBERUS has. Here comes the representatives from MYSG, No-Namers. From MYSG, they kind of faltered when they went up against Boom Esports earlier on in the group stages, wanting to make a comeback for themselves in the lower brackets. No-Namers has ZXN, Shun, Sky SG, Temps, and Vera playing on the field.
That we do, and we've talked about No-Namers being the underdogs. I feel like that's such a different statement today, considering we did see them square up against Boom Esports very, very recently, and they held their ground. We talked about it. We wish we could see them hold on to one map, but hey, Boom is Boom. Moving on to No-Namers, though, we know that they're pretty studious. They've had, or rather, they prepared anti-strats in the past, and it was very apparent in their last matchup. The question is, have they done the same for CERBERUS? But again, if they haven't, then they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot here. Again, this is their last life. This is their last chance, and my goodness, man, the weight of all these matches are kind of getting to me already.
Very true. This is the last chance for all the teams we're going to be seeing here today, as it is the lower bracket elims. But I mean, No-Namers, I have to say, I'm impressed from what I saw from them. You know, they were coming to this being, you know, the underdogs, being kind of a relatively unknown team as compared to the other two from their own respective qualifier, Bleed and Paper Rex, of course. So that was really just kind of like, what can these guys really do? But they went undefeated, not dropping a single map in the play-ins, and then they come up to the group stages. Yeah, they played Boom, but as you said, Raph, they held their ground, especially for that second map where it went 13-8. But still, they are the underdogs in most of those situations, but they're going up against CERBERUS now, and I think they might just surprise us again.
Yeah, this kind of begs to ask the question, right? Going into this matchup, before seeing the map veto itself, before we get into the match itself, we're going to be looking at the match history. You guys mentioned it, that No-Namers were able to hold their ground against Boom Esports. It was a 13-6 and a 13-8 scoreline for themselves. And then for CERBERUS Esports, they still kind of held their ground against Made in Thailand 13-7. Then they won the second map 13-9, and then on split they ended up in 13-9 in favor of Made in Thailand. And it's all because of these players that we have right now. It's Akashi and Shun. Do you guys think that these guys will be able to set things apart for the team and hopefully make those high impact frags to get the edge against their opponents?
I'm sure they definitely can. I mean, you're looking at these players who have really kind of made themselves more of, I guess, known because of their utility over necessarily frags here. I think Nomad, like when we look at the fragging capabilities, we look towards the duelists, but I think where they really kind of lock things down is being those utility players, right? Being the Sova, being the initiators to help enable the frags. So yes, they will get frags for their team, but not directly, but rather by enabling the rest of the team to do that.
With that being said, they play a very classical style of our initiators, really going into the hard support route. But as you mentioned, they are still very, very apt when it comes to fragging, when it comes to clutching for their teams. So with those being our featured players, then I feel like our head-to-head isn't going to be how explosive the match is. It's how to sustain that fire on both sides, because you did mention too that VN teams, they can be incredibly, ferocious at the beginning, but it's that retention moving forward in the series, in the match, that they kind of really have to contain within themselves.
Yeah, that has been the theme that we have for the past couple of days, to be honest. Heat retention for the most part. Some of these teams came in hot going into the group stages, and these teams are not strangers to being hot on that. No namers, just as a quick recap, you guys touched up on it, how they went through the play-ins in a 2-0 fashion. Then they kind of fizzled out against Boom Esports and CERBERUS Esports. Fresh game off of Made in Thailand, but they still managed to regain the heat they've had from their qualifiers. And if we're going to be looking at it from that standpoint, who do you think has the better chance in retaining their heat in this matchup?
Well, I mean, from what I've seen from the side of No Namers, not necessarily a team that likes to rely on that heat retention. I mean, it does help whenever you're the underdog, but they can play a more methodical pace, which typically lends itself to kind of resetting yourself as a team and resetting the whole game. So yeah, they'll get momentum from round to round, but they also know when to stop, when to slow it down, and they're not the type of team that just tries to snowball everything. And so I like that from No Namers, but from CERBERUS, I guess with them picking up Red Neville, they get that added firepower, yes, but they also get that added experience and that added veteran, knowledge to be like, hey, we don't always have to rely on momentum. And maybe that's why CERBERUS, unlike the other Vietnamese teams we've seen here, at least this tournament, these past 2 weeks, they're the ones who are kind of starting off slow because they're still going for that reading process and kind of, adapting process instead of just trying to basically snowball everything from an avalanche.
Yeah, we're kind of letting the map veto bake in for a bit, but with just Breeze, we've talked about how it's one of the brawliest maps in the game, and I feel like the aspect of No Namers that people don't talk about enough is their actuation with their mechanics. Again, they have a fairly intelligent approach to the game, considering how young they are, but they are no slouches when it comes to the direct gunfights. Now, No Namers, they take away Split. Let me just take a quick glance why they would do that. Split's been pretty successful for CERBERUS, but I feel like it shouldn't be a prio ban. Maybe this is also adding to the fact that this may not be super comfy for NN, and does look like CERBERUS, they take Ascent for their first pick.
Definitely so. I mean, you're looking at Ascent for CERBERUS. Not necessarily, probably their best map. It is not a bad map by any means, but I wouldn't say it's their best. There are other maps I think in recent times have looked impressive, although yes, historically it has been a great map for CERBERUS. You look at it like during the entirety of their play, that it was looking like the best map, and they're okay on it recently right now, but I do think matchup wise, No Namers are a pretty good team against them when it comes to Ascent, just their basic style, being able to, be tactical and reset themselves. Haven is kind of like that too, but it's also a pretty decent map for No Namers, and it is a good map for CERBERUS, so I understand why they wouldn't want to go for Haven in this case. So all things considered, barring something like Fracture, which we've only seen once coming from CERBERUS in the past 3 months, Ascent is a pretty good pick right now. And then on the opposite end of things, they pick Icebox here, No Namers, which has been looking like one of the more mortal maps coming in from from CERBERUS rather.
I think more often than not, we actually see the team that picks Icebox win the map and win the series. But then again, don't quote me on that. We did talk about Fracture being one of the default bances. Despite its somewhat considerable lifespan now, teams still have not scrimmed it as much as, as the audience wants to. Really, it really becomes people keep asking, oh, when are they going to play Fracture? When are they going to play Fracture? But now we have one more veto in the bag. Maybe this could be Bind. I don't think NN are too fond of that map, despite having a 50-50 win rate. And there we go. They do take away Bind. Sometimes the win rates and the numbers can be deceiving because, sure, they win more often than not, but the body language of the players is really telling.
Plus, they're playing in a different region, so it definitely is kind of a big point of contention on how those numbers really do hold up to the litmus test. So we're going to be going to Haven for that final map. Last time we saw Cerberus play Haven was in the group stages, actually, versus Made in Thailand, and that was a map that was actually okay for them, all things considered. It was a map that they did win in that series, so they do have kind of that edge when it comes to Haven. On the other end of things, obviously, No Namers, they played against Boom, and we know how that went, 0-2, very heavily in the favor of Boom, but then again, it was Boom.
Oh man, I feel like the key points in this matchup is the actual depth of Cerberus. I mean, they've had the same roster for a good minute now, and they've only ever had an addition in the form of Red Neville, right? Namers, I don't think they have that agent depth yet. I don't think their strat book is that refined, so that could potentially be a problem. However, if they find themselves in a spot where they can engage in duels and capitalize on that, then maybe Cerberus is going to have a bit of a problem.
Well, with all that being said, and now we've finally seen the maps that they're going to be playing in, do you guys think that No Namers has the weapon to surpass the three-headed beast that is Cerberus? What do you guys think for the predictions?
I do think so. Now, I will say, by far, there is an upper hand kind of advantage here for Cerberus. They have more experience, they have more tenure, and they have Red Neville, what a devil he is. But Cerberus, well, they might be kind of like the pets of the devil, but in this case, I do think that No Namers, how do you even put someone down on the list for the River Styx if they don't have a name themselves? What do you even write down? And that's what I think No Namers come into this. They're going to surprise Cerberus, I think, and Cerberus kind of starting out slow in this tournament. No Namers impressing me by far. I kind of like to root for the underdogs typically, and so I'm going to go for No Namers in this one, 2-1.
Carrion needs coin to bring the dead, to bring them to wherever they need to be, but again, the comparison point here is No Namers, they just recently went up against Boom and they had a fantastic showing. This is going to be great for their confidence. This is going to be great for their mental game. And they're probably going to have that super strong boss buff. You know what I mean? Like, you come off from a super difficult game, you're a little sharper, you're a little more wary of things. And if they can somehow keep that mindfulness, that diligence in their playstyle, I believe they could take this over Cerberus.
Well, for that, I'm actually going to go against the grain here.
What's your map score, Raph? You didn't say.
What's your map score?
No.
You serious?
No, yeah.
Give us the numbers.
Fine.
We want.
They want the numbers. No Namers 2-1, obviously.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm still going up against the grain here. You guys are talking about the underdogs, No Namers here. We're going to talk about the overdogs that will keep Hades safe in the underworld in the lower bracket. Cerberus Esports is going to take this 2-1. It's still going to be a close fight for No Namers. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to deliver a good matchup. But speaking of which, we have to enter this matchup. We're going to ascend into Ascent in this game, best of 3 series between No Namers and Cerberus Esports.
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome. Today is going to be really exciting and also one of my favorite matches today. No Namers versus Cerberus Esports. I'm Tash, your caster today alongside DaxCast. I'm excited to be here. Dax has been an amazing partner. And first of all, my question to you, Dax, is what do you think are the odds of this match?
Well, first things first, you can just say Dax. Dax, maybe Cass is my last name, I don't know. But I'm just excited for this upcoming matchup since we're going to be getting no-namers versus Cerberus. Thing is, though, this is the first elimination match we're going to get this group stage. The loser of this could be staying home. No more path to the playoffs, no more path to the Masters. And the winner in the meantime will still stay in their lower bracket for their group. And speaking of the two teams right now, I'm very excited to see how maybe a clash of styles will come on through. We're seeing no-namers very innovative with some of the compositions, the aggressiveness that they bring out sometimes with things like the Brimstone looking very exciting. But in the meantime, Cerberus, I felt like a bit of the problem there coming into their series against Made in Thailand was the fact that they just couldn't really get warmed up with one another compared to, well, their opponent. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because for Cerberus Esports, they've been playing for so long together. They've been playing as a team. The only real addition has been Red Neville, and he has been performing. But there does feel like there's a bit of desync right now still from Cerberus that I'm looking forward to see fixed coming into today.
Yep, we did notice that as well. And I just want to add, when it comes to no-namers, what's really interesting about them is the fact that they're more of a team that you can't really tell what they're going to do because they're so, as you mentioned before, innovative. It's like one match you think, oh, we have a read on them, and suddenly they have this playbook B or something like that. And you're just like, wait, I thought we figured them out. How did they manage to switch it up altogether? And in terms of how they play in general, they're very young players. And I think that's why they're able to play high risk, high reward, because to them, there's nothing to lose. It's their first time up here on the stage. It's their first time to play without any pressure or expectations. The fact that this is their first time, not only in Malaysia, Singapore, all the way up here to Asia Pacific, up here in the big stages, not only knocking up the biggest names in Malaysia and Singapore, also knocking up big names from Vietnam. We've seen that, and everyone's just like, who are these guys? How the heck are they doing this?
I mean, they're the no-namers, so you're supposed to figure out what their name is coming into this one. But you make a really good point there. The expectation. No-namers, you've mentioned it. No real org behind them. They might be on a ticking time clock if there is NS along the way waiting for them. And of course, this is the first time here that they have got to the group stage as the third seed of NYSG, proving that there's so much raw talent within that scene, especially from the Singapore side. In the meantime, though, I feel like there is a bit more of that pressure for Cerberus getting that top seed, able to knock down Big Bam down to like the third seed, basically. And since this is like the second time that really Vietnam is coming on in to the SCA scene, to APAC in general, there is something to prove for Vietnam that they can hang out with the rest of the other regions here. Like we see Thailand, we see Indonesia, we see NYSG, we see the PH. Usually those are the teams in contention. But for Vietnam, they've had their struggles because back then, if you remember last week in the play-ins, there was a day where two of their teams were up for eliminations and only one got through. And it's the same case today because we're going to be getting Cerberus right now, Fancy United later on, and there is those perils right now for the Vietnam region as a whole.
In general, yeah, because we did mention before that Vietnam is currently in a power struggle. They're not too sure who's up on top because the top seed team is now out of the way. So when you talk about having a lot to prove, there also comes this idea that Vietnam, I mean, a lot of people are saying this, they're a little bit inconsistent in terms of their play style, in terms of how they work. And when you look at them play, especially when you see Fancy United, they have a more of a very standard style of play compared to a more innovative style of play. And if they're not able to adapt to it on the fly, like these teams that we've seen, that's going to be a big problem for them, because one thing in Valorant that we need to know is adaptability on the fly. However, let's have a look at the chap select. We are going to be seeing, these are my favorite teams right now, Malaysia, Singapore represent, DXN, SkySG, Thames, Vera, and Shun. This is their main lineup compared to Akashi, Loki, Daiki, Red Neville, as well as Kishi. Both teams have performed very, very well. A lot of the, I feel like in terms of Cerberus Esports, we're seeing a lot from Red Neville and Akashi, as compared to no-namers who are playing more of the unit.
I think so too. Like, we're getting Red Neville pop off, Akashi, we would come in clutch. A lot of the struggles, honestly, for some of the core last time for Cerberus. Let's see if they have woken up on the right side of the bed this time. But speaking of control here, Cerberus having a lot of tools in their trade. They're gonna run that chamber, they're gonna run that breach, and they will also have that Astra. So trademarks abound, gravity wells coming your way, fault lines from afar. It might be able to handle the potential push reaction here courtesy of no-namers instead, because we see that KO very good at suppressing agents like that Jet, like that chamber, just to put them in a bad spot. But still, with the amount of range that Cerberus can have later on into the game, they might be able to play keep away from things like the 0 point, and if they can actually hide a bit of their agents away from the intel gatherers of no-namers there with the Sova and the KO together, might be their chance to just pick them off from afar instead.
One thing that I really want to mention about Team NN is their usage of their agents. We've seen their KO play more aggressive, not only aggressive, but he follows the knife. We talked about this the other day as well. The best way to run in with your KO is with the knife, because it not only just catches people off guard, it also distracts them from being able to see you. I think it's kind of the same thing when you work with a Sky, and I've seen how they play with this with KO as well. Really liked what they bought. KJ, not as innovative as what you see from NAOS, but still really, really good. DXN has some pretty sick lineups, and they're pretty spicy.
Yeah, spicy indeed. And I think, though, coming into this map, for Cerberus, they're going to be wanting to keep their streak on. They haven't lost Ascent as of yet this year in their local stage. That has been a perfect run. No matters, though, they also are pretty fancy with Ascent itself, as they won you know it. They won like 2 out of 3 matches every single time. And I want to point out the fact that, again, it's a matter of ideology. For no-namers, there is just that fast and loose style. You see it especially on maps like Haven, where they whip out the Brimstone. Here, this is something that they already ran a bit with the Omen to base with. And the Paranoia, of course, can be perfect to allow the entries to happen. Keep an eye out to some of the calls there from SG. Mid-round, they'll be willing to take that risk. And on the flip side, for Cerberus, I think early it has been more of that structure for quite a while. Malik's there for the coaching roster. Again, just Red Neville the addition. And overall, it might really seem that there are these nuances that can bring one of these two teams to the forefront. And for Cerberus, it's a more refined, relaxed playstyle where they're, I'd say, actually, no, not relaxed. I say they're more disciplined, actually,
Oh, yeah.
in what they want to do. And then no-namers, they're the ones who are fast, relaxed, and willing to throw everything they can at Cerberus just to get this victory.
I think that's what's great about no-namers as well. Literally no-namers, as I said before. Very, very nothing to lose sort of playstyle, just having fun. And also, when you look at their ability usage, they're not afraid to hold on to it. They're not afraid to just say, it's fine. We don't really have to use everything we've got just to kind of entry. We don't have to use everything we've got just to prevent them from getting onto the site. And in Valorant, timing matters. And you only have a certain amount of abilities in that round. So being able to disciplinely, or knowing the timing for your abilities, is a really big key factor here, because it allows you to either play before plant or after plant. In terms of servers, we did notice a desync in terms of the 2 players, Akashi as well as Red Neville, and we were saying, okay, how are we going to make sure that these 2 players can play with the team? How are we going to make sure that it's not going to become a 2-man hero where they have to carry the team? In a way, I do like their lineup. I like the chamber to kind of like give them that zone, give them that information they need, because it does give them some control for lurkers. And we know that Team No-Namers, they do like to play that pincer sort of play style. And having someone come in from the back can be really, really annoying. But also now the question is, how is No-Namers going to be playing around a chamber in general if they can't play that pincer style?
Yeah, with the trademark's gonna be big bother. Not just 1, but 2 alarm bots, I'd love to say. And we've seen this from no-namers. They struggle against Boom Esports. They did put a good fight, though, over their first 2 months when they got the rhythm. But overall, just the discipline, I say, the way that Boom was able to control the whole tempo of the game, being such a big bother. And one thing to take note against that Boom matchup, it was just Astra all around anyway from the side of Boom Esports. If Cerberus can emulate that, if they can use those utilities at the right time to catch out the no-namers onslaught, well, no-namers going to be seeing the same problems again, that they're way too early with some of the utils. They're trying to garner that item, but they can't really capitalize on it because there are so many things in the way. And for Cerberus, you can see that the composition screams it. The Astra, the Breach, they are there. My biggest concern, though, for Cerberus right now, as we're waiting for this game to get started, is the fact that if the desync comes, how will Cerberus respond? Because it did show on up a little bit in the first 2 maps in their series against MITH. Thing is, they lost the first map, but they won the second with some heroics there, especially from Akashi. But they're on split. They were already leading. They were absolutely on points with their defense, but coming into the attacking side, they just couldn't get the job done whatsoever. And that's when you're expecting something like maybe you're going to be setting up the breach to allow the Rays to come on in, the Astra smokes, the Gravity Wells to allow the picks to happen from the chamber, those kind of situations. And DJ just wasn't there. I think right now we're pointing out these weaknesses because this is the reason why they're in the lower bracket right now. They lost the series they had before. They lost the chance to have that safety net. And they're fighting only for the second seed of, well, the playoffs they want to make it in. And that's fine. You just want to make it the top 8 anyway, especially for some squads they're trying to prove something or a bit more of the underdog story.
Yeah.
At the same time, if you want to stay in the APAC scene, if you want to stay here in the region, well, it better be damn time for you to clean up your act. And for no-namers and Cerberus, they've taken the shower. They woken up today early on. And let's get now into the matchup. No-namers on the defense. As you mentioned, Cerberus on the attacking side. My eye, though, has to be this matchup. Vera versus Red Neville. We can say all the things we want about the teams, but when these two pop off, they can just control the battlefield.
Oh, yeah. And also, it comes down to which entry can actually play with your teammates. We talked a lot about how Famous the other day, he wasn't able to sync with his team. He wasn't able to play with his team. And then you kind of leash him by putting him on Sky, and suddenly he's only doing Famous things, and you see his teammate actually bringing in the team. So this comes back to as well, whether or not you can play with your teammates. We've seen in no-namers, everyone plays as a unit. They're pretty tight. They're pretty on point with how they're moving around or communicating with each other. Cerberus Esports, again and again, I don't want to see that hero strat. Nice, it's always fun to see those hero strats come out once in a while when we have like, oh, this person clutch, or oh, because this person got an ace, they're able to win the round. But at the same time, it can't be one person shining over the other. Another day, this is a 5v5. You gotta play with your teammates.
The interesting thing is, you know, the power of friendship in no-namers. Apparently, the real holding hands experience. And that's what they do. They just hold hands, sing kumbaya, go to the middle, have a picnic, and the mid contest is looking to be a possibility here from Cerberus this time. But no-namers, a squad that wants to fight already from the get-go. They're ready for this kind of push, and keep an eye out on Thames as well in terms of the utility versus Kishi. I think these guys are really solid at setting things up, and Thames has not disappointed on the assist counter there for no-namers. So we'll see now how this is going to work on that. But no-namers, of course, early aggression to start things off. Cerberus now gonna get pretty much hit by a face full of the NYSE region, and Vera getting 2 immediately from the middle. Cerberus thinking that maybe this is an A-side clear, but Sky, he's prepared on the open. Come on, can you please play Sky? He plays controller, but can he just play Sky if that's gonna be his name?
I know. That's a really interesting fun fact about him. But let's have a look at here. Vera on the backside. He has 87 HP. Akashi immediately with the drone gets recon immediately. They know where you are. All of a sudden knows you're here. But Sky playing the pincer method. This is what we just talked about earlier. They know they can't really see them because right now the 2 players left are right inside of hell. There's a little peek here. Vera gets 3 Ps and immediately look at that crossfire coming from them. And that is that for them. Ooh, the refuse. First round goes to NN.
You talk about the crossfire, I look at the calisthenics. They jump down together.
Together,
like, you know,
right?
I'm ready on one side. He's ready on the other. Let's go for the shots and no-namers. Again, power friendship already to start things off strong.
I really wish there was like a button where you can press every time they do this friendship thing. Let's use the power of friendship. That stupid TikTok that we see all the time because literally that is their anthem.
It's a big red button that says friendship, yes, victory, and there you go. I think though that
at the same time too. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they just decided to make the crossfire happen. Thing is, Cerberus feels like they were a little caught unprepared by that early aggression. The mid-buy, yes, it allows you to get more options, more control. But if you're not really ready for the take courtesy of the middle of the opposition, then the shots courtesy of, well, Vera, it just happens. Red Devil, you expect him to pop off, couldn't get on away in time towards the link. And even though it was the right call from Cerberus to try and go through A main instead, no-namers already had the man advantage. So guns now in effect for no-namers. 4 of them with Spectre shouldn't actually be going for the save, but Vera Catches out Daikyu to start things off. Good catch. On the lurk of the chamber, DXN here. Gonna be hopping on the round. Sees Red Devil, flicks over to the left-hand side. Able to get the spray down anyway. For no namers, they're playing it in a safe manner here, just to keep their guns on their side.
DXN, that was a sick flick, I gotta give them to you. But regardless of how they're playing, they always get the plant. By they, I mean Cerberus. But they're not able to play the post plant because of this tempo given by Team NN when you think about it.
First 2 rounds, and for no namers, they're happy to play that aggressive to start things off. They're happy to show also that they can reel on back if need be. It's a great matter of discipline right now, and it's a show of trust, I have to say, for no namers. You see a squad like this, very much on the casual side, very much on, oh, we made it to VCT, let's see how far we'll go. But they have this kind of sync with one another, that if someone makes the call that, okay guys, this is going to be our tempo for the round, they respect it as much as possible. The overheat, it might be able to happen later on in crucial moments. While no namers is in control, they can just hang on back anyway. Guns though are out now, and Cerberus, this time, they will be able to get mid for free. This opens up a lot for Cerberus. With that breach range, with the acid range, they can utilize those for the takes. Problem is, though, they might be investing at too many stars early on. The Bladestorm now is out. Vera able to get a cut above Loki here. Cloudburst now thrown over towards Spawn. They do get the spike in their clutches now. And no namers, they can take a gamble. Will they actually just put their defenses towards the spike itself?
Oh my god, Akashi walking through the smoke. Little does he know, look how many people are waiting from there. Vera just crouching on the other side. He shows his face there. He is gonna be gone immediately. Gets tagged in the face. And look at that. Kishi will be in his back to trade that. Daikyu does get one, but Shun will end him in return. Temps to 3 versus 2 situation still possible. Red Neville showing Shun that he's a little bit better here with the better guns, but Temps will be finding Kishi in the back line. Now, there's only Red Neville left. What are you gonna do, my friend? Red Neville wants to try and save his rifle if possible, because if he were to lose this next round, it's gonna be painful.
Yeah, he's going for Spawn just to try to get a wraparound, but Temps here peeks towards the attacking Spawn. The KO spotting out the Jet there immediately. It's so difficult right now for Cerberus. Runs on in just to die. He tried to be sneaky and tried to get that spike. No namers with the crossfire. And they win out the bonus. It's unfortunate for Cerberus because Red Devil already got that B-side for the squad. But losing Loki this early on, losing that top mid control, too much investment pushing forward on the middle angle. And I was worried about the utilities, but you have to be more worried about the flank potential here from no namers. And they just went in as a unit. They used that Bladestorm to absolute impunity. And with 8 kills on the board, Vera has all the money in the world to work with.
Jet diff question mark? Nah, I'm just kidding.
It's
a little bit too early. But let's talk a little bit about that crossfire. I don't know how their conversation goes in comms, but they're like, okay, I have this side, you have that side. Okay, ready? Spray. And that's exactly what we saw. Red Devil's probably like, I can't see anything. I only feel pain. And that's probably what he's thinking. For now, I really like this, what you call this? I really like this investment, as you mentioned, in that early push out forward, because we're not seeing that one person go a little bit too aggressive. They're like, okay, wait for me before you want to do anything too harsh. Usually we see like maybe a Jet will go forward, try to get pick and dash out, but that's not the case for no namers.
Now they did peek on NAOS towards the middle just because they have that gun advantage. And the juggle of the guns, you're so amused of them like juggling those guns around. It's actually something you have to practice, you know, just find it, throw the gun, there you go, keep away from the opposition. And just because of that, no free gun here, the Cubby Temps already setting the tempo. And it's a metronome here. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the KO. It's Sky to wrap up the round. And no namers looking absolutely on point right now. Cerberus, their playbook has been read from the get-go, and it feels like if they're not going to be able to get that mid control, what are really the options that they have? They can't go for the main commitments moving forward. They still have that breach anyway. But if you notice how no namers pushes, it's usually Vera and Temps together in a pinch that Suppress can just bother anyone on the other side.
I don't know about you, but I felt that Loki's little star there was kind of like a a double-edged sword, because if say he had the vision, he would probably be able to play a little bit soft, a little bit better. But what happened there was because of that smoke kind of hiding temps, what happened was that immediately you see Kishi move away, and then he kind of hesitated because he's not sure where exactly he is. Immediately there was a reaction from temps, and then suddenly because of that flash, everything just went going downhill again with Vera, the op.
You said it, and now we are just rolling here for the side of No Namers. It's 5-0. The operator comes out, and no hesitation this time for Cerberus to go for the rush. But the door shut down on them immediately by No Namers. And
Look
you
at
can
this.
see it here. The take towards the doorway. It's just so perilous for Kishi if he scanned like that. And it's easy sprays inside the smoke there for No Namers. I think though it's more of No Namers actually capitalizing on their utility with conjunction to the Astra utilities. That smoke should be good, but because Shun got the right intel at the right time, got that scan, it's just easy pickings there from No Namers, and Cerberus can't really do anything about it. Cerberus here looking lost yet again in the woods, lost in the clouds, and in a map that they haven't lost yet in their local scene. They're really staring down quite a scoreline here. 5-0, Vera, and this operator. Oh, thank you.
Every time they look away, it's like, oh my god, no way! He barely peeked that! I don't want to be Daikyu right now. He thought he was safe. That's why he peeked over and over again. But clearly that's not the case. And also, in terms of Vera getting so many kills, you really gotta give it to his teammates. This is not a solo effort. This is all done for him, but look at the sprays come out. But Kishi gonna be finding temps in return. And that's one controller down for them. They don't have to worry too much about the suppress.
Yeah, no more KO in the battlefield. Temps better on the second frag rather than that initial contact. Spotted out there by many members of Cerberus as they went for the peek towards A site. But I like this here from Cerberus. They're actually willing to go for the pit rotation. Problem is, though, that is the Killjoy setup. DXN right in front of them. And didn't get the scout a while ago where the Killjoy is. Now they do. Now they know that NAOS should be in front of them. But Red Devil, he's still willing to pull the trigger. And DXN now waiting for the lever to be pulled just to get that takedown. So I like the idea. But of course, the problem is they don't know what's there on the other side. And the assumption that the Killjoy isn't there hurting Cerberus as they went for the push. It's 4v2 now. Better chance though against the operator perhaps if they do stick on the round. The more, I'd say, cornered angles here. Covered angles rather. There's a B side and Kashi will get one. Sky though with the trade, and Shun now will find the final takedown onto Loki. And No Namers, they're just seeing, okay, Cerberus, they're going to be pushing towards that B site anyway. We still have nanostorms, and they were prepared to unleash those utilities to get in the way. Not only that, anticipating the defaults well is a good sign that No Namers have done their homework.
That's what I really liked about seeing DXN just now was the fact that usually what you think about these kind of usual sort of lineups from the Killjoy is that you think that they play boathouse or even on site. When we saw him and Red Neville immediately dash into site, he wasn't expecting him to be near market. So what happened there, he was caught off guard, and immediately while his teammates got the site regardless, they were cornered like rats. And I think that's the problem with B site, is that you need to have a solid defense to play post plant.
Yeah, just for No Namers, they also got the read that, okay, there's a rolling thunder coming our way. It's going to be capitalizing on a big part, a big chunk of the initial engagement area on the site. And the thing is, for No Namers, they know that if you see a default on the other side, they will know how to counter it from their experience in the ladder, from the experience playing those scrims. And it's just basic homework done here by No Namers. While Cerberus might have to be the ones who have to adjust against the No Namers playstyle because they're a bit more fast and loose, as we've mentioned. We can see it there that there's usually a double peak to start things off from Vera and Temps. And we haven't really seen the punish here from Cerberus as of yet. They want to buy for that map control. They're overthinking a few things that could have been just a free push towards A site anyway. They just needed to clear out probably the wide angle there. But Cerberus right now, they have to understand who their opponent is, and it does seem like that it's just not happening here for Cerberus. They're not getting the tempo that they need at all, nor the control that they want with their utilities.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at how Cerberus is moving. They're just confused. They're like, okay, just now they were playing default. Let's try and come through mid. That's where they're gonna be peeking. Oh my god, this is exactly where the lineups are from DXN, and he heard. So now there's the push. We are gonna be seeing the concuss, but DXN gonna be punished for that. They do know, but it does buy them some time. But Vera in the background, already ready. He gets one, will it be two? He's gonna go and address him, but Taikyu was ready. He knows.
Yeah, unfortunate, whipping out the Blade Storm right in front of the Tour de Force. If he just did it half a second earlier, could have contested that. But this is now Cerberus looking a lot more successful after the timeout. That's exactly what they want to find. They don't care about those Killjoy utilities if they hit the stun anyway. Red Devil getting revenge after that last round. So Presto broken. Well timed there by Kishi to break the 0 point. Now the Dose Swing comes on in from the doorway, but no neighbors now will get 2 for 2. Loki gets on the board. All up to him down below. Flicks over to Shun. They're able to react in time. Cerberus here able to still hold it off and get finally a point on the board.
Yep, that's right. I really like these kind of timeouts that come and then you see a different shift in playstyle, different mindset from them. It's as though these timeouts are giving them what they need. While the lineup was good for DXN, what they did not anticipate is that, you know, that's the beauty of a jet dash. You can just dash over those things, taking minimal damage. And because DXN wasn't able to anticipate that, that was a huge leak suddenly into how they're putting on their defense. This is Shun. We love a lineup Larry here. Doesn't really find out anyone just yet, I believe. And we are seeing that from what's happening. If they peek mid, Vera is going to be ready for them. There is the hesitation. There is the start coming out. But that timing, as I mentioned, double-edged sword.
This state rather than a real smoke could have helped them out there if it was an actual Nebula. And Vera, just no fear whatsoever. Look at Loki. He did get hit by the op shot as well. But luckily for him, he's still alive. With a single HP, they can help out the team with the smoke.
Oh, that timing!
If you're busy with the lineup, you have to look what's right in front of you. And an assumption there from No Namers gone wrong since Temps was too busy looking at the wall rather than the push from the Cubby. It's 2 here for Cerberus, and all of the efforts from Vera gone to the wayside as now Cerberus can choose to move towards this A site.
Yep, that's right. IQ's so happy here, just waiting for his teammates to come inside. There is Sky in there. We know an Omen can play mind games, but an Omen alone though might be dangerous. Omen, you're looking the wrong way. If they were to come in, if he isn't looking onto sight, that might be a little bit dangerous. But immediately Dash comes in. They have a star there. They know that, okay, we already heard all these shots coming outside, so we can play it safe. We have all the information that we need. We have a 3-man rotation coming inside. Sky gonna be breaking that door. But so far, no contact between the two teams, and they're still trying to figure out how exactly they're going to be trying to break into the site. We are seeing DXN push in without fear. Here comes the lockdown. Alarmbot is out. He changed his mind. There is the breach concuss coming inside. So Loki 1 HP and nothing else but a dream. How are they going to play this?
Yeah, Cosmic Tidal being a big bother, the no-namer strategy, so they instead go for the drop down here. DXN though with a takedown onto Daikyu. Cerberus playing from main. As soon as they hear that spike, they will go for the peak, but no-namers! They still hold it off anyway. Shun DXN with the final takedowns. DXN also helping out there at the end. And it's 7-1 right now as no-namers is able to figure out a way out of that predicament. They came to that site after that Cosmic Divide, trying to clear it out. A big gamble.
They're not scared.
Exactly.
Look at that. They walked through it like nothing.
The high-risk, high-reward setup is just such a big component of no-namers. If Cerberus was just waiting on the other side, on the site itself, that would have been a huge punish because they lined on up. But since they got the 2v1, 3v1, basically against the Hell Defender, it was a chance for them to actually catch out Cerberus coming in from main instead. And the thing is, they set up the crossfire, they're good to go yet again, and the 7-1 scoreline. This is just no-namers again, getting on the board and getting on a roll here.
Yep, that's right. I just wondered why they gave up sight when they weren't even on. However, I just really want to point out, if you ever want a best friend, find a best friend like Shun, who uses his body as a shield, protect your teammate as he defuses. Debs finds Loki, and immediately They don't know where to go. Loki out of the way, which means that are some cover out of the way. Immediately the fragment comes out as well as the flash. And look at how much space is given to Temps. He knows that they're going to be backing up, but they do know where he is. Here comes the suppress. And there we go. Kishi has his teammates back. That's a free gun for him. Going straight on in. Kishi's not scared of the suppress. He knows that with good gunplay, he don't need no abilities. Here is Shun in the backside, but look at that. Vera thought that Shun was there, but immediately Vera trades it out.
Vera to pick off. Seems like those Cerberus able to get a good punish onto No Name. Start things off with the Exen and Shun. Get the takedowns out of nowhere, and Vera with the backstab. Akashi looking at the doorway, but he should be looking up to the heavens because that is where he will be sent. 8-1. And No Namers, even if their initial plan goes awry, if they get caught out there early on, Temps was stuck because Sky died so early in that A main engagement. There's still the pickup. There's still players who are able to get the right peaks at the right time. And we saw it there cascading DXN. One enemy remaining. And then finally, it's just planted. We're on the side. Vera. The fact of the matter is, if you're able to transition from one side of the other on rafters that safely and that securely, just means that there is really a lapse right now in the covering fire here of the opposition.
I feel like a lot is used just trying to get on the site for the side of Cerberus. And on top of that, did you see DXN just now? He still managed to get a pick. He's not scared of the concuss. Akashi straight to Vera's face. Very, very big pick for them because Vera has been a bother. Temps though will be trading that out, but Red Neville will be finding Temps in return. Immediately the rotate is coming on, but the thing is they don't know where exactly they're going to go yet. They thought it was going to be A, but look at that. Shun with the immaculate defense onto B here. Immediately repositioning himself. Finds Akashi as well with 1 HP left to spare. How are they doing this?
It's a good eco though so far for Cerberus. Sky now reinforcing, trying to help the 1 HP Shun. Finds a spray down onto Red Neville. All left now to Loki. Cerberus is a little interesting because as the Hot Spear comes and Shun will track him down and tease him down. It's an 8-round gap. I think though that it's a little interesting that Cerberus did actually go for a B-side push after the fact. Since they got the pickoffs towards the middle, they might have been able to scrounge some guns instead, but they forced things out with things like the Marshall, things like the Classic instead, just trying to go for the surprise. And while it does seem like Cerberus has a playbook, it's still the execution and some of the decisions to either push on too deep and then suddenly getting hit by the flank or another angle, or in those situations where they could actually pick up some other guns along the way. They're not taking those opportunities. While No Namers, they will take every opportunity, opportunities that you should take, opportunities that you shouldn't take.
And also op shots.
Yeah, exactly. 90% of the time, you have got to do the math here, 90% of the time of this game, it works.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. What's really funny was the fact that while that was an eco, I think it almost worked for Cerberus because in the end of the day, it was Shun alive with 1 HP. Imagine the frustration you will go through knowing that that round, you could have won, but that 1 HP was the reason you lost. It's very frustrating. But either way, still a mid-control or midway coming through here. But that break of the door will be giving the information that they need. Look at the rotations coming in from the side of No Namers. But the thing is, they're not going to fully send everyone just yet until it's a pure, truly sure thing that's gonna happen. Sky taking those damage just a little bit, but he's not scared playing these 2 smokes. However, Sky gonna get double. What a spray! He knows, and immediately Temps will be traded out, but Temps is in null command right now. Akashi trying to go through lane. There is 1 person on side, but it will be Shun. And right now it's all up to Vera. Will Vera be able to get the revive? That's the question. Probably too far away. Might be the last person, but Temps will be taken out of the game. Vera has to be careful. That is an opportunity that CES needs.
Yeah, 1v3, but this is such a difficult angle for him. If he gets a takedown, he can get the Blade Storm. With Cerberus just suppressing the suppressor, basically making sure that Temps died on the way from the defense. So Trademark though does get the spot, finds the spray down. Now the ultimate is unleashed. Vera looking to unleash velocity truly. Goes for the dash, gets the takedown. It's a 3K clutch for No Namers. Vera is just nigh unstoppable right now. He's doing everything he can for the team and more.
I can't believe this.
Look, the sponsor is Vera Esports, and you can see it here right now. Despair is his name, and he's the one who defines the clutch.
I can't believe this! Let's have a look at that again. He switches out his gun, and look how fast that lightning speed was toward Red Neville. Immediately right-clicks onto Daikyu and sprays again. How? There is a huge disconnect from CS because they have all the information they need to take down Vera.
That's why Vera Esports is here, because of this guy. One man to rule them all, and one op to bind them here on a sense. And with a 10-1 scoreline, Cerberus a little out of depth right now. Squad, the scrappiness, and the solidarity of no-namers has been basically the struggles that Cerberus have to deal with. And now is the time for DXN to adjust. A while ago, he got punished over on the tree area by staying there. And while he was using those utilities to his advantage, this time he plays the game of keep away, tries to play the stall instead, knowing now that the door, the tree area, does have opposition there. At the same time, Kishi's so low, dash on in though. Red Neville using the Cloud Burst though, again, to just smoke out the opposition. Op shot comes, the extent of Sky with the first few takedowns. No namers again. Still able to get the first pickups that they need. Vera even finding Red Devil after Fire connects. And potentially Shun to wrap it up. No namers, they finish up the half in style 11-1, and Cerberus nary around they could get there.
They only lost DXN out of that, but let's think about what DXN did. That setup, while they did find one swarm, took out lots of Kishi's HP. And because of that, Kishi wasn't able to fully be able to commit himself to that. Yes, DXN fell, but look at the crossfires from all of them. You see it from Tree. You see it from, both from Tree as well as Rafters. Where can they go?
Nowhere apparently.
They were trapped like, I don't want to say rats, that's really mean.
They cleared things out, that's the thing, and they still got caught out anyway. If they're not able to flush out areas like the Rafters, if they're not able to shut down the operator, then what else can they do? And the thing is, Cerberus is playing it in more of safe style, like, okay guys, we're gonna make sure that the flanks are cleared. We're gonna be using the dash to stay away from those more longer angles. And that just works out for Vera so easily. That works out for Sky because the paranoia is there. And the thing is, Cerberus, they haven't been able to take opportunities right in front of them, but they're also end up creating opportunities that help out no-namers in the long run. If you remember that 1v3 clutch, I was like, okay, this has to be, Vera getting that kill to get that Blade Storm. But thing is, since Cerberus wasn't really prepared for the crossfire that they would like, Vera was able to flick to the right, dash on in to the middle, and just be able to get the side flank onto the guy by triple box.
Yeah.
So from that point on, it's no-namers willing to seize the day. If Carpe Diem had a team, it has to be no-namers right now.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we talked about this, how CS, I don't think there's a disconnect in communication. I think it's more of like a disconnect in general from how they play, because we all know in Valorant, the biggest problem you will have in a 1v3 situation, yes, you have your numbers, but how can we avoid ourselves from being picked off one by one in a situation where we're going to be isolated? But the thing is, Vera didn't have to isolate anyone. They isolated themselves. They had all the information they needed that Vera was coming in through lane. So technically, they should already be looking at that. However, I just really want to say, just now on that round, we had Red Neville already onto the site, but you can see that Red Neville immediately backed off to Wine because his teammates were not able to actually move together with him to make sure that everything was being okay. And on top of that, Red Neville wasn't able to make a pick to make that space.
Yeah, well, now into the second half, and Red Devil, you ask for a pick, you get it there. Fault line thrown on out, and this might be better here for Cerberus as they go on the defense. But in that first half, what I felt, a disconnect from reality, that no-namers playing a different kind of game, and Cerberus could not react in time. And look at this, Kishi walks on the outside, and now gets pulled down there by DXN. No-namers taking advantage, getting the pickups that they need. And overall, the high ground, no-namers is willing to contest the Raptors. Good headshot though from Makashi. Looks for a second, but Sky, SG, he's raising the flag, and he's raising the heights here for no-namers. Map point now for the SGMY squad.
This has been absolutely a flawless game for no-namers. And on top of that, DXN, I gotta give it to you. playing the bait as your teammates scramble to kind of catch them off guard is pretty genius. I need this kind of friendship in my life. Hey Dax, do you want to be my meat shield as I defuse bomb in the future? Thank you.
I mean, didn't we try that and what did we get?
I mean, we don't talk about my performance though.
Okay. I mean, I'll be willing to try it again in the future. Maybe not this week. I'm a little traumatized after that fracture game, but let's go. Cerberus, can they do anything now? Frenzy for Daikute. It does get the kill onto Shun, but look at this. No Namers already want to finish the job off. They have bought whatever they can afford with everyone here so far. A rifle in hand for Vera, Bulldog, a Garge, and a Spectre. It's like a different kind of Emporium brought out by No Namers, but they're the ones cashing out here anyway. Selling that to Red Devil. Burst Fire to get the takedown. Kishi over at main. And just overall, this is a show that No Namers wants to prove to the rest of the region that they can make those waves, they can make that impact. And for a bunch of No Namers, I said it before, they're pretty damn good at what they do. This first map looking commanding. It's a 4v3 situation, and since Cerberus is required by this point to pick up whatever kind of gun in the force fight situation, they have a Stinger, they have a Spectre. They're gonna try to rely on those bullets. Vera, though, might see Akashi here, the one clutch man on the side of Cerberus in this scenario. He really stepped on up when he needed to against MITH. The backstab is real and fatal error, perhaps. 2v2 now. Cerberus gives themselves a chance, and Kishi there with the dink to still keep them alive.
Can we see a Killjoy 1v2 is the question. Kishi and him gonna play ring around the rosy. Time is running out. There is the plant coming in, but here comes Loki. He jumps up. He is safe, but Kishi from the back, and that is what we're seeing from the beginning from Cerberus.
Back into the corner, the Hounds of Hell able to bark back at the very least. That was too close for comfort. Just a rare slip up here for No Namers. Their eyes are probably on the prize by this point. They're saying, okay guys, we can wrap this up. Just go for the split push towards that A side. But then what happens is they forget about that mid control. They forget about some of the nooks and crannies that Cerberus can take. And Akashi again, bailing out the team when he needs to the most. Now Cerberus should have a bit of an advantage moving on forward since No Namers heavily invested. You can see it there, 3 sheriffs, and well, the guns now are in the hands of Cerberus. A fighting chance perhaps as Kishi gets to. Can't be helpful if he gets this Rolling Thunder out. It's Red Devil to get the takedowns now. Flawlessly done, but it's expected after No Namers threw everything, the kitchen sink and even the apartment keys at Cerberus a while ago.
I gotta say, probably that round was not our usual No Namers play. If you saw how they played, everyone was actually bunched up over at mid. At this point, I think what was going through No Namers' mind was that we have no proper guns. We have used everything. Like it or not, we're gonna have to lose this round. We're gonna take another round because if not, we can't contest. And I think they would rather just save for a round that they can just heavily get their rifles. And look at this. Everyone's pretty much rared and ready to go, and they need to stop the onslaught from happening because right now, what they have is that are all rifles. Immediately, we are seeing a more aggressive push from the side of No Namers, very different than how they usually would play. And Temps immediately finds Loki out of the way. In the backside, though, Akashi will be getting double onto Temps as well as Sky. Akashi getting a 3-piece. Shun finds Akashi in turn. It's a 2 versus 2. The plant will happen. DXN does have lineups. Daikute, we know that he can be playing the mind games, and he finds one. Immediately, the pop of the Nano Storm bots comes out. Daikute gonna be coming from the side. EXN, where are you gonna look? Left or right is the question.
Flash though comes, and the staircase now. Slightly cleared out here by Cerberus by the Speedway though. Daikute with another one. No Namers. Getting a little too eager here.
Yeah.
With players like Akashi who can just be the hero for Cerberus, you can see that their defense looking a lot more clean. Their attacking side, they have the utilities anyway. And in all honesty, that was their best chance to win out this game. Kishi didn't have the Rolling Thunder as of yet. Akashi didn't have the Hunter's Fury, and now they should be closer now to the ultimates. And case in point for the Breach himself, he has his for the retake later on. But what an effort from Akashi. When the going gets tough, apparently it's a pact of punishment that Akashi has signed, and he just wants to basically keep his team alive. A while ago, I felt like No Namers was like, okay, we lost that round where we heavily invested. Just get it over with and let's move to the next. But right now, they're moving too much of breakneck speed. One thing that has worked out for No Namers is the willingness to adjust on the fly and as a unit. But in these situations, Cerberus can really pick the eager No Namer squad. And Red Neville, the mid control is real from the get-go of the second half. And with 2 kickoffs, it's a good start here for Cerberus again.
What's really interesting is that they're you did say too eager. Sometimes it's okay to press the brakes even on the last round, but now you're kind of like giving CS that momentum, or rather that speed that they need, and this is going to look really, really bad for them. Now again, they are on eco, they only have sheriffs here, it's a 3v5. They don't have anything in terms of advantage when it comes to getting these these guns. If they can get those one taps, great, but in all seriousness, it's actually really hard to do that. And the only real round they can really get proper guns to really, really invest in will be the next round. And I feel like this shouldn't have been the case if they just played the way they usually played, more calculated, more calm. Shun does get one, immediately comes out with the recon. He knows, but Loki finds Sky, and that's the end of that.
They lined up for that one even. Loki, he whipped the first shot, the first spray, just to style on the opposition and just get them with a few bullets at the same time. So 12-5 now. And Cerberus with the rally. They have the tools, they have the utilities,
and the momentum.
They do have the momentum, but I think it's bigger here that they have the right lineup for this defensive pull. Stay away from the suppresses, catch out the main pushes. And while No Namers is trying to slam their heads onto a wall, it's Cerberus putting some more concrete, setting up a second segment, and just fortifying as much as possible. The game is not over, to the chagrin of No Namers. Aldrin, though, scout things out. Shun here using it early because of the viability of Red Neville playing in the middle. But he's changed things up. The operator's there, but not only that, the Hunter's Fury that Akashi has built, has
he's
earned.
Not punished for that?
He does. He's too far away. He's all the way on the defense side. And
no, not that. What I'm trying to say is that I would have thought they would have a better idea or a better look at mid, but looks like mid is absolutely clear. That was where Red Neville was previously. However, the drone does get removed, and they do have an idea. Okay, there are people in mid, but how many? We're not too sure. Shun playing the back line, trying to see if there's anyone playing pincer the way they do. This is a very slow-paced game, very different than the rounds earlier, and I'm glad that NN managed to kind of figure that out. Here comes the lockdown, though. And immediately you saw the concuss come out, and Akashi from the other side. We have seen Akashi try to play that kind of like a clutch moments, but this time around not gonna happen. But no one gets it. But Vera with the sprays, with the beautiful nano swarm gets one. Unfortunately, we are gonna be seeing them kind of move away and give that space over to NN.
Yeah, and then now moving a spike down is Cute, catches out Temps. Making sure that NN is offbeat. Red Neville bringing the pain, has the Blade Storm in hand, but DX and Kenny just accelerate here. Caught out by Loki as the stun comes online, but Shun shooting the shin, shooting the heads, looking to be the one to shoot No Name out of this one, but Aftershocks there, and Kishi has forced the Sova to peek out in the open. 12-6. Cerberus again with another one. They save the operator. They have Cute ready with the tour de force. And yet again, there's still a lot in the tank here for Cerberus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love what Kishi did just now. Absolutely good, to the point that if I were to stay here, I'm just gonna be knocked out of the wall to death. If I move to the middle, I'm gonna get shot out. Probably not a great idea to play that corner, but in the end of the day, when you look at how NN was playing just now, it felt a little bit like, where's the power of friendship? What happened to those crossfires?
Just caught out. That's the thing. The stuns came online for Cerberus, the Rolling Thunder for the zone, and the big factor there, Cute with that first frag out of nowhere, catching out Temps, allowing Cerberus again to basically mitigate that numbers advantage. And the thing is, No Namers, they have some great sprays towards the smoke. Cerberus are not really respecting that. That's something that we've noticed so far, that No Namer is willing to play that aggression, willing to play that risk. Might as well just spray down those bullets anyway. And since Cerberus is able to still reel it back anyway, to have that second wave for the clutch situation. I think this is where the experience really comes into play. Yeah, exactly. Because for Cerberus, they've stayed as a team for so long, and these tense situations, they should have with that trust with one another. No namers in the meantime. Yes, the trust is there, the chemistry is there, but they're on the younger side and they're on the more amateur side compared to an organization like Cerberus Esports. So we're seeing it here, the hastiness to try and close out the game. Great call though for the timeout. They need to rethink their plan, and they're gonna go for the Aldron again just to flush out Red Neville.
You need to know that Red Neville does have the op immediately. That is not respecting Red Neville's op. Vera will be the one picked out ASAP. Love this fact that CS is kind of better in defense. When you think about it in round number 1 with DXN, it does make it really hard to get onto site. But this is what happens when you switch out. However, Daikyu does spot out Shun. Not too sure why they're like that. But for now, Kishi will be getting temps as well. When you think about it, that is the null command. There is still one more person, DXN gonna be front, and Daikyu has the idea that he's gonna be there. There's a nanoswap, gives him the information that he needs. Sky coming in from tree, doesn't pick out anyone. He's trying to pick out Spence immediately. Look at the sprays, gets a double out of that. That was painful to watch.
He was the one who killed the KO a while ago anyway, and this time he's just like, yo, I'm just gonna shoot you while you're trying to reboot your computer. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Maybe that will work, but
surprise!
It's just Kishi punching on through. Even if it is suppressed, it doesn't matter. He knows he can peek this out anyway, and Cerberus again, they're able to stay a step ahead of No Namers because No Namers is being a step ahead of themselves. They're too eager to peek in the middle, right? They didn't even get the Owl Drone Scout yet. They didn't get that dart. They should have waited until the market itself was cleared on out. And a player as high impact like a Red Neville, really, from that Big Ram roster, now here for Cerberus, making an absolute wave. If you notice, the results with him on the roster has catapulted Cerberus to the top of the Vietnam scene. But there's a sneaky boy now, and Kishi, that's a peek. There's the first one. Barra dashes on in, but loses again to Kishi. He's finding his rhythm now. This is Cerberus mounting quite the comeback.
Yup, that's right. This is a very, very strong statement comeback here that says, we're Cerberus, you may have the power of friendship, but our friendship transcends time. We've been together for so heckin' long. Red Neville finds Shun there. In return, suddenly there's only DXN and Temps left. Only 2 people, and they're not together. They're actually so far away. Red Neville clearing corners. He's waiting on the side there. Will be taken out. Actually, no, he doesn't, but Temps finds Red Neville. There he goes down. Kishi gonna be playing with the Cloud Burst here, but he didn't know that he was being sneaky. DXN tries to get at least one more, but unfortunately, it ain't happening.
Just one pickup is all they get, and it's not even gonna be a force out on the operator, because Kishi's right there to pick it right back up.
Kishi's on fire! He's on the choo-choo train of pain!
I agree, because Kishi has just been holding down these angles. 1v2s don't matter to him. Set it up for himself, knock it down anyway. And while this was a eco round here from the side of No Namers, you can see that for Cerberus, they can be very cheeky on using the utilities of their teammates as well. The problem for the first half is they just never had really an opportunity to capitalize. Here on the defense, so much better instead. And the utils they have, the smokes that they put, are able to just force No Namers to stay away from these areas. And you can see that NN has to respect it. A potential angle though for DXN. The problem is, there's a trademark in the way, and look who's already ready to react. His name is Kishi. He wants to go for more. No Namers though, trying to play a split here just for the Killjoy to get some space.
Yep, that's right. And on top of that, I really want to say that just now, if you noticed, Kishi on the other end, let's talk about that later because his Rolling Thunder came out now. Red Neville so low HP. Here comes the Concuss as well. He's not gonna make it easy at all for them. The flash does come out. Sky does find Red Neville. Kishi getting one as well as Cute. Shun will be trading it out. But suddenly 3-on-3. But DXN playing in the smokes. He didn't know he was there. Loki coming in from the rafters. Suddenly everything looks so bad. Where are you gonna go? There are 3 members versus 2. Very, very doable. Attempts playing from a long here. The plant will be happening this time around, and there comes the lineups. The smokes will be coming out from the side of Astra, not allowing that vision from long. But here comes the smokes, the sprays actually. Loki does trade it out, but Shun gonna fall. Akashi finds Shun. Suddenly, it is a 1 versus 1. Temps will be trying shooting out, but Who will be faster? Who will be faster at first contact? Beeps come out here. There's a jump peek coming. Say it. One, two,
he's not
three.
falling for it.
Yo, he's not falling for it. Tense gets it.
Attackers
Finally seals the deal after how many rounds in a row?
So many, too many to count, but we know what counts is to get that 13 and no namers. They will put their flag here on Ascent and win map number 1. That got dicey though. I love the calls from Akashi not to fall for it for a second time, but third time is the charm. The third time is the shot. And for no namers, they're able to get away from the rampage of servers. So we're back here on, well, us, and the thing is, that could have been a game over and done with so early on. But for Cerberus, the fight was still there. When you back these Vietnam teams in a corner, they're willing to punch back at them. And then we're going to be checking out the stats because it really looked lopsided at the start. But Cerberus able to inch the way back bit by bit just to make it a bit more respectable. But the problem is, sometimes when the scoreline is too far away here, Tash, you just need one round to win it all. For no namers, they got that break. 24 kills though for Vera, but I have to give it to players like Shun and Sky. Their paranoias, their darts have been absolutely on point, and big opportunities there for no namers to punish some eagerness and some, I'd say, overextensions from Cerberus in that first half especially.
What's really interesting is the same mistakes we saw from Cerberus on the first half was the same thing they did. Sometimes, I always say this, is that when you're hit round 12, going to that win is actually one of the hardest rounds you can go to because there's an eagerness to just kind of seal the deal. There's an eagerness that we don't want to lose, but when you're in that overthinking stage, it really, really eats you up inside. And I'm really glad that finally in the end, they did manage to win it. But even then, it was still a little bit too close for comfort. There's a lot of mistakes done for both teams, but either way, I think that you gotta give it to Cerberus because even when they hit that game point, that game mark, they are not tilted at all. But let's have a look at the highlight to see what exactly happened that match. What do you think, Dax, of that match?
You know, while Rock Bottom was there for Cerberus, they were able to ascend just a little bit to fight on back. And big props especially to Akashi, keeping the team alive, last hope. But you just can't ask too much of a guy to carry the weights of Cerberus on his shoulders. But the highlights here scream what no namers was able to do. Cerberus was expecting something, a different kind of game plan from the opposition, and no namers gives them a completely different book instead. Many times you see Cerberus here assuming that their utilities would save them, assuming that that would be enough for them to clear out the sites or clear out where they're pushing from. And since the playbook didn't go to plan on the attack, that was their weakness over and over again. But on the other side, I think for no namers, the biggest reason why Cerberus was able to get those rounds anyway on their defense, it just was because they were way too eager at the start to finish things off. Such a big investment in the second round of that second half. In the third round, they were just able to basically throw all their lives away to try and move to the fourth. And once we got to that fourth round, it was still that kind of eagerness. So while these guys have that chemistry, while these guys have this kind of sync, sometimes there is still that immaturity that shows up for some of these newer teams. And really, no namers, no one expected them to make it this far, and they're still competing, they're still fighting. And the fact of the matter is, they're the ones with a 1 map lead over Cerberus Esports.
Oh yeah, and I just want to say I really liked as well about Cerberus is that if you noticed that learning on the fly thing that Cerberus didn't have before, they had it now. They weaponized the smokes coming out from NN's Omen, and they actually used it against them. While it's not something often we see, but I'd like to think that yes, they're like, okay, earlier they used this against, let's do this again. However, we're gonna go on a quick break before we go into match number 2 between Cerberus and NN. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys from Valorant.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to.
Seems like the gate of the underworlds are wide open right now, and no-namers have stolen the plaque with their name on it, and have decided to just scribble in a few notes here and there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zax, here with Tash, and we are watching the first elimination series of the group stage. First one of the day out of 3, and it's no-namers versus CERBERUS Esports. Third seed from NYSG versus the first seed of Vietnam. But it really feels like for no-namers, nothing to lose, everything to gain, and a name that they're making every single day that they play here in APAC.
Yep, that's right. I really want to see no-namers change their name if they win this. No-namers, haha, maybe... Yes name.
Yes?
Yes name. I don't know. I kind of blanked out there. I couldn't think of a name. But we'll think about that later. For now, what do you think of the performance? I mean, we talked about CS just now, but let's talk about no-namers. You did mention immaturity, not able to really end games properly. What do you think can be fixed from their side?
I mean, just end the game properly. It's pretty simple, right? When you know that you're in a commanding scoreline, you can make those risks happen, but you still have to respect the fact that the opposition still have a game plan. And the thing is, what we didn't see from the first half from CERBERUS, we saw in the second, the game plan that they wanted to, the oppression with the amount of utilities they have, and especially moving into the defending side, that reach, that Astra, just absolutely perfect to get in the way of any kind of pushes. So since no-namers wasn't able to take advantage of the lack of utilities, lack of ultimates early on into the game, it made the game last even longer. But on the flip side, you can see the struggles of Cerberus right there, Tash. When we were in the first half, their assumptions when the game wasn't really going in their favor the way they expected, that's where No Namers just kept on capitalizing again and again, and there was no real adjustment there from Cerberus Esports.
I'd like to think that No Namers is the type of team that would really run away with any momentum they have. And once they have that momentum, they're so oppressive to the point that it's so hard for you to make a comeback. But if you notice that switch that happened during the switch of the round, just the switching, it felt like there was also a switch from the side of CES that was being able to be reset as well, because as it goes, going all the way to 13 points with that reset, sometimes when you switch areas, it gives you that mental reset that you need to just kind of figure out your game plan or just pull yourself together once again. And that's why I really admire about CES, because most teams, by the time they see like a 12-1, you think, oh my god, let's just go next, or oh my god, we're not going to win this. But I like that confidence that CS has to bring it all the way up to game 6-7, I believe, which honestly thinks that they ran away with so many rounds that if NN wasn't able to just kind of pull themselves back together, that would have been the end.
The thing is, there's just this tenacity right now we're getting in the group stage. You saw it here in that last map. You still remember yesterday, PPGL versus Fancy United. Let's just forget about what happened in that last round. Yeah, these guys want to survive. These guys want to represent APAC as a whole to the Master Circuit all the way to Iceland. And it's such a big achievement for a squad and for the region that is able to unite the banners of SEA, SA, and OCE. Because, you know, I'm gonna say something real quick as we get into Aegis Select. The thing is, there's a lot of, you know, very many opinions in chats against one region to the other when APAC happens. But once we get the Masters, once we get the Champions, there's actually that unity within the region. And I'm like, that's an interesting contrast, but I like the fact that there's still that support at the end of the rainbow. But while we're still there on this road, gonna get those conflicts, and of course, the battle here in map number 2. Cerberus on the defense, No Namers on the attacking side. And you see yet again, the chamber brought out here by Daikyu, DXN on the chamber as well. And so it would be very interesting mirror matchup as we get into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. What I really like as well about this map is how scary Vipers can be. I mean, we've seen Icebox lineups. And one really interesting thing about people who find lineups is that while I remember only a few hours after the Icebox B-side changes, there were so many new lineups as it is. There is that little change there under the usual plays that you plant. We saw some changes in how some teams choose to plant as well on B-side. Not much changes for A. So now, asking you a question, Dax, with B-side getting a lot, in my opinion, it's a lot harder to get onto site now. What do you think is the best way for you to go into site as a tag?
The whole geometry of the area is different. It's more perpendicular, you don't get the angles anymore, it's less cheeky for some of those, I'd say, initial takes and holds from yellow. But the plant itself, it's pretty straightforward. You put the wall and you play the default still, it still works because now it's not wall bangable on the right-hand side. Still dangerous though from up top. We've seen some teams play an even more aggressive stance if they feel like they have more of that control towards orange or sightlines towards the high ground, that they can actually wall off Snowman instead and set up there. But really, Icebox, I feel like even if they change the map, it's still something that is solved for many, that they still have that understanding on what really needs to be done. And there are a few more nuances, nooks and crannies, and some, I'd say, things that you could kind of exploit with the new geometry of B-side, but the rest of the map still pretty much the same case. And the fact of the matter is, the comp really hasn't changed. You still have that Viper, you still have that Sage. The only real new difference here is the chambers into play, and we've seen how effective the trademarks and the rendezvous can be on a map like this. Open areas also to just get the Headhunter and Tour de Force value as we get into the first round.
Yep, that's right. In the previous map, we saw that Team NN, they had a better defense than attack. So let's see if it is the same for this round. So when you look at Sky SG, we've actually seen him play Viper in Malaysia, Singapore region. And in terms of his Viper plays, they're pretty toxic, but Red Neville will be the one to draw blood first. And it's DXN that's out of the way, which is so unfortunate. However, this is still round number 1, and looks like mid will be where they're going. Sky will be fighting Red Neville in turn, and that's what I talked about in terms of friendship. You always avenge your teammate.
And make sure that the dying breath be like,
I go.
please go on without me.
Father. Avenge me.
Get him. That's all I just want to say. I'll just be like, get him, chase him, kill him. I'll see you next round. But now we are going to be seeing the next engagement towards that A side. Walt is settled up, but Tim is caught there by Dicute. Nice hold by the rafters. Dicute now looking absolutely deadly instead from above. I should go for a third kill, but Shun, a lone survivor now in a 1v3. But Spike is in his hands. Can he even go for the rotation? Shot there, though, to his feet. Akashi will secure the kill. And just no escape whatsoever. Kishi got the shots, and of course, Akashi with its haze there. 1-0, and this is good for Cerberus. Starting on the defense, you might be able to see them prove how potent their positioning can be. Because here, it's a more clear game plan for them. They know who they want to set up for the sites. And the fact of the matter is, since No Namers wasn't able to really clear out that Raptors position, such a risky wall to push all the way towards screens, and Dicute able to get the punish because of it.
Yup, and on top of that, you see that that recon dart from the side of Akashi that really gave so much value to Dicute, I believe. He was able to quickly move away, but the problem is Thames wasn't, so he was stuck there, like it or not. And I see you, says Red Neville to DXN, and that's a double pick there. DXN, you did not learn from last round, did you?
Yeah, here we go again. Perhaps shot doesn't come. Red Neville by blue. Playing Twister or something, as we're getting the colors here of the rainbow jumping. So here we go again. Once, twice, third one is a peak, obviously. Told you so.
That's an eagle
third
peak.
time. It's happened again. We saw it in the last round a while ago. Third time's a charm, but Vera
down,
finds the two. Still at least a bit of fight here for No Namers, but should be Cerberus getting this round. Spike is in his hands, and the fact of the matter is Cerberus a lot more, I'd say, ambitious here on Icebox. Of course, there's that gun advantage, but the open sightlines do allow you to try and go for the frags when you know that you can have the better gunplay. And see it there, 3-0 for Vera to move him, inch him closer to that Blade Storm. Gun should be out though for the side of No Namers, and the fact of the matter is, with 3 casualties on Cerberus, I think No Namers will be happy enough for that equal round.
Yup, that's right, but looks like Vera just now did come up on top. He got 3 picks, I believe, which is still really good, because when you think about it, now is their buy round, and look at it, from the side of CS, they're not able to fully sync their guns. We're going to be seeing 1 rifle, 3 Spectres, and only a Sheriff from their side. Vera playing here mid, he has some information, pings to his teammates. If the peak does happen, you know that's going to happen, but the peak isn't going to happen because of that spam coming from the side. But DXN, once again, that 3rd time, shame on you, gets picked off by Vera, and this time it's going to be with a Vandal. Nothing is too crazy, but Thames wants to do a wall here. They want to commit underneath of tunnel, but there is Loki waiting on the side. He does clear that side. Is he going to clear the left side? That's the question. There you go. The sprays come up, but Thames fast, a little bit faster, but Loki playing this corner. We just talked about that. He knows how to play his angles, just like how Akashi did in last game.
Yeah, and Vera here, the No Man's Land, be able to dash on, has to deal with so many players, and Cerberus able to get the pinch anyway, and Akashi finds 2 yet again. Really him, big opponents of the Cerberus success. Shun right now though, does get the shots onto Dicute. The first head of Cerberus falling there. 2 more to go on this Underworld Beast. And Shun is able to have a Vandal now in hand. Akashi though right behind. Loki peeking by his loads up. 6 HP. Can Akashi finish the job off?
No,
Flick comes, but it's too little too late. Nice try from Shun, but Akashi allows Cerberus to get that bonus.
Yeah, that is just so unlucky. I think it comes down to the familiarity of the map as well at this point, because from how Cerberus plays, they're very much at home on this map here. They know which corners to look, they know which corners to lurk inside, and suddenly the tables are turned. You're not seeing the usual NN kind of stuff that we saw earlier. And what's really interesting is that the same kind of moveset that was used by NN in the last map, playing those little corners, even the crossfires, you're not seeing that. But here comes the Blade Storm. Red Neville will be the one to start it, but Dicute will be the one out of the game first. Red Neville immediately sees Vera is out of the game. Will it be a double? Yes, quite 3! Starshade 2, my bad. Shun out of the way. Yep, there's a 3. But Thames will be taking note. Not today, Zerk. That's enough.
Don't worry, you just saw in the future real quick. You were like, oh, it's a 3K. Oh, wait, it hasn't happened yet. Now there's a 3K. You knew it. You read the page, not script. But this time, Thames Can he be the one to be the starring role? It's a 1v3, and I think it's more so that... Ooh,
Are you
finds the
serious?
Patsy. Okay, I'll respect this. Let's see if Temps can actually bail out the team. He's moving towards, though. That's a site. Taking the high ground right now. Peeking it out.
They're behind.
Thing is, he's gonna get backstabbed.
Yeah.
Great angle there, taken by Loki. Out in the middle, outside the A entrance. There is a good spot on top of Belt, and well, the angle is perfect. And back to my point about Cerberus, I think this time though, they're getting a better punish on the opposition. We see already they're so much more comfortable on the defense, where they're able to
set things up.
Yeah, exactly. The battlefield is their canvas. They're the ones putting the players to get in the way of no-namers right now. And we saw it in the second half of the first map a while ago. We're seeing it here yet again. But not only that, they're getting the reads better on no-namers. They're seeing the nuances. They're figuring out what no-namers is willing to risk. And especially since they're on the defense, they're the ones in the position that they initially set themselves on to punish it.
Yeah, and what's really interesting as well is how they're playing this. They're just so dominating for now. Looks like Temp's going to come forward. That's the trademark. Giving that slows out gives advantage to Daikyu. Vera has to move away. They have Temps out of the way. Still winnable though, but they are not going to be able to get the heals that they need. DXN playing it real quiet, coming in from the side here. And look at that. Look at how they're just crossfiring when they have that information. But look at B. We still have one more player there just in case something happens. Vera does get a wall bang onto Red Neville. Kishi will be trading out. DXN really unlucky this round. It seems like DXN not very comfortable with that. But Kishi with a double. Sky finally closing that off. And suddenly it is Sky all alone. We are going to be seeing that crossfire. They are going to be walking together. This is something they learned from the last round. Sky does get one more. Will he be able to at least finish off the other two is the question. Pincer is the game of the game. But look at where DarkQ is. Look at where Loki is. He crosses. He's gone.
Thing is though, can force out the 1v1 if ever. Nice flush out there by Sky. DarkQ now right in the middle. Aggressive position. Punished here by Sky. It's now all up to Loki on the other side. Mischief abound. The next 12 seconds. Push comes on in though from Sky, the captain here, making the calls. But this time, it's a Norse god that will be the true mythology and will write this ending to this chapter. 5-0 and... Hey, a while ago was no-namers running away with the game.
How the turntables.
how the tables have turned. How turned the tables have become.
How flipped the tables, maybe?
Yes, the flip, the up goes down, and well, Cerberus there overall, again, proving the point that they just have those right positions initially. There's a pixel perfect peak from Vera, but Temps and Kishi rather shows on up in the middle, just nice angles towards the maze.
I really like how Sky, he had the right idea, it's just timing was a little bit off. It's just really unlucky for him in general. But as you can see, in terms of game sense, he does have the idea for now. Kishi playing on the corner here, but Vera spots him out ASAP, and he gets a double out of that as well. Immediately the wall comes out, the plant will finally be happening for no-namers. The sprays come out as well. Here's the Viper's Pit. They had everything they needed to make this round happen.
Yeah, an hors d'oeuvre there a while ago with a pixel perfect shot towards the rafters. This time now, there's the impact, and the main course, courtesy of Vera, might finally be served upon us. Spikes planted, Viper Spit is there. It's not just the meal from the jet, it's a souffle being baked here by Sky. Yes, I am. After this series, I am gonna go grab a bite. But Red Neville now, oh, he's not gonna bite at this. They want to save the operator. Cerberus realized that, okay, this is a round won by no-namers thanks to the Viper's Pit. And if you notice, Cerberus is actually a team that's kind of more at the risk-adverse side. They like to play it safe. They would rather go for the save in these kind of scenarios. Finally, no-namers. What is this stat?
You really shouldn't be doing that. That's just like asking for a beautiful spray and flick. You know that feeling when someone just lines up for you? Mwah, chef's kiss. We saw that just the other day, but that's not the point. The point is, when the conditions are met for NN, they need a specific condition for them. They needed a Viper Pit. And when that happens, they're able to make things work. That's the same goes for CS. We can see that similarity in terms of the team. We talked about how NN is very loose, able to really adapt to things. This round, though, we're not seeing that, and I'm wondering why.
Thing is, if there's a lack of adaptation, if they're walking into sightlines, they're perfectly placed by Red Neville. And it's just gonna be a whole world of hurts towards no-namers. And you mentioned it, that they had to rely on something like his Viper Spit, and a conditional victory is something that you can't really rely on in the long term. How far and how long will it take for Sky to get that Viper Spit yet again? They have 2 ultimates here available.
Oh, they got the site.
They've gone towards that B site, they aren't able to actually use that res for Vera. And sure, they're positioned here to try and take that B site, but Slorb is in the way. The Aldrin right now scouting on the round. And to Cerberus, it's a man advantage. They're gonna be happy here to give the top snake right now, burning the HP of Temps. A little perilous though, because it is a double off lineup if Cerberus, the tour de force on one side. Still, they can try to make that range count. All about them though for this retake, and they also have Loki set up with the talk screen already for the site.
Yeah, but for now, Kishi gonna be walling that off, but we're gonna see a 1v1 the back here. Tem's gonna be the one out of the way, but now the sprays are gonna be coming out from DXN. Not quite though. Kishi now out of the game. He does find him off. Akashi coming up here. DXN not gonna win that. The defuse will be happening. Unlucky.
Cerberus able to just corner no-namers. Able to sniff them out like bloodhounds. From that point on, get the round win. I also like the fact that Red Neville pushed towards that A side. He was able to pick up the rifle, and oh, he's able to make it in time! Give him a gold medal for sprinting, because Red Neville has just done a marathon here from A to B, back to A. Retrieval of the guns done quick. Gets the operator back for the next round. But back to my point, as we go to the timeout, the hot hand of Red Neville and the wise decision-making helping out Cerberus. And this is what Cerberus looks like when the plan goes right, when they anticipate what the opponent is gonna do, when they force them in these certain scenarios, and no-namers is just walking it right into it. A while ago, the assumption of Cerberus that the smokes were safe, that these angles were clear, it hurt them immensely in that first half. But this is the defense. This is where they're looking so much more comfortable. And if no-namers is still playing that high-risk, high-reward kind of setup, they better make the right choices, because this is where the high risk is just absolutely highlighted right now. Many a time they push towards the site, they're answered immediately by the positions of Cerberus. We've seen it there, punishes on utilities used on site, and it takes like players like Vera to bail them out, because on the other side, DXN has just not gotten a single kill as of yet.
Yeah, I feel like DXN not very comfortable using the chamber. There are so many ways to play chamber, and you can go from so many different angles to do that. But for now, because DXN doesn't have a single kill, he's not able to utilize his tour de force to actually make a big impact on the team. And on top of that, it felt like he is, I wouldn't say a burden, I don't think that's the right word for it. I think he's just kind of like trying to figure out how exactly he's supposed to use chamber exactly to his advantage. We are seeing there's more aggressive push-outs from that side. He does get rid of the drone. Akashi shock darts DXN off to space. Guy keep following up, and Vera out of the way, but DXN will be getting the revive out of that. So at least it's still a 4 versus 5, no longer a 3. Shock dart comes out trying to clear any angles, and finally you're seeing that hesitation come inside from the side of NN, but Shun taking that IQ out of the way is probably the best thing they can do.
The offshot doesn't connect. Perfect timing now for no-namers to get the push on. Orbs though in the way yet again. Big bother right now. The tempo here of no-namers slow to a crawl, and this gives time here for Cerberus to re-rotate if ever. Thing is, Kishi up top the wall and be cheeky as he sets up the second floor. Wall though second broken. Might have sight lines towards the opposition for no-namers. They have a chance here to still retreat, to still rotate, but they're forcing it out, and the Kashi will get the punish on the Sky instead. Here comes DXN, hungry for a kill, still with an egg of a scoreline. Kishi now gonna be able to get to Red Devil with push, but Shun with a punish, finally getting 3 sure. But in the scrap, it's Cerberus who comes out top dog, 7-1. And again, no-namers, if you keep running into the plan of Cerberus, you will get punished. Still that chance to rotate, still that exit strategy right in front of them. Didn't take it, and well, Cerberus will take their names instead.
For real, they really want more people over there in hell. Look at that. that very nasty angle. I really gotta say from Akashi is that his little angle there to get those kills were just so deadly. Because he was playing behind the ice wall, in front of him was also those smokes. You can't really tell where exactly his shots are coming from. Immediately, you can hear the ultimate coming out from the side of NN. But we are gonna hear the Viper's pit come straight in. That's gonna be side here. And Vera trying to make as much impact as he can. Immediately, they know where he is. He gets revealed, and immediately the sprays come out, and some more damage coming in from Temps. But Temps, he does find one, but will be trading out Vera's guy out of the way. Temps as well. The crossfire is real here from Cerberus, and now it's just a matter of finding the other two. Red Neville is out of the way. That's a tour de force power. Shun and DXN just side by side here. He knows, he doesn't know that Kishi was there. Daiki will be crossing through. One shot from Shun. And now 2 versus 2. Who comes out on top?
Yeah, corner's not checked and cleared here by Cerberus, but at the start, it looks so nice already. Simultaneous takedowns from the two. Now then, with the wall in the way, it's a safe res towards Red Neville. And it's 3v2 now. I like the fact that they brought back Red Neville, not only because he's the top frag, but since the Tour de Force is in the picture, there's only one way to beat the op. It has to be the other op on the other side. 30 seconds left, though. Exactly. I mean, he was the one who did it first. It took a while for DXN to get that ultimate, and finally, he's gotten the kill. Finally, he has that Tour de Force. But we're getting the countdown now to destruction for the round. And it's Cerberus on the outside, waiting to regroup before going for their own retake.
Yep, Shun waiting in the back line. Trying to see if he can get a pick here. If they go onto Raptors, will be the problem. Shun knows that there's gonna be someone coming in. He whips, but he gets it. Red Neville out of the way. But Kishi says, bros don't fake. He wants to go for it. There is the aggression, but Shun with the 3K finishes it off. Thrifty is the name. Oh, free off as well.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh, you know, guys, maybe I'm just not suited for the rifle. I will get this up, and I will keep this up. And maybe this will work out a little bit better. But you can see, there was such a good start for Cerberus already. Sometimes though, in those thrifty states, again, this is where the high risk, high reward, and cheeky angle, no-namers,
you gotta play like a round sometimes,
just comes in. And they even got the flank there, halfway done by Kishi. I like the fact that he just did go for that half defuse, ready to go for the duel if ever. And still, no-namers, great victory.
Oh my god,
and great
Temps.
punish now onto Red Neville. First pick off their courtesy of Temps. Full arsenal here for no-namers. If they want to make a rally, might have been the first step. This can be the second. After the second kill, Kishi, the third victim, and oh man, a trio of takedowns for no-namers to capitalize on.
It took DXN getting that off for it to actually really work. Here comes Temps like a hero swinging his side Indiana Jones style. Here's the plan, Loki all alone. What can you do, my friend? You're seeing this traditional old wall here, very famous there. Temps from the side, Loki playing it real safe. Beautiful corner, very nasty actually when you think about it. Sprays are out. Loki pretty happy, I think, with at least that one pick. If he can get another, he can at least make it a little bit worth it to just kind of damage the economy. But we have seen situations where they're able to clutch it out. The only thing he has to do is play that isolation game. He gets Sky. And now, suddenly, the numbers are dwindling. Loki just showing, hey, I'm really good at this game too.
Snake fight though thrown, and not too bad from Loki now. The first kill is like, okay, sure. But getting that second kill might make no-namers have to reinvest some money for other players who did fall in this battle. And it just might not be the surest thing if they want to make that 7-5 that they're going to have the arsenal. It's going to be close though. I think they're going to have money anyway.
Yeah.
But at least Cerberus there getting a few pickoffs, and now they're still in it with the arsenal. But this was just no-namers punishing Cerberus on the over-aggressor. Cerberus trying to change it up. They wanted to be the ones to get those cheeky picks, but you can't really play the no-namers game as well here for the side of Cerberus from what we've seen. Their stratagems look so much better. Their holds are the ones that give them those victories. And when you're over-eager against a squad that just loves to find the fight anyway, whether it's through the utilities or the close combats, well, no-namers happy to get that punish. So 5v5 yet again, 7-3 scoreline, up in the hands of DXN. That is his gun apparently for the game. We look to Vera to lead the charge here for no-namers towards B side.
Yeah, I think Loki is probably feeling real good after that 3 pick just now. But whenever we see Cerberus play a more defensive game, suddenly no-namers are at a loss. They have no clue how to get onto site or play it when they don't show themselves. Vera from the back here, they're gonna do the flank. They do have trademarks there ready in case of some flanks. They're like, okay, I think we've seen this situation before, we're gonna try and figure it out. For now, Vera, let's hope he doesn't be the first one to get out of the game first, because he is absolutely needed. And I just realized that was the problem. Without Vera, it's so hard for them to get onto site because you need someone to really, really make that space for you. And because Vera is sometimes a little bit too aggressive, the whole team gets punished for it. We are seeing a retreat here from CES. They're a little bit confused about this change of pace coming in from no-namers.
30 seconds left. I mean, Cerberus here is able to anticipate it. They actually put Kishi there just in time.
Oh, they know!
Oh
my god!
No charges left. That's a fatal mistake. I thought he was just going to be watching them anyway after that trademark is broken. But since he wanted to go towards the default, it's Vera with the openings here, and no-namers now get the spike down. Could have been a great plan for Cerberus, but the execution and the sidelines left a lot to be desired. And which should now with the takedown onto Daikyu, it's 5v2. Toxicrene to try and go for the retake perhaps. Red Devil though seen from above. Vera will get a triple kill already. It's only attempts to casualty. Loki though adding one more to the pile of corpses. But Sky is there to wrap it up for no-namers, and it's 7-4.
Last round.
What could have been such a good read by Cerberus, they already imposed enough on that B side to force no-namers to rotate. But the slow arc wasn't in effect as of yet.
One down.
It was a little too hasty there for the Cerberus Stage to actually push forward towards where the spikes will be planted. And that's the problem. You can just get pushed by players like Vera. You will get pushed by no-namers. They will see that small opening, that small gap. And like those runs with asteroids, they can just make the gap happen. You can see it here. It's costly for Cerberus. They don't have any ultimates to work with right now. Closer to the Tour de Force and the Hunter's Fury. But also the guns themselves, not as kitted as they would like.
Honestly, as you mentioned before, what NN needed was the momentum. They took one and they're going a straight mile. And on top of that, we know that teams like NN, they're not afraid of these slows or any of these debuffs as well when you think about it. Because because they know how to take advantage of that. Temps immediately finds Red Neville in the way. Hunter's Fury out, just trying to make some space there. For now, it's chaotic because suddenly, as that thing was unleashed immediately, there is chaos. As Sky already found Loki, which is really, really good, by the way, because we know that Loki is always that big impact maker for the last minute sort of situations. There's the Viper's Pit. Vera does find Daikyu in return, and suddenly it's looking so shaky for Team CS. Kishi now gone, Akashi all alone. Where are you, my friend? Akashi does find Temps, but he will be found out. Yes.
Nice rally here from no-namers to make it 7-5. And what looks to be an imposing scoreline has become something more manageable.
They're chasing.
Yeah, the 4-round streak really, really helpful here, but it does seem like for no-namers, they're able to get a few reads on the Cerberus positions. They have adjusted accordingly to utilize their utilities well enough to allow the plan to happen. And since they started getting those frags anyway, they're able to get the Viper Spit, which was a win con from them early on. But I also want to point out the fact that at least no-namers getting a few more frags from their chamber in the last few rounds. Of course, it was just a very pop-off, but the Tour de Force, that thrifty victory, just changed everything in terms of the storyline of this game, because it looked to be Cerberus in cruise control, but since no-namers got the thrifty win, they're able to buy the guns. And in the next round, Cerberus getting punished, no-namers again, just throwing a wrench in their plans. And you can still see the problem when Cerberus Esports plays something a little bit different from what they're more accustomed to, a different kind of style, and maybe something that they haven't practiced as much. That's when they look a little flat compared to when they have that control of those sites thanks to their placements and their utilities. So if it's going to be a one-dimensional effort here for Cerberus, they better make sure that they can clean up nicely. They better have that imposing scoreline moving on to attacking side. Or this time, they have to prove that they can actually make the attack work. We're in the halftime break as no-namers just having a little bit of a chat probably. They're all in spawn right now. But we saw the errors a while ago from Cerberus on Ascent. Assuming that smokes were safe. Assuming that no-namers wasn't going to do this, wasn't going to do that. It bit them already in the last 2 rounds here from the first half. Will it bite them again? No namers though. The rally was necessary to get back into the fight, and in this situation now, it's all about keeping that momentum and proving that they can wrap the series up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from the side of no-namers how great they are on defense, especially from their lineups and their holds. And we see that aggression from Vera does come up on top, especially if it does catch them off guard. Now, we saw that from CS as well. They tried to play that no-namer playbook game. They tried to play aggressive, but you're like, nah, we wrote this playbook. How dare you? And really they go crazy with that. So let's see how they're gonna do this. For now, Red Neville, we are seeing Vera here playing on the aggressive. We have been anticipating this, and I think they did too. They are gonna be located right now from the recon dart, and we are seeing, if you notice right now, what you're seeing is CS playing very slow. They wanna make sure that if they have this in the playbook, is it gonna be deciphered from the side of NN?
And then they commit a lot towards this A side, so this is a great call from Cerberus. Move towards B instead, because now they're the ones with that toxic screen control. They have a big poison wall right in front of no namers. And as soon as they get Barrier Orb, as well as the plants, they're the ones controlling the sightlines of this battle. So great adjustment and a great read so far from Cerberus. Over investment, sometimes a problem. Don't put all your eggs in one basket here for no namers. So instead now, they're looking to crack some skulls on the other side, but Red Neville with the find on to Temps. Good angle there to get the takedown. Waldo being broken by the knives, just able to carve away at the ice. As Vera is close, not cute. He does get the kill on Shun. DXN on the board. Kishi with another one. Red Neville finds a second. And as we get halfway to the defuse, the shots don't connect from Red Neville, but it will be found by Kishi instead. A pistol victory by Cerberus and some great, I'd say, opportunity, situational assessment here from the Vietnamese squadron.
When you think about it as well, this was also what NN did in the last game. And I did say this, why are the same methods not used by NN? And one more thing as well, when you saw that they are able to just have all that control onto the site, immediately everything goes downhill from NN. The perfect wall, those Viper smokes and wall as well, really gave that up. But in my opinion, if they waited a little bit more without being a little bit too hasty, they would have caught them off guard, especially as the utilities from the side of them ran out. But DXN's aggression will be rewarded here, but Kishi will be getting a double out of that.
Yeah, no namers, they need to show some temperance right now. Great shot sure by DXN. But I agree, if you just held on to something like the Viper wall a little later, or even as soon as the spike was planted, there's been better sightlines and better chances there for Cerberus. Red Neville this time doesn't miss. Vera goes down. 9-5, and not only that, it wasn't the biggest investment here from Cerberus. So since Red Neville stayed on the Sheriff, he might actually be able to buy an operator if they do so choose. And you can see it here for Cerberus. They're getting now the punish play that they want. They're getting their game plan on that they move alongside each other as the utility users towards that B site. Red Neville, of course, can play by his lonesome and find a few pickoffs anyway. Can no namers still bounce back? It's looking dicey here though.
It is really dicey. We saw a double peek as well coming out from Temps, which in my opinion was very uncalled for because he would be ready for that. However, look at CS. I feel like they found their momentum again. Not only their momentum, they're getting their way, and on top of that, not getting punished for it, and not respecting the enemy team. Probably a little bit of over-aggression, over-confidence from the first game. But look at that. Temps will be finding Akashi playing the corner there, and there's the crossfire resolve. And before Loki does get Vera back, DXN ending Loki. Very fast start, and this is how it was supposed to look like. No over-aggression needed.
Strange that Cerberus didn't even bother to clear angles on the high ground. The nest position getting that much value. Temps here just hiding. I think there was an assumption with the wall banks. Here we go again. A wrong call by Cerberus will lead to a tidal wave of torment, courtesy of no namers instead. And maybe some of the angles here can help no namers out in the long run. Cerberus though should have the guns this time, and they will go for the blade start play here. So 4 of them with the rifles. Red Devil only can have the classic. And what will Cerberus assess now to do coming into this round?
Yeah, I mean, Red Neville doesn't really need a gun. He does have the blades. We do know that he can be pretty lethal with them. But Loki spotting out that trademark says, no, we're not gonna go that way. They're really taking their time here. This is very different than before. They do know that that Red Neville has the ultimate, and that's probably why they don't want to overpeak, because when you peek, it's like technically their knife is kind of like an op. It's that painful when you think about it. Kashi providing the recon information, not able to find anything. Red Neville a little bit more confident to come onto site now, but look at how fast the rotates are coming on from NN.
Yeah, and Cerberus here, they have to be wary of the angles that caused them like last time. But Red Neville, he finds Vera first. Sky doesn't even flinch, doesn't even turn on the round. He gets taken down instead there by the blade. So Cerberus now finding the opening, a weakness in the positioning here from No Namers. Just such a vantage point taken there by Cerberus now to make it even easier. Kishi now with a kill here as well. Draft from Red Devil, trying to duel all the way from Snowman. He does have a rifle also in hand. No Namers now. Gonna try at least to get a few pickoffs. The Extendo would take down Daikun with a trade. Tempstone getting first, not second. Kishi is ready again for the refrag. 10-6, and Cerberus now proving that they've learned from that first map, and they're getting the frags courtesy of Red Devil even. I
really think this is a big mistake, because that's the problem with this new angle of yellow, because it's kind of perpendicular now, which allows for that wraparound from any teams. And because they didn't hear him, they assumed that it was going to be empty behind there. I think the very best way to play around that is to have someone at least watching that other side, not too focused. But at the end of the day, what CS did was provide that, what's the word, that distraction to allow Red Devil to make that play.
Well, you know, Sky just held it and he finds a frag onto Daiki to start things off. But he saw that barrier orb being put in front of him, so he just wanted to be bothered because he knew he was already dead. Seeing that Blade Storm, could have thought, would have
Don't do it!
Towards the yellow, that's the thing, but Shun now can't handle that. DXN, give him the Tour de Force. He can actually make him more of an impact.
Look at that! You give him that and immediately he pops off. That can't be your winning condition.
Makes sense though. With an ultimate, it throws out the slow fields. Now, No Namers are going to be regrouping, trying to scrounge some guns here. They will be ceding that A side towards Cerberus anyway. Spikes planted. But IQ might be that first contact. Now Cerberus knows that they're coming from the backside. And Loki is there to wait by the entrance as well. Shots will come. Loki and IQ. That's all they need. And what was Temps really doing there? Knife out, trying to be sneaky. Doesn't matter though, because they're spotted out in the frozen waste, and it's 11-6. Two more, we go to map 3.
I wouldn't say they were overconfident, but you know, where were all the crossfires we saw for round number 1? They know it's gonna happen. They need to start playing together, because one thing about NN I noticed is that once they're isolated, they're the kind of team that, as I said before, they don't have a hero. They don't have that one person just popping off like Team CS. So in a situation where you have this, like Loki, you know how lethal he is with the gun, especially when they're isolated. They're giving them that chance. Now Sky, very aware they're coming, immediately pops out the lineups for sure from the backside. He's gonna be retreating, giving some space here while he waits for his teammates to come through. But every time on B side though, I feel like Team CS has a better read on how to play attack as opposed to earlier.
Want to take note though, Sky hasn't put down his screen yet. Small adjustment here by No Namers so far. They do want to use it for the retake. They don't want to use it too early on. And Cerberus is able to bait it out as soon as they would like. So they're playing the whole game here instead. It's also heavy stack over onto the Snowman area. Vera ready with the operator even, just to watch out for anyone taking that higher ground. But DXN now deciding to take the fight to his own hands. Red Devil gets to take out Sky, finds Loki at the edge of the green wall. A perfect opportunity to capitalize on the lack of finality of the toxic screen itself. Daikito unleashing now the Tour de Force. Lower gonna get thrown on over. Cerberus now to at least contest the range here by the Snowman angle. Shot does come, and the XN falls. Shun will dive well. Vera with the trade, but the Kashi now with the shock dart. Sky though defusing, and that should be enough. In behind, the distraction is there. Akashi will wipe out the opposition, but since Cerberus was peering at different angles and peering through a different kind of glass, will be No Namers who gets the sneaky defuse on.
Oh my god, bros don't fake, Sky said. He was probably hyperventilating. Look at that! He didn't have to repeat that when you think about it. Yes, they won, but at what cost?
No, I also think that since Akashi got a shock dart kill over onto the default lob, and it was Temps, they might have assumed a little bit that, oh, okay, we got the guy who's defusing, but since it was Sky holding it down, he was just able to hold it all the way instead.
Games! This is like 4D chess!
It's just unfortunate there for Cerberus because they got Daiku there to pop off with that Tour de Force. And you can see once he got that first frag, it was so much easier for him to get the second because of the slow field thanks to the shots from the chamber operator. And it really goes to show that could have gone to Cerberus' favor. They did so many things right. But sometimes, the odds are not on their side. They realize little too late that it was someone else with the defuse. But you can still see that they made that round very costly for No Namers. That was an off-buy, a big investment for No Namers. They got wiped out. 4 rounds to gap even, and Cerberus can still stay on alive, still buy those guns. They're still in a good position to win this game.
Yeah, 11-7 is the name. CS just needs to do 3 more rounds, and that's pretty much it. But my question for NN is, how can you make each round not be so costly for you? Because every time they win is by the skin of their teeth, if you think about it. They lose so many members of the team. They would either maybe survive with 1 HP, or maybe they would even, I don't know, it's just, how would I say this? Sometimes it's better for you to be able to make sure that economically to the next round, you'll be able to kind of move forward without worrying too much about where your credits are going to be coming from. Akashi is going to be getting that information he needs. But what I'm really interested to know is why are we not seeing that wraparound pincer play on defensive side on this map like that we saw earlier on Ascent from the side of NN? Because I think it would have been really, really good. But I think what's really stopping them is that is Daiku, I feel.
The thing is, he's anticipating it already. On the watch for the lurk. Temps though with a find on the red Neville. No Namers, they're gonna be fortifying the front line. They need these kind of frags. Farah with a catch though onto Loki. Kishi now seeing Temps from up top that barrier orb. The thing is, can't pull off the same trick twice because someone from Cerberus
30 seconds left.
has sniffed you out and was already on the
The 2
watch.
hits will remind the other hit.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, hey, this was happening. He's up there. He's up there. Don't forget. But you might have forgotten about the presence of Daiku. Now, his flank might be the perfect pinch here for Cerberus so far. Waldo being set on up. There's an opening here, and Kishi is just double thinking this just in case. Spike though planted as Vera is caught by Akashi. Couldn't make it the time to prevent the plant. And it will be a 3v2 scenario. Unfortunate for Sky. He has the judge. Need to pick something up later on for this longer range engagement. But Daiku over at the Snowman. Shun anticipating this already. The shots do come. Shun stay in cover. The force at the 1v1, but Kishi with a trade. And now Sky, if he's running on in, puts up the poison cloud, and he wants to still use his arsenal, but he swaps over to the rifle, but he can't swap out for his life. 12-7, map point here for Cerberus, only likely to become a game number 3.
I gotta say, Cerberus did everything right on this map. It's just like they're more familiar with the map and looks a little bit lost. They're not too sure how they want to play this game. They're not too sure which angles to look at. And the thing is, when NN gets something done right, they stick to that. And Cerberus, to one hit, will be like, hey, that happened last round. Check on that. And yeah, that's the problem. NN needs to be able... I'm just curious, because we just talked about earlier how NN is very loose, able to adapt. But where is that team? I can't see them.
I mean, not just last round, just last frag. Enough was like, okay, I died from there. Please watch that. They're gonna do that again. And yeah, watch now from the Owl drone. Comes on through, but Temps at least getting a kill there. Slay the chamber along the way. Hatsuri was used, didn't really get the kill that they wanted. Sky and Red Devil now getting the trades at least. And this could have been a good round for No Namers, but this is still map point for Cerberus. The cleanup is through. Red Neville here, seeing blue, seeing the shades of victory right in front of him. And all left now to DXN in 1v1. Has a frenzy hand, has the headhunter. One shot.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Will resound the conclusion
of
this game. And Red Neville now sees it, but DXN able to get cover. Bladestorm is out to be erratic. The move is there, but DXN!
Are you serious?
No Namers, the survival! Here in the frozen waste, they got their temperature. They can still stay cool anyway. And they're still alive. What a round for No Namers.
Dashed into that. Oh my god. I was so worried for Sky because just now we saw like he didn't know that there was the wraparound. But Sky's game sense is definitely like a spidey tingling moment if you think about it. It is easily their game closer, but look at that!
Unfortunate for Red Neville. That was an ace right in front of him to seal the game, to finish the job off and force out a third map. No Namers. They're able to scrap it out in the last one. Some heroic shots from the likes of Temps DXN, but still not the best arsenal. But doesn't matter. Marshall is all you need, says Vera says. The Red Neville, and he goes down as soon as he tried to swing at him. Hey, Bata. Never count the bottom of this round. Daikute with a fine onto Vera. Shun. Trade though. Cerberus now respecting the top screen on the other side. They're gonna go for the wall play here and Kishi. What was it be that? I'm kind of confused by his own fire orb. I think he was trying to lift himself up. This is No Namers now having the angles, but Kishi, he will make at least cover for his team. He will also get the pick off. It is still No Namers all across the board and all around the site here right now. Sky SG is getting the intel for the team here.
That's right. Shun though, pretty good headshot onto Akashi. Suddenly is Kishi all alone. Vera with the Marshall. There you go. And finding a little bit of momentum. Now the question is, can they kind of clutch this and make sure that this keeps on happening to make sure they can finish both 2 games 2-0. How if you look at that just now, Vera a little bit more confident compared to before. Daikute does find Vera, but look at that. Immediately you see that crossfire happening that we saw from the last game. And finally, they found their groove again and they're looking pretty good.
This is where we have to ask, can Cerberus close out the game? They had the chance when No Namers was basically on Nico state. And here again, a few mistakes though, very uncharacteristic from what we've seen all throughout the game. That wall was kind of like, yes, hello? I don't think you guys don't need more cover than that. And Vera covering the angle already towards that A side, and that's Daikute falling down quickly. No Namers, they have the gun advantage. Can push themselves to double digits if they play carefully here.
Ooh, Red Neville finding Sky out of the way. Recon ball immediately gone and found Vera. But look at that. Making sure to take care of the backside. And here we are seeing that rotation happen once again. B was cleared out, but we do have Shun in the backside. And suddenly, Red Neville, all of Icebox knows he's here. Loki already waiting on the side. He does have a Marshall. 1 peek is all he needs. The plant will be happening. Shun, are you gonna peek that, my friend? Nah, I think it's safe now. Loki's just like, we're gonna quickly reposition ourselves. DXN as well as Vera gonna be playing that pincer game that we love seeing that they usually do. Shun immediately, he has to say, okay, can't go forward. That's the slow up there.
The Cerberus now.
Oh, they're side by side!
Oh, it's right beside him, but Shun finds Loki and he wall back, trying to find the target. Attempts to catch onto Kishi, but the jet is still there. Finally, Vera will get Red Neville. And No Namers now rallying back. Cerberus at least getting the plant should give them a bit more of extra money just in case they need it for an extra utility or two. And this is where the true test really is in the face of No Namers right now. If they win this, they have a chance to force out the overtime. You can see that they've really stepped on up a bit more so on their discipline. A while ago in the first half, in the rotations here, the second even, there were just these
just now.
There was just these amateur mistakes, honestly, from No Namers. If you remember, the hold there by Sky over by the yellow crate, the knife out here in the middle, the scratches comes to our heads, but this time they're looking more to the well-oiled machine. It still is. That's advanced towards the aggression though. And since Cerberus is expecting it, they do leave the stage there by the spawn, but Vera! He'll be forcing Daikute to spawn into the next round! These pixel-perfect shots from Vera, just absolutely on point. What a sight to behold there for No Namers.
Yeah, That was a one-tap wonder, I gotta say. Red Neville playing from the side here. We'll find out Shun, but Shun just faster on that first pick when you think about it. Akashi gonna come from the side. This is the isolation that we talked about. Don't allow them that crossfire. Shun, is he gonna be able to see? Because right now on Rafters, Daikyu is there. He does make a shot, immediately teleports away. He does take some damage when you think about it. For now, he does know Kishi is there too. They know that Shun is there. They know everything. But look at rotation. I like the... how to say the speed rather that's going on, but Loki will be getting a shot onto DX are getting a shot onto Loki, but look at that Shun getting Akashi out in turn, and suddenly the momentum is what is driving Team No Namers. They needed this heat to keep going.
Yeah, just all bundled up and ready to go apparently.
Icebox was too cold for them. They needed the warm up.
and they found a sauna. They found a hot spring along the way. And with a 1-round gap, No Namers is right there.
How
besides
on
Cerberus.
earth are they able to steal it like that? Look at this. That flick up. Did you see that?
Yes, it did. And we saw it again thanks to the replay. But this is the fact of the matter. Cerberus now, these slowly's not working out whatsoever. They're anticipating certain things and they're not getting it. It's the same old problem that I mentioned a while ago. If the game plan isn't what Cerberus expects, No Namers is the one who has made that monkey ball wish and are just surprising.
Let's play.
They're just surprising Cerberus time after time. And the thing is, that was a buy round from Cerberus. That was them having the guns and they barely made a dent onto No Namers this time though. Whatever they can afford, they're gonna try. They also have the Tour de Force and Red Devil. He needs to get that confidence back. Finally, sorting his stuff towards the side. Blaze don't commit. No courtesy of Pharah. And the Hunter's Fury doesn't lead to the markers that they would like in the first place. But Cerberus, they're also trying to psych out the competition. The rotation looking likely towards that B site since they know it's at least the Jet, the Sage, and the Sova towards that A. A scramble though from No Namers to try and catch up.
Yeah, but look at that rotation very, very slowly and calculative. Cute trying to see if he can catch anyone over at mid, but that ain't gonna happen. They have learned not to play over aggressive too much against this team. Here's Sky breaking the walls now. The plant will be happening, but look at that. Sprays come out, but Kishi was not punished. Slows are out as well, as both teams are in sort of a Mexican standoff. It's a 5 versus 4 DXN out of the way, and I think Red Neville's very happy with that. They committed a lot to A site and then immediately switched around, and when they have that full control of that map, suddenly it's just so hard for NN to do anything. But we did hear that come out. Red Neville and Akashi will be getting one each. Daikyu from the side as well. Shun getting Red Neville, but it doesn't really matter. Shun's all alone. What can he do?
What can he do indeed? Absolutely nothing. As Cerberus, they withstood the storm eventually, finally wrapped up the game. We are gonna go for a third map. This time Cerberus, a beautiful read, realizing how many players were there towards that A side, seeing the blade, seeing the Hunter's Fury on that angle. And that was enough for them to go for the rotation. Also prodding at some of the weaknesses there that they noticed from No Namers. DXN having a tough time at the office overall there on Icebox. And you still gotta give it to the likes of Red Devil and Akashi. They were able to get the frags for the squad, able to step on up yet again the same way. And when Cerberus gets the game plan that they want to see, well, these Guardians of the Underworld, they're back on the beat and ready for the beatdown. Yeah, 30-11 though.
Yeah, I mean, to think about it, No Namers came back, took so many rounds. But as you mentioned before, sometimes some things are too little too late. How the tables have turned, this is what they're gonna be getting. CS looking very, very dominant, especially in the first part of the game, where suddenly No Namers have no clue how exactly to beat them in the game until after the switch. What I want to think about it is just, I really want to say, good job to Red Neville. He does a really good job of getting those crucial picks that really give a lot of advantage to the team as well. And it puts No Namers in a situation where, oh no, what do we do now?
Yeah, he could have closed out the game earlier on, and that's been the storyline of the series, huh? Both Cerberus and No Namers kind of dropping the ball in their first outing to finish the job off, but in the second, and eventually, when the scoreline is getting closer and closer, that's when they wrap it up. It's a lesson here that if you give up too many rounds early on, then even if you make that late rally, it just only takes one mistake, one right read from the opposition, and that will be enough for them to get that victory instead. A few highlights here though, and Cerberus, they were off to a hot start. There's a lot of angles being taken. They knew what sightlines they could capitalize on, and Red Devil here having such a hot game overall. Multi-kill after multi-kill with the snipers, with the entries, with the blades. And besides, of course, that one whiff in that clutch moment. He already got 4 anyway. Do you want even more from him? Apparently so. No Namers though did get the fight on back. The extent he found his rhythm with the off, but it's just so weird that he couldn't get anything with rifles in the first place. And some lapses in judgment here from the side of Cerberus that No Namers is able to capitalize on. And that's one thing I think that really defines this series right now. Both sides have made some very interesting mistakes, sometimes fundamentally, sometimes not understanding what the opponent is willing to do. And the other side is able to capitalize on that. But we get back to the point that when the team in the lead just has something that looks already insurmountable, eventually it becomes a victory for the squad who kicked off the tempo in the first place. And this time now, it was Cerberus. There were just so many moments that No Namers could have fought on back. But at the end, Cerberus able to wrap it up. And game number 3 for a series that has been quite a test to both of these squads here.
Oh yeah, when you go against a team that's absolutely loose and unpredictable and a team that is absolutely great when mechanically able. But either way though, there's just so many interesting moments in this game as well. When you look at the teams, we saw a ninja defuse. That was like a 4D chess moment. It was unlucky, but if you think about it, now a lot of teams can actually use that, even though it's accidentally figured out. Either way though, great to see CS come back to where they belong. And honestly though, I feel a little bit bad for NN because they are going against very big teams, Boom and now Cerberus. Very painful, but either way, they're really proving themselves why they belong here. Either way, let's go to break, and after this, we're gonna go to the third match between Cerberus as well as No Namers. Let's see who will take that home.
Just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
From the dogs of the underworld to the underdogs, we are seeing a head-to-head from the biggest team in Vietnam all the way to the no-namers from Malaysia and Singapore. I'm Tashmani, your caster today alongside Dax. It's been a very intense game, 1-1 between CERBERUS as well as no-namers.
I'll give you a 10 out of 10 for that intro. It really goes to show what we're expecting from these teams right now. The top seed, the top dog Vietnam versus the underdogs there from the SG side especially. And we have gotten the score line that forces us to go into a decider. A 1-1. Map number 3 is awaiting us. That will be Haven. But first things first, let's just talk about these two teams from the first two maps. No-namers can be very aggressive, can make those risky kind of plays, but when they're caught out, they do make some of those more fundamental mistakes that they're not ready, they're not as crisp on the reaction. But when they're ready, when they're ones who does get the vantage point, players like Vera, they can take command of the game all throughout.
Yep, that's right. I felt that in map number 2, no-namers felt a little bit lost, probably because the map is still pretty new, probably because they haven't been practicing it, while CERBERUS a lot more clean, very, very aware of the surroundings as well as corners. However, for both teams, they really know how to make it a close match. We saw one team run away with an inch in a mile, same thing from game number 2, but game number 3 is the decider, and it comes down to who will be the first to hit 13, who will be the first to figure out how exactly each team ticks on this map.
I mean, come on, this series is a little heartbreaking because the other team is given always a chance to come back. That glimmer of hope, and then it just gets snuffed out while they're that close
that
reaching
hopium.
at it. No, we can get the 2-0, guys. No problem, that kind of thing. It just doesn't happen, unfortunately.
Not on this stage.
Not on this game, not in APAC. But I do want to also point out for the CERBERUS side, where the plan is sound, the game is good. Players are great. Red Neville, Akashi, absolute standouts. But when the plan isn't, and when they're facing the unexpected, it doesn't feel like they're really ready for it. And we see it time after time that if there's any kind of surprise angle there, courtesy of no-namers, it's not just CERBERUS reacting to it. There's still no real post-up, and sure, they learn from their mistakes, they learn lessons. So overall, as the series goes, that's where the experience will come into play. But if there's something a little bit more cheeky here coming into the third map from no-namers, I feel like they might actually have a bit of the edge here anyway after what we've seen so far. And speaking of the third map, we're moving into Haven, and from what we can recall from the no-namers lineup, one thing that can really throw such a wrench in the plans of CERBERUS right now is the brimstone that they love to run, and they love to literally run with thanks to the Stimmy.
Yeah, Brimmy Stimmy is the name of the game for them. And if you remember, Haven didn't go through any changes. It's a more familiar map for everyone, so you can't really say that the excuse will be, oh, we're not familiar with the map. I think both teams will be able to have a very, very even edge for both sides, because when you think about it, I think that this kind of map is played all the time. It's one of the most favorite maps here in tournament side, and we understand why. There's a lot of room for wiggling, there's a lot of room for lurking, and also for people who like the ops. We saw Vera on it, we saw Red Neville on it, DXN. They can do so much damage with that. Now the question is, how are you able to utilize it? With 3 sites there, are you able to be loose on where you want to go plant? Are you able to just not fully commit when you don't need to? Because we saw that mistake from both teams on both maps.
Thing is, when are we gonna get something like Fracture? Come on, it's always Haven. What is up? Everyone just wants to play it over and over and over again.
I feel like no one figured out Fracture yet. It's been a while, but for some reason, why hasn't the teams figured out?
I personally think there's some teams that want to play it, but it just gets banned out either the first stage or the second stage, and maybe some teams are like okay at it. They're willing to take it as a third map, but not as their map pick in itself. So maybe in the future, we'll see pocket strats perhaps for the playoffs. But as we're gonna get into Agent Select, I'm looking at perhaps the CERBERUS roster that can come our way, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of control options yet again, just like what they did there on Ascent. And you can see it already. Defense here for CERBERUS, no-namers on the attacking side. No surprise, Sky is going to be on that Brimstone. And of course, we're going to have the Sky for Temps. It's going to be a lot of speed possibilities here from no-namers. But if CERBERUS gets in the way again, you got Loki, you got Kishi, Astra, and the Breach. And we saw it there in the second half of Ascent. Their rally was really capitalized on by the setups and by the holds courtesy of those two agents.
Yeah, one thing that I did notice when they do have a breach, it's pretty scary. Especially for, I believe, defensive side for them. Attacking side, I felt like it was a little bit lackluster. However, we have seen the power, we have seen them perform on this map for the side of No Namers with the Brimstone. They like to take it real fast. Now, with a team that's as mechanical as CES, I'm wondering, how are they able to deal with that speed? How are they able to deal with the speed of not only getting onto the site, but also the rotations as well? Because we've seen in terms of corners, in terms of the little angles, it feels like NN has a little bit more mastery onto that compared to CS.
I think that's a big factor here, the rotation speed, courtesy of No Namers, especially once you get into the second half, how they're going to be reinforcing. Because if you look back at the Cerberus matchup versus MITH versus Made in Thailand, they just dominated when they were on the attacking side. It was, I think, 9-1 half. They rallied there, and they proved that their setup play was just perfectly placed for one of these three sites. And that's the big difference right now between Ascent and Haven. One more site to choose from, less of the defenders on that side on the site itself, and with a more stretched out defensive line. If you can hammer home the utilities, then Cerberus can take advantage of that. But that is, a topic for the future, because we're seeing in the present, it's Cerberus on the defense and No Namers on the attack. I'm really anticipating though, and looking forward to how they've adjusted a little bit more. Their game plan has been pretty obvious so far. It really relies on the fast entries, courtesy of Vera, courtesy of the controller, the Brimstone of Sky, and the flashes from Temps. We're seeing it here. They're rushing towards that A side.
Yep, that's right. Vera immediately on the side does get revealed, though narrowly misses that concuss, but from the backside, Vera finds Red Neville. Akashi will be trading that out. Akashi from the side, Shun coming in, immediately gets hit in the face. Klishi gonna find DXN from the side here, but Shun gonna be clearing that out. 2 versus 1. Shun all alone, but it's gonna be a double peek from them. That's the power of friendship we saw from before. It's really good from the beginning from the side of NN, but CS just better at the kind of commanding that site.
What was that crouching from Akashi? You saw that? He's like, I'm a hippity-hoppy froggy thing. I think it's just to psych out anyone peeking him, or maybe a bit more for that intel, but since he wasn't looking at the right direction, that was his demise. Beyond that though, great hold there from Cerberus. There's that extra pressure there for Faultline. Didn't really get to hit the concuss onto Vera in the first place. But since Cerberus was able to really stay away from most of the effectivity of No Namers, they were in position, and that's a great read here from Cerberus. They understand here on this map, they need to anticipate these kind of pushes. They need to be in position. Faultline though comes this time. The concuss is there to slow down the potential bum rush here, courtesy of No Namers. But Cerberus, they're already prepared, and they're actually happy to invest early on. The Red Devil gets the flag, gets a 3, it's a 4K from the window, and Cerberus, no gate is open for No Namers whatsoever. It's a flawless victory. Just to wrap up my point though, they're willing to invest early on the numbers because later on, they have the better retake potential anyway with the Breach and the Astra in tow.
I just gotta say, Red Neville is just so comfortable right now. He is not scared of that. And the teamwork that's coming from the team for that is just so good. Yes, we see that NN likes to play fast, so what are we gonna do? We're just gonna make sure that we're gonna find them all together and quickly just shut them down from multiple angles so they can't move. That's a very dangerous corner, at least for 4 people. You know there's a breach, and the breach, when there's walls, goodbye and good night, Sweet Prince. Kishi making sure that the garage is clear. Vera trying to figure out, but DXN does find Red Neville, which gives them a really good pick for now. Temps will be finding Kishi as well. As 2 gone for now. But here comes the gravity well. Daikyu gonna immediately reposition himself, trying to see if he can catch anyone through that smoke. Nothing is found.
Nice angles and anticipation here for No Namers. They expect the push from the long angle. They catch it. They also force out the 1v1 towards the garage. And thing is, Cerberus, they're willing to take those risks because this is their bonus round. No Namers suffering no casualties as of yet. Trap still being set towards that C site. We already have with the Banana Swarms perhaps and a Star, but this is No Namers looking for the execute. Dash on in, and Vera's already in.
No Brimmy Stimmy this time around. That's not the speed they want to go for, because the problem is how CS is playing it makes it so hard for them to play in that way. However, though, look how much they are commanding that side. And we talked about no-namers. If they can command the site, if they are very familiar with it, look how many crossfires is going on. If one goes down, it's gonna be a crossfire in turn. And look at that. They also know in terms of the back that someone may be playing pincer, but here he goes. Here's the flash. Low-key gets a double out of that despite the flash. Akashi gonna be trading out with Temps in turn. For now, look at that. They're trying to protect their teammates. Only one left to Shun. Sorry, two. Shun and DXN. Cute finds DXN, but Shun will be getting the cute out of the way, and the fuse will be going out though. So unlucky. I just talked about Shun being your best friend, the bodyguard, the meat shield. Looks like CS has that best friend too.
Happy for my OCD though, 8.88 seconds. You see all those 8s and you're like, well, that's great. But CERBERUS, they just got away with that one. What a retake though to start things off. Everyone on site from no-namers ill-prepared, and they couldn't really handle the push whatsoever. Loki, along the side Daiku getting the right angle. And when no-namers now was relying on the boost plan lineups, sure Shun has the angle, but he still have the numbers, and just went all awry to no-namers since they couldn't really cover each other's back. It was such a quick take from CERBERUS anyway. And the tempo is just heavily in favor of CERBERUS right now. You can feel that these are their war drums beating as Red Neville will be staining the lobby with Red himself after those 2 kills. 5v3, and no-namers now getting swept up here.
That's right, without Vera, it's gonna make things so complicated as well. Temps as well, they're out of options. How are they gonna be playing this? Like it or not, they need to get some picks here. But Red Neville on the ready, they are gonna wait, but we know that they have Vera being trained over there, but DXN not fast enough. Guys, she does get Red Neville in turn. He is trying to get another pick, not quite able to. Gonna have to reposition himself. Immediately gets rid of that recon vault, but he does get noticed. And look at that, the repositioning from them is really good. Once again, another recon. Oh, so unlucky for Sky. He feels like he's getting bullied right now. But Akashi with only 1 HP left.
Last player remaining. Start there, and now Kishi is waiting. Shun will at least get 1.
30 seconds left.
Refract. 2 HP for Akashi. That's why he's trying to stay on away and hide by the graffiti instead. One-way setup though, just to cover the Sova Strax. Recon ball, does he get the scandal? No, because of the Astra smoke, it's helpful, but he was just looking right at him. Can he see the feet? Loki now goes down. He does get sprayed anyway, and Shun
10 seconds
with
left.
the realization that someone is right there. And Shun able to shut the opposition, but now Daikyu coming in for the backstab. It's 1v1, no-namers in a predicament, and well, CERBERUS will be able to clutch it out at the end. Again, 4-0 now. And since they won that bonus a while ago, it's okay that they lost many people here, because they can still go for the buy and go for more rounds. It's again, we're seeing it, the early lead being built up by one of these 2 teams, and it's CERBERUS the ones riding along as the driver.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta give it to Red Neville. His aggression is being, how do I say this, is being rewarded right now. He took out so many members. While they did get the plant here, it's just that in terms of Shun, he did get that double. He was very able to. Just surprised that Akashi didn't follow up, but he did get that information.
Just great heads up, realizing that someone might be there because the recon ball did get blocked by the Astra smoke. And those are some of the nuances you want to see from players who specialize on their agents. Recon Bolt now does get tapped. I don't think it did get the scandal that they would like, so at least now there's pressions known by no-namers towards that C site. And instead, they're going for A here. Gainlighto might be primed, but we already have CERBERUS actually willing to give it up. They're backing on the way since they have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury. They won't want to lose the Sova early on. No-namers, they're saying, why is this site for free? This is a little bit risky. The rotation is already there, courtesy of the defense.
Yeah, that's right. I really like the initiative coming here from NN, but they do find out where someone is, and there's the Rolling Thunder. Immediately, there's a Gravity Well as well as the Sova Hunter's Fury, but the one that will be taking the brunt of the damage is not CS, but instead, it's not NN, but instead it's CS. Guy can come to the side as Sky already waiting there, but look at the crossfires from 2 sides. His location has been revealed. Temps immediately reacting. And finally, they take round number 5.
Amazing counterplay there from no-namers. The big factor, yes, was that orbital strike. It stopped the push from the Link It allowed No Namers all the space in the work to work with. But they were watching out for that tower. You can see that Kishi going down because they had Sky already trapped by the gravity well. That would have been a free frag there from the breach. But since No Namers was watching the windows anyway, and with Cerberus unable to just push in at the right time, it was just the breach by versus the world, and Cerberus Esports, it felt like the retake could have been a possibility, would have been the perfect chance. But No Namers, it's a Brimstone now throwing off the game of Cerberus, and it's a note they have to take for the future, because they can't just rely on the Rolling Thunder to bail them out. So 4-1 scoreline, guns are out here for both sides. The Blade's turn though is used here by Vera, toward the force for Daikute instead, and moving towards the C site might be dangerous here if No Namers just rushes in blindly.
Yep, that's what happened last round. We know C-side is easiest for the retakes, but for now it looks like they're just going to take their time, and we like this idea from No Namers that they're able to just kind of change up the pace whenever they have to. Very different from what we saw the last map. For now, they do get some information. Temps going to be trading it out. Loki does find Sky in return. A little bit unfortunate there, but Red Neville going to be finding Vera as well, but the Seekers find him out. Oh my god, Seekers or not, he's just going to spray out, and that is a good move from him. Shun from behind, not able to push in with his teammate. Right now, suddenly there's only 2 of them on 4.
Last player standing. Shots to come in. Loki with a third. Loki with a fourth. And a little bit low-key himself.
He's low-key.
Over onto. He's low-key there, just chilling on C
He's
site.
always doing this. He's always getting these really, really big plays, but it doesn't have to be flashy, and that's Loki. Look at that again. Loki's, if you noticed before this is his little corner, and he loves using that smoke to use it against his against other people, but he didn't see anything. He's blind, like crazy blind. But he just, all he has to do is just spray that out. He knows that they're gonna go be rushing to him.
And just peeks the last 2, but it really goes to show why Cerberus sticks around with the Astra. Loki having that mastery, and he just defines what the battlefield is gonna be with his smokes. His Nebulas have been on point. It was just really No Namers taking advantage of the fact from time to time. The start does fly towards the spawn, apparently. Maybe a little too much mustard there for Cerberus and for Akashi. A little too far off.
I love mustard. How dare you? But for now,
mustard too. I'm actually a fan of mustard more than ketchup with.
Oh, absolutely.
With
I don't even like ketchup on it. But oh my god, he got punished, and that's a free off for them if they're able to get it. But they're not allowing them to take that immediately. There's the contest, and they're gonna go. Okay, let's go run. Zoom, guys. Look at
Finally
these
get it.
2. They used 2.
Yeah, this is the ultimate Stimmy Brimmy experience. This means that it's all up to Loki now in a 1v4. Does he give it up? He is looking to back on away. Cerberus, they have to cede the C side to No Namers, but we've seen already the retake towards C is still a possibility here for Cerberus. Not only that, they have the Cosmic Divide if they choose to use it, and they will now prevent the long hold instead. Kishido after shocking Sky, but the X and Shun get on the board there. They're holding things off this time for more direct conflict. Barra over onto the corner, gets peeked by Loki, and then the 1v1, it's Loki again! He has all the renown now. He is high-key winning this site for Cerberus. And it's 6-1 as the Astra survives to live to fight another day.
Astra is just carrying everything. Abilities? Sure. But gunplay? Whoa, 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 my friend. You are up there. But look at this. Starting off, it looks really, really good. But the thing is, we talked about C. Easy retakes on C. And the problem is, I think NN just wasn't ready for that retake.
I'm gonna say they kind of were. They just got hit by the aftershock. They just weren't really prepared for the Astra peeking from the garage. And just, it really goes to show how much stability Cerberus can get with Loki defining the rules of engagement.
Oh, yeah.
That Cosmic Divide, preventing anyone to play into long. And just because there are less options like that, he was able to check the corner because Vera wasn't getting on the board. They would see on the minimap where the other 2 were. From that point on, Cerberus is Loki with the right decisions at the right time. We're seeing some of these microplays right now, giving chances to these teams, but it's Loki who's the one capitalizing and actually getting the scoreline. A while ago, early on, Shun, he had that chance, just didn't really pan on out. No Namers though. Eco State really dicey right now, and from the way the series has gone, if No Namers can't really rally here from this point onwards, might be Cerberus eventually getting this victory.
Yep, that's right. They only have 1-6, but both teams losing their duelists. It was a trade there when you think about it. He does get some information, and you know Akashi can be pretty lethal with the right info. Shun gonna be trying to see if A is clear. The rotates are already coming in. DXN going a little bit too aggressive, but it's gonna be rewarded because Akashi will be the one going down. Shun gonna try and clear out the corners here if possible. And here's Temps playing an aggressive Sky. I mean, not Sky, but Sky. Think about it right now. Sky immediately being flushed out of hell, and that is the power coming from the side of Breach. Daikute finds Sky, but DXN will be finding Loki now. The second thing he's gonna be doing. Shun whiffs at first, but does eventually find his mark. Kishi will be cleaning out house one-on-one situation here. Shun gonna be coming out swinging, but Kishi has the better gun.
Almost, that was so close. If Shun just got the right pixel peak there, that would have been a moment of absolute anguish for Cerberus. Instead, it's a very Esports clutch courtesy of Kishi. He's able to save the operator. Cerberus still in control of this game. For no-namers, the scrappiness, willingness to just get the push on anyway, and the fact they still have that frame for the rotations, it actually catches out Cerberus off guard for once. And
yeah, if he just swung, I think he would have gotten that. He took a little bit, he was the slow sort of walk, kind of like gave it away.
It looked to be a factor, honestly, for the last 2 rounds, and almost getting those victories over at C site, over at A site. There's a big reason why they're playing that Brimstone. But at the same time, with Loki really stepping on up, with the amount of utilities Cerberus has here to stifle that kind of push, there's only really been one reason for no-namers, one real strategy right now that they're trying to get on. And Cerberus is able to cut that into waves instead of just one big force of nature. And it's been a big bother here for no-namers that they can't really get the plan of action that they want. They rely so much on this aggressive
Brimmy Stimmy
towards these sides. Yes, exactly. It's not just needs to be aggressive for the Brimmy Stimmy. They just need that speed boost to get all the way to the other side. But Cerberus is reading the rotations anyway. They're getting in position for the early rounds. And in the fast few, they've been scrapping. But a timeout they're called. Maybe no-namers has a different plan coming into the next round.
Yeah, we usually see no-namers really know how to change it up, especially after a timeout. I'm really hoping they have a different plan of action here because clearly how they played this map before with the Brimstone has been cracked wide open by CS, and they whipped that, luckily. Or else that would have been one head pops from no-namers.
Yeah, Cerberus now gonna be backing on out from the garage take. But the thing is, there still is a trap being sprung here by Cerberus again. If no-namers goes for that C site, not only the chamber, but the Astral waiting by the cubby. And since they couldn't get that kind of presence towards that western side of the map, we get no-namers instead looking to go for that A side. Better call here, it's Akashi all alone. While Kishi does have that Rolling Thunder, if Sky can just get the orb, get that orbital strike, can help them out the same way as it did last time. Guiding Light though, now the call. Red Neville here, getting in position, and the Red Neville were the first kill on the Varus. Cerberus realize that they can't just give up the site for free. They need to go for those picks, just in case. Sky now with the plant, not gonna get the big bad laser from above this time. Will be the timer ticking here as Cerberus is planning how they're gonna use this. As Daikute with the off shot. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, dash on in. Red Devil now using the aftershock for cover, and it's a clean retake from Cerberus. The Hounds now cornering the no-namers. They've seen the list of souls they need to reap, and it's 8-1 as they're striking fatally at no-namers.
Honestly, I was surprised that Temps took on Hell because we've seen the damage that can come in from the side of Kishi. And in that situation with Kishi's ability as well as the swing out from Red Neville, there's nowhere for Temps to go, like it or not. We talked about how A is just that site that's easily retaked. And I think what's really good about that is the fact that CS, like, that's fine. We can easily retake it. It's just a matter of making sure that we can speak up enough to stop whatever it is that No-Namers wants to try and do for the setups. Akashi once again will be revealed, and we always see this happening where Akashi will be revealed and immediately that information comes out. Look how fast the rotations are going to be happening. The Star is already out. Red Neville will be fighting Shun in return during that rotates. Red Neville is free to do whatever he wants because he can play as aggressive as he wants because his teammates are pretty much ready on the site.
Yeah, no freebies, says Red Devil. And the power of the Astra comes into play all the way from C. He sets up the smoke.
Oh my god!
Oh man, he saw the footwear. He's like, I want that trip. I've been waiting in line just for a chance to buy this. And while the air jets, they're now gonna get scrounged there. Loki even with a catch on to the extent. Akashi there on support. We'll get to. And of course, you can rely on this guy to get the frags. 9-1. We're seeing Cerberus blossom here in the series. This is just absolutely commanding right now. While No-Namers has a certain plan they want to do, and they get the right rotations, sure, if need be, they're still not getting there for these victories.
That was a very strange corner that Vera was, and honestly, when you think about it, but honestly, that garage pick should not have happened. They already knew for 2 or 3 different rounds that is Red Neville's favorite spot. I know they want to catch him off guard. I know they want him out of the way, but sometimes those eagle picks are just not needed. Vera with the knives is gonna be...
Scan.
Yep. Oh my god, Red Neville. He is on fire. He's feeling so good right now.
As soon as they got that intel from Akashi, Red Neville is immediately rewarded by his initial position. Big pickoff. I thought it was going to be over towards Vera, but Temps apparently the victim here. And the Alger now scouting on the round. Poor Temps indeed. You know, just maybe we can tell him a eulogy later on.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, it's No-Namers. Yeah. on the paper. Temps absolutely murdered, but here you have it. The revenge arc from Vera to open up that 8 site versus Red Neville, but there's still one defender here. Akashi over onto the corner. And since the blades do not connect, Akashi will still be squeaky clean and will still stay on alive. Anticipating that short angle. Daiku peeks from above even. Daiku's die tower will make sure that one more will die. Akashi with a second one again. And Cerberus, they want to wrap this one up. It's 10-1 and No-Namers are getting no more points but 1.
Yup, that's right. It's just so good as well. You really gotta give it to the teamwork coming in here. The intel that comes around from each player to the rest from CS, you gotta really give it to them. Because every time the scan happens, he doesn't care about it. He can even just easily just turn around and get someone else in the turn. But I really want to say something as well. We're seeing a sort of like mental block coming here from Team No-Namers. Like, you would have thought Heaven would have been cleared first, but Sky was just openly walking just like that.
Normal strike just to force out Daiku, but he doesn't care because it's a rendezvous with Loki now. One copy to ruin the ball, 1 kill to at least get there. And No-Namers, they're just throwing everything they can towards the C side, falling on it just to die. You can feel already the pressure is mounting and getting to No-Namers. And Cerberus, they'll be able to get that last kill as Red Neville comes in for the flag. 11-1.
Switching
Cerberus
sides.
now. They're looking like they can already win out this series from this point on. They get this pistol. They'll be in a commanding scoreline. But the thing is, they were thinking that might have been Loki to play the corner, and if it was the Astra, sure, that orbital strike would be perfect. But the snap of the fingers, the Chamber just gets on the way. It's like, okay, there's a laser on top of me. I'm out. Peace. You know, it's the guy with GIF. He just puts his hand up and he disappears.
Peace, guys.
Exactly.
Oh man, I just feel like for this particular game, No-Namers put all their eggs into one basket, that one page of that playbook, and suddenly that strat is not working. There's no backup plan, there's no change, there's no different way for them to play this. We're seeing the same thing done over and over again, and as Albert Einstein says, doing something over and over again with no different result is madness. I feel a little bit smart suddenly.
I didn't expect some E equals MC squared to suddenly show up on the balance.
I mean, we saw that emote, right? The Yoru.
Absolutely genius, Tash. So while we're waiting, I'll give you a little bit of a song I thought up because of some of the names. 2 to the 1, to the 1 to the 3, Temps on Sky, and Sky's on Brim. There you go. But it doesn't really work out as well. Just to hammer on to your point, they have this one strat, and it's nice. It's cool. I love seeing Brimstone more and more. But the control of the Astra, it's something to still watch out for.
It really is.
Familiarity of the Omen that shows up for many of these teams, and the Paranoia is just such a strong ability. It works out. But for squads that can be resilient, squads that are ready for not only for retake potential, but just to stop that plant in its tracks in the first place, Cerberus has all the tools that you need to basically get in the way of what No Namers wants to do. And let's not forget that's an Astra. She can help no matter where she is on the side. And Loki has been having quite a game to remember. Red Neville, he's been absolutely reliable on the frags all throughout the series. It's happening yet again, but this is what the Breach and the Astra wanted. This is what Kishi and Loken wanted to do in that first map. And this pistol, if it goes to Cerberus' way, this might be all over for the Cinderella run of No Namers. And speaking of running, we're over at Seaside. Red Devil already on it, has the spike, and will plant it down.
Yep, the beauty of Seaside is it's able for retakes, but look how many choke points there is. Astra absolutely killing it, and speaking of kill, Thames will be the one taking that. Vera has to back off here. That's how annoying it is dealing with a Breach. They can buy so much time, but Shun finding Loki in the corner will give some breathing room for his team. Akashi already knowing that it's going to happen. Oh my god, the timing. He doesn't know someone's going to be coming from back. Oh, he does now, but it's a little bit too late. Oh, yeah. But we are seeing a rotate upon a rotate, I believe. Here it is, the win here. Once again, at 12. Match point, NN. It's a bit too late if they want to take it home now, because just one win is all they need.
Just a heartbreak even, and the choke points again. Something Cerberus can keep on pressuring, can keep on working with. If No Namers can't get an initial duel to go in their favor, the post plant from Cerberus is just something to absolutely behold. You have something like the Breach for the fault lines. You can put trademarks there if you still have there from Daikute. And since No Namers is just in an absolute pittance, Sky doesn't even buy any guns anymore. He just has a classic do or die time. But No Namers, 1 foot already in the grave. Cerberus looking to finish the job off with a quick push. But we've seen in the series, miracles made by both sides. You know, the first time to close out the game, it hasn't really panned out for neither No Namers or Cerberus. Has Cerberus learned their lesson though? Spikes planted, and they already see the garage coming on through. Sky will get one, Kishi gets on the board. Here comes Sky, but Kishi just crouched down to get that takedown. Barado, great headshot off the Red Neville. It's just scrap in a battle. The APAC standard here to just go for the brawl. But it's Cerberus with time on their side, numbers on their side. And the hounds of justice, the underworld screams, and the souls of No Namers will go down to the abyss and will stay in the group stage. It's Cerberus who moves on instead, stays alive, and will keep their dreams for the playoffs here.
Underdogs will remain the underdogs, but the Cinderella story unfortunately has come to an end for No Namers. Guess they're not gonna have to worry too much anymore about that. But let's talk a little bit about that whole game. It felt like Cerberus was just absolutely at home. It was just another map that they're just more familiar with. They're very familiar with that playbook. They've seen it before. And one thing we need to remember about Team No Namers is that once they pick the Brimstone, you can already know what they're gonna be running.
And exactly that. Running is the keyword, and they will be running a lot across the map. But Cerberus, they're the ones setting up treadmills rather than roads. No Namers couldn't get past many of the roadblocks Cerberus had there. 13-1 scoreline, just absolute commanding here. If you can see Red Devil with the most kills, but this was a game defined by Kishi and Loki. Amazing frags from Breach, amazing setups. Loki, the control, the clutch there, and this is why the core of Cerberus has stayed on. When the plan goes right, Cerberus just says, I love it when a plan comes together. And, you know, for No Namers, it's just a little unfortunate we didn't see the pop-up anymore from Vera. Give big props to Shun for the efforts, really, for the last 2 maps. But when they got blown out of the water by Cerberus, that's when the experience and really being the top seed of a region comes into play for Cerberus.
You really gotta give it to them as well. They really know how to pick up no-namers. The big names, the big impactors are the ones that picked out first. And especially for Vera, they already know that Vera's gonna be playing aggressive. You'll notice that they were already waiting for him from the beginning. Without Vera, it makes things so much harder. But let's have a look at the highlights here. This is what I was talking about. Red Neville, in this game, I think he was playing on heat. He was on fire. Once he gets that 1 kill or 2 kills in a row, he just goes crazy, and the confidence coming from him is just something else.
And just utter confidence and why he has been a star for the Vietnam scene in many titles all throughout his career. Not just Valorant, but so many other games before this. But Cerberus, there's a lot of trust for this roster. There's a lot of intrinsic, I'd say, reliability with one another. And many teams coming into the new year blowing a few rosters up and didn't make it far into the world stage, into the real stage. Cerberus didn't. They just got such a big upgrade there with Red Neville, and the rest is history. So for Vietnam, their hopes still are alive here with Cerberus. Fans United will be fighting for their lives later on after this versus Bonkers. But Cerberus, I think the only big problem right now for Cerberus is how can they adjust if they don't have things going their way. Because look at this, when the plan is just set and when everything is perfected by Cerberus, this is how dominant they can be.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why currently they're very on top here as well. But I think there was a lot of pressure as well coming from the side of no-namers. It felt very different as well. They're very disconnected from each other compared to before. We're no longer seeing those crossfires coming in. We're no longer seeing that fast rotations together. It's a very, very different thing altogether from both teams. Either way, congratulations to Cerberus for making it out alive. And hopefully we'll be able to see no-namers again. However, we'll be getting a quick break before we go into match number 2 today. I'm Taj Bunny alongside Dax. We'll see you guys in a little while.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, notice it. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my...
No Namer started out strong, but then ended it on a sad note. Cerberus Esports managed to take that 2-1 victory against No Namers, and more important to talk about here is the 13-1 victory the Cerberus had on Haven. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. I want to talk about Haven specifically because No Namers, they only really had the 5th round and nothing else in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was the closest kind of, rather the most, I guess, dominating win we've seen this entire week, this entire stage even. And as I was going to say, it's the closest thing we've gotten to a 13-1. We've had 13-2s, we've had 13-3s, 13-4s, but not a 13-1. I think we're getting closer to a 13-0 at some point, but I mean, with the competition kind of stiffening up, I think it's going to be far-fetched.
Yeah, stiffening up, going in hard. Again, these were points that Asterai brought up, and my goodness, he is absolutely great at that motion. The smile on your face is really indicative, but again, let's look at the game right now. Map 1 looked absolutely fantastic for NN. I feel like this is where they kind of really set in stone that, hey guys, we have to take this early momentum away from Cerberus because they're so absolutely fantastic at that too. They took that supercharge using that strength against them, but despite the great baseline of mechanics NN showed, they really, once again, took the more cerebral approach. Now, going into map 2 where it kind of went wayward, I feel like the root reason of this was because of Cerberus's pretty deep agent pool.
Well, I mean, when you do look at the composition that they did bring into it, nothing really too fancy, I guess, here. I mean, they had the standard kind of composition you would see now in Icebox, with them having, you know, that chamber here for the side of No Namers, and on Cerberus' side actually was a mirror match. I think the more important factor is, like, contrary to how Vietnamese teams typically go, where they start off early strong, they kind of fizzle out in the end, Cerberus is the complete opposite of that. They start off map number 1 and only take like a round in that opening half and then bring it somehow to a 13-8 before, you know, losing to it. But then they go to an Icebox, and that just is a back and forth for the most part. They start off really strong in that map, especially in the first half. They were able to get, you know, a 7-5 half, then they continue on forward, and into Haven, they get better. So much like, you know, many of the other number 1 seeds, like from Thailand, for example, and Sersha, the longer the game gets, the longer the series goes, the hotter they get as well. And so they just are going nuclear at that point and gave us the most dominating win we've seen this entire stage, as I said.
Well, for No Namers, do you guys think that after Icebox, everything just started to fizzle on for them on Haven?
Well, again, they are a fairly new team and they are fairly young, so that mental endurance to really kind of sift over whatever notes they had during the strat talk may have somewhat escaped their mind because, like we mentioned, they're super young, they don't have that scalability that a lot of our veteran teams have. And if we really take a look at Haven, they tried to suffocate Cerberus early on, but Cerberus, they caught wind of this very, very quickly. They adjusted their positioning accordingly and let and kind of walk into that trap.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue like maybe what Cerberus were doing were really kind of hampering what the intent here of No Namers was. But when you look at the scoreboard, you know, there's pretty much Shun and Vera doing most of the heavy lifting, and then Temps, DXN, and Sky in that order as well for all 3 maps. Never were really able to do much in terms of the fragging power. They helped, I guess, you know, players like Shun frag out, but he's a Sova. It should be the other way around, and, you know, maybe just could be an off day for the No Namers squad. Looking really good early on, but as you said, they kind of fizzle out, and sometimes it just, you use too much energy up front that you don't have enough left in the gas to cross the finish line.
And with that, that is one representative from the MYSG Challengers fizzling out of the competition. No Namers will bid farewell for their run in the Masters, and Cerberus Esports, they will still guard Hades in the lower bracket, and hopefully they will make it into the knockouts. And with that said, we have to flip the page on over to the next chapter that we have here in our day. It's Fancy United Esports versus Bonkers in another best of 3. It's Oceania's last chance to get into the knockout stage. Last year we didn't really get to see a little bit of Oceania competing in the international stage, and hopefully we get to see that now. Without further ado, we got Bonkers Esports. A team who has won the hearts of a lot of the people over in the social media space. We got Bonkers, Kulth, Minimize, NAOS, RDW, and Scrawl.
Oops, I forgot to unmute. Again, here we are. We have the Bonkers squad. We saw quite a bit of them in their first map. I believe that was Haven against... it escapes me. But there's just so many things. Persija. One of the strongest teams we've had, of course, from that region. Bonkers, we really thought they had a good grasp of that situation. They had showings of an op-centric defense. They played so well around RDW. But when it came to, once again, that marathon, that endurance that we are looking for in this circuit, they kind of fell short.
Well, I mean, they kind of have proven, at least in their own circuit, their own qualifier, that they're definitely a team that can go, at least longevity-wise, a distance. They lose early on, but then they come back super hard, start sweeping, destroying everybody in that lower bracket, and make it on through. So they lost their opening match, maybe, yes, of this group stage. I'm hoping for them that they can actually do kind of the same what they did in the Oceania Tour, where they're kind of super able to come back and really find themselves and find their groove and get Oceania, the only Oceania team, by the way, in here, into the playoffs.
Yeah, speaking of finding their groove, we got Fancy United Esports up next, who's trying to find their groove after having a smooth run in the play-ins. Well, not as much, because they did lose to No Namers in their qualifiers. Hopefully, they get a smoother run here after that loss in Paper Rex. We got Fancy United Esports. They're so fancy, and they already know. They all want to know if they can get that dubbed against Bonkers. We got Acerola, BMVZ, Heisey, Killers, and Kawa.
This team, coming from a region that a lot of people aren't, I guess, too familiar with when you go look at that Vietnamese scene in terms of, the top end, because we have teams like Cerberus, we had teams like BAM last year, although they were in the tournament earlier on, but it comes down to basically, even though you might not know these guys specifically, it doesn't matter because these guys can perform, and they've proved that to you. Players like Killers and Acerola really popping off. Heisey has also had his great moments, and when you look at the teams that they've gone up against and the run that they went through, it's kind of similar to Bonkers as well, where they start off in their own local qualifier, in their own tour, kind of struggling, and then they just come back and try and dominate almost everybody, barring the top 1 seed, in this case CERBERUS. So, they during their play-ins, it was kind of something like that. They struggled against no-namers, not winning a single map, but then they 2-0 Global, they 2-0 Griffin, and that's how they make their way here. Obviously, in their own group stages, they went up against Paper Rex, which is, well, they're the indomitable Paper Rex, and so understandably, they're sent here to the lower bracket. Difficult to say the very least here, Raf. I mean, that's putting it kindly, but yeah, these guys, I mean, they've proven that they have what it takes to be above the rest, and that's why they qualified through the play-ins, but I'm not too sure about their chances necessarily of making it out of this lower bracket further deeper in.
Honestly, just to reference that CERBERUS match we just had, maybe a lot of our VN teams, they kind of have, like, you know what, maybe let's pull our punches just a tiny bit. Let's coast into the lower brackets, and that's when we kind of start revving up those fryers, because CERBERUS, that kind of explosion we saw from them was honestly such a treat. I'm hoping Fancy is going to do the same, because I've always said Fancy has been fundamentally strong. They rely on quite a few defaults, and just like the theme that we're running with is that they're excellent starters. But now, since this is their last chance, and of course, hoping for a shot at redemption against the team that took their number 1 seed away from them, maybe this is where they kind of open up their strat book and start really flexing their knowledge, honestly, the volume of matches they've had.
Well, this actually begs to ask the question, because Bonkers and Fancy United Esports, they kind of are on the same boat here in terms of just the previous matches, their opening matches in the group stages. Paper Rex, they beat Fancy United Esports 2-0, and it was a very decisive 2-0 by Paper Rex as well, and they left Fancy United Esports with a 13-5 scoreline and a 13-9 scoreline, compared to Bonkers, who actually got the one of the worst, I would say, scorelines we've seen, bar the CERBERUS and the CERBERUS matchup earlier on. It was a 13-7 good start, and then it was a 13-3 and a 13-2 on Breeze and Bind. Do you guys think that their mental is properly reset now, or would you guys think that they could actually reset themselves going into this matchup?
I do think so. I mean, either this team, I think that should be true for them, even though they got sent down here. New day, new matchup, new opponent, and a new series to be played, and there are new kids on the block as well. So even though, they don't have maybe the same experience, I'm sure, a team of their caliber to be able to make it this far, go through their own local qualifiers, and yeah, as I said, make it this far, that already is enough reason to give them the benefit of the doubt, to really, I guess, kind of assume that they should be able to reset themselves. And I'm pretty sure both of these teams realize that, like the mental aspect of the game is just as important as in the server as it is to the out of it. So can they do it? Probably. Will they? Let's find out and see.
Absolutely. And no matter how you put this, no matter how you put a spin on it, veteran or not, lower brackets pressure is lower brackets pressure. You think about it, you take one tiny mistake that could snowball and create a bit of a domino effect that the opposing team can really, once again, harp on. But speaking of the lower bracket, I'd like to go back on Bonkers, because we kind of did see them fall in their first map on their local qualifiers, and then they kind of did that Hades run in their respective lower bracket. They had their revenge very, very cleanly, and once again, they kind of trumped our, I guess, expected representative in order. Maybe they can do the same thing here. Again, the mechanics of the matchup isn't the clearest this time around, because there's still so many overarching themes that we kind of have to dig through just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, we'll dig through those themes a little bit further on, a la Minecraft, but we have to dig into these two players that we have to focus on this matchup. It's the controllers and the initiators. We're looking at the next head-to-head for this matchup. It's Tix and Yes I Can for this.
Yes,
two different. Yes I Can. And Tix, he is a controller. On that Astra, he has a 204 ACS, and Yes I Can on that Sky, he has 194 ACS on that.
Oh, well, I mean, I think the important thing here is, even though, the numbers are okay, they're not insane numbers, but where it really reflects their value is within the team itself. When you're actually watching them play, you see Yes I Can kind of flex into many different roles, sometimes a Sky, sometimes, more controller like a Viper, for example, and on Tix's side, maybe not exactly the same case, although he does have a bit of that, I guess, in him. He's more definitely a hard controller than the opposing side here coming from Yes I Can is, who kind of flexes about more. So they definitely bring different kind of looks to their team, but they're just both equally as important.
So one thing that I have to talk about too is Yes I Can, once again, bringing back to the nature of him flexing and playing this guy, he's a little more far forward than Tix. If we just look at the VODs from the previous matches of Bonkers, rather, Tix is almost always last in or fourth in. One thing that I want to point out in that stat line, I think he had like a 39% headshot rate, so he must be absolutely sharp on those trades. And once again, just the nature of his position and the order of which he enters the site into.
Yeah, well, speaking of order, we'll actually find out the order of things, of how the entirety of the game is going to be played out as we go into the map veto. But I have to ask a question here. The Oceania region as a whole is a new region going into the Asia Pacific region. Southeast Asia, very much familiar with each other. Oceania, not as much. I mean, considering the fact that Bonkers, they've only had a couple of days to scrim with the Southeast Asian teams. Do you guys feel that Bonkers have finally adjusted, especially after that match against Persija?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, Persija, to be fair, is a really difficult opponent for you to be playing if it's your first time playing against the rest of the APAC teams. You know, them coming from Indonesia, probably the strongest region when you look at the top heavy side of that, aside from like Thailand. It really goes to show that they did have a lot to adjust and a lot to learn. And fortunately for them, going up against Fancy, I'm not putting down what Fancy can or has done, but it should be, on paper at least, theoretically, an easier matchup here for the Bonkers squad.
There's a lot of theory crafting, and I was just glossing over the stats. Fancy taking that breeze away despite that performance by Bonkers. Once again, it comes down to unfamiliarity and just the geographical location of being an Oceania team. Fancy, honestly, this first pick could go anywhere, man. They've been pretty solid on Bind, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna leave that for the decider. Haven is still out in the open for both these teams, but instead we go with Split. If I remember correctly, Split hasn't been all that reliable for Fancy, so I guess this is a little bit peculiar in my eyes.
Well, they go for Split, and actually, to the contrary of that draft, they did beat Griffin on Split, and so far in the past 3 months, they're almost perfect on the darn map, so I don't think that's necessarily where the point of contention is. I do kind of wonder, though, about that map ban from Bonkers. I mean, we haven't really seen much from them when playing on Ascent, and Ascent has actually been, frankly, terrible map for Fancy lately, so I think that's where they really kind of make their case. But when we go to this next ban here for the side of Bonkers, they're picking Haven, which actually is a pretty decent map for them, but you can also say the same when it comes to the Fancy United squad.
I mean, if we look at Haven, right, I think this was the most coherent we saw of Bonkers. They had the proper plan. They played around the operator, and they placed their utility around it, as simple as we can put it, right? Because when we moved on to Bind and onto the previous, or rather the maps in the previous series, I just feel like that the strat calling and the theory crafting wasn't all that present. It again, in just comparison to their Haven play.
Well, let's see how things will actually go. I mean, as we say a lot of the times, Raf, right? Sometimes the statistics don't really tell the whole picture. Actually, they rarely actually do. And we get Fracture banned. I mean, what is there to talk about Fracture? It was kind of like Breeze a year ago, where you're like, okay, it's a new
just
map.
Don't play
they just don't want to play it. Like, the strats just aren't as solid just yet. So when we ever have a new map, maybe we're gonna see Fracture quite a lot more often, because that new map's gonna be banned quite more.
Yeah,
so, yeah. This isn't really much of a talking point, but the next
really,
map is what I'm curious about, because that decides what the final one is. And drum roll, it's Bind to be banned by Bonk.
I was thinking maybe they're gonna go for an Icebox play, because their Icebox has been pretty solid. They're buying, like I mentioned, not much to talk about. They honestly got, in the words of one of their players, they got Neon Diff. I hate saying that on air, but what else is there to say? Hopefully this is where Bonkers kind of rectify all their mistakes and have gone through all that tape to back up that wonderful social media presence they have. If they're as strong as their sock med, oh boy, Bonkers is absolutely dangerous.
I mean, Icebox is a better map for them statistically here on the Bonkers side. But the thing is, it's also a pretty good map for Fancy, all things considered. Maybe, you know, their confidence has been shaken, has wavered just a bit because of their loss to Persija on Bind, as you said, Raph. So that whole Neon kind of diff could actually be true and could be extending past the server. So let's hope that they're able to kind of reset themselves and get back into the game, at least on the mental level of things, because they're going to be going up against this Fancy squad who maybe isn't the most impressive team from Vietnam lately, but they are definitely formidable. And for Bonkers, going up against basically their first time playing against, for the most part, Southeast Asian teams, they are going to struggle if they don't go into this head on.
Yeah, and it kind of begs to ask the question, right? Yeah, you guys are touting it as a Bonkers looking like they could come out against Fancy United Esports, but there's still that X factor that Fancy United Esports has, and that's because of just the sheer fact that Bonkers haven't really gotten the chance to play against the Vietnamese teams in any official outing here. Do you guys think that with that being considered, Fancy United Esports, do you think that they can steal a map away or potentially steal the series away from Bonkers?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that is a possibility. You know, Fancy United, if anything, I don't think they're meant to steal this one away. I think they're the favorites to kind of win this matchup. Although I like rooting for the underdog. So, I mean, if you're going to ask me my predictions, which we'll get to later on, I might go the other way. But I do think Fancy have some sort of, experience in dealing with these type of teams. I'm just worried for their sake because Bonkers have shown to be incredibly mechanically gifted as well. And sometimes, you know, you might put yourself into a bad situation, but you can also shoot yourself out of one. And that's what Bonkers have proven to be able to do, at least during map number 1 when they played Persija on that.
I'm just sifting through as many notes as we can because, once again, this is something that we kind of have to dissect just a little bit more with the eye test. But we're talking about the predictions here, right? Fancy, once again, they have the volume of games against the more familiar opponent. They have, honestly, once again, quite a number of agents they can pick from. But I want to go with Dogwood Stick. Why? Dogwood Stick, Bonkers. Yes, 2-1.
Okay, well, he kind of jumped the gun there with the predictions there. So he's going Bonkers. What about you, Black and Blue? Is it a Bonkers game? Is it a Fancy United Esports game?
My prediction, I think, is going to go the other way around. I'm kind of feeling... I mean, it's really tough. This is a tough matchup, the same as I said during No Namers versus CERBERUS. But in my opinion, I think this could go in the way of Bonkers. Fancy, I think they have experience. They have that big org backing, at least for their region. And as I said, they came from, I guess, a region that has more experience generally when playing, you know, in the VCT. Even though they were one of the latter additions to the VCT Southeast Asian circuit last year, they still do have that kind of edge over the Oceania teams. But Oceania has proven that while, I guess, the lower mid end of theirs isn't something that is necessarily anything to write home about, whoever is at number 1 seed, typically from what I've seen in games, is a team that really can push things forward, is a team that really can push the rest of the nearby regions really, I guess, to their limits. And I think that's what Bonkers are going to do here today. So the Bonkers, I think today, they're going to bonk this 2-1.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to agree with you guys, and despite what happened to Bonkers there in their match against Persija Esports, I feel like they finally adjusted themselves to the playstyle of Southeast Asia, and all of us in the panel here are gonna go Aussie, 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 and it's time to oi ourselves into the series here in best of 3 elimination matchup between Bonkers and Fancy United Esports.
All right, there you go, guys. We are here live now for the following match again between Fancy United Esports and Bonkers. This is going to be the elimination already for group stage or Group B here in the group stage. I wonder how this is going to be faring out because, again, Bonkers, as you guys were mentioning, feels like a team that is slowly understanding the Southeast Asia mentality and going up against PPGL Esports, which, again, is from the Indonesia region. I think best describes what Southeast Asia has to offer, and maybe over at least a couple of days have been able to adjust as well. But what do you think about this one, Raph?
No, I'm kidding.
No,
we've talked
totally
about
fine.
the adjustment. We've talked about the adjustment period, right? Bonk has had the most tape to go through, honestly, because they've had the breadth of a sample size, right? Not just from Fancy, but every other team here. Now we will see somewhat of a default composition on the side of Fancy. We do see that Breach, but we do see that double controller too. I think the Viper pick is interesting. I think there's a lot of detractors to that. A lot of people will say, oh no, Viper's not good on split. It seems like it's a comfort pick, but me personally, I'm a fan.
I like how we are seeing, again, a difference of want of what they want to do for this, because again, we haven't really faced against Oceania region. Again, it's because we haven't been as exposed to them. It feels like we are worlds apart. There's a huge body of water separating us, which technically is true, and that just means that there is so much else that the Oceania region has understood with Valorant that we don't, that they are trying to enforce here right now. I think one of the ones that we spotted was the Icebox Neon, was it, if I'm not mistaken, and that didn't really go so well, but maybe the Viper one on this particular map will prove more dividends because it does get that control on a specific good chunk of the map, and being split, we'll see how that unravels.
I get the Viper pick. It's really just to make this map a lot more claustrophobic and taking, you know, the more important bits like mid just that much more difficult. Imagine if you have a Viper on the attacker side to deal with. She checks that orb onto ropes. It's kind of a gamble if you really want to push that, because either way, even if you don't, spam's gonna tag you up, you're gonna be hurting. Don't really want that to happen. On the other side, on Fancy, with this Omen Astra, they might relegate Yes I Can to a more aggressive role, considering that we can still see the stars as a bit more of a space-taking tool on Astra.
RDW's just way out into the open, but somehow able to escape the clutches, the aggressive push of Fancy U here, and even actually do some pretty good damage against BMV. Crossfire is being set up. They really want to create this mid control, but so does the other Vietnamese team. 4-stack already. Nade is prepared if ever they do overcommit, and NAOS is just waiting for Fancy U to bite the bullet.
They definitely don't want to do that, but they are playing a little too close as NAOS and the rest of Bonkers. They have a bit of a firing range to enjoy, and now we are left with Yes I Can, who has a frenzy and a dream to pelt down the rest of the Aussie squad. But nope, the hunt is on. That Shroud can keep you as hidden for as long as it can. He does find a bit of a bonus here, but RDW already farming those orbs and those frags, taking the pistol round for Bonkers.
Didn't I feel a little bit optimistic from Fancy U just to kind of, you know, march their way on mid through just the one segment and get like just picked off one by one? Look at this, he just came in, got caught, and it turned into an easy crossfire for the players of Bonkers that were already set up on the mid side. And Yes I Can here, just a little bit too late to the party, nothing else that he can do. And RDW, he's brought at the judge very early on.
And it does look like there's going to be quite a bit of close contact expected on the side of Bonkers, at least judging from this judge by. No pun intended, by the way. Fancy, they still try to walk on mid despite not having the greatest utility set up for it. And they are trying to dissuade them with the number of classic bolts flying through. NAOS does have that bulldog in hand to just somewhat close the distance and not allow them to just run in. Tix does find the first frag of the round. NAOS chimes in as well. Killer S, he is on his lonesome with such a tiny bit of health. Discovered very late, minimized with maximum impact with that triple kill with that Spectre.
As much value as possible, and they're already stacking up in terms of that weaponry as well as the ultimate charge. Really strong stuff here for Bonkers, and being split the starting side as well, or the starting map with the defending side is the starting side. can really start to mount some pressure here, especially the fact that they do have such a controlling composition. It will force FanCU to try to just... I actually don't know how FanCU is going to be able to make this happen because they didn't even get themselves a jet, knowing that utility is going to be king here. They're going to have to flush each other out, and we'll see how this goes. As Killers is already piercing right in, but that is the best utility just to shut them up. Yeah, Gravity Well in there, and Tix picks up the 2.
That he does, and this attack still not looking as prime, pretty in prime for Fancy. Hoping to try to create some sort of space, but they've relegated all their attention towards B Garage. So Straw will be happy to duke it out. The trades are going to come in for both sides as they try to barrel on. BMVZ is going to buy a little bit of time for his team to somewhat regroup and recover from that stun. Minimize, who's been fantastic in the openers, still looks to contribute. That flash is going to absolutely blind everybody. And a one-tap question mark with the Spectre, not something you see every day. Heizy is down to a 1v1 with RDW. Does have a judge, but oh my goodness, I don't think he knows that. He's playing to the range.
Oh,
he's dead.
So smart from RDW. Just, again, RDW loves to play these very aggressive, proactive movements, right? We've already seen it at the very start when they face up against Versaja, especially on Vine, that he loves to just move around the corners here, really making things very difficult for opponents to kind of figure out where he's going to be popping out of, and the timing is key. That being said, bonus round is done and dusted in favor of Bonkers here, Raf. Now Fancy back into the drawing board.
Drawing board it is. Seems like their attempts to take mid have not really panned out for them now. This time around, they go for a little bit of a default. They do send a bit of presence towards A with that chamber. Acerola so far still has to look for a little bit more just to chime into this game. The Trailblazer is not going to catch him out, but Heizy making quick work of NAOS. Tix, though, with the automatic supremacy, finds the SI cancel. That's going to be a number of smokes and a flash, paranoia rather, off the board.
So they're going to try to enforce their wills here. Tix, thinking that I thought he might have won that fight, not really going to work out. Minimize hasn't really been the one to pop off there for the Bonkers squad, but his utility Seekers was able to delay well enough. Scrawl now backing away, uses the snake bite just to delay even further, and Bonkers kind of quelled the aggression that FanCU were putting on the table here on the menu. Killers and BMB, you know, they don't really have too much, but they are making a lot of noise on A, maybe trying to coax the rotation of RDW, but he's just standing tall onto B main. I like
30
this.
seconds
they
left.
have all necessary ways to figure out where the rest of FanCU are, and this will actually allow, if ever Scroll doesn't get found out, to get pinched in if ever Bonkers go for B. And from how it's looking at, Raf, it is going to be that B site.
Well, they have to make a move
10 seconds
soon.
left.
It's only 10 seconds. Honestly, they did have the benefit of having a 2v1 situation, but
Spike
they do
planted.
win out that trade, and RDW is going to be out of contention for now. Scroll still has an extra snake bite. However, that's probably only going to benefit him by trying to flush out BMVZ. Time is ticking. HP is low on both sides, so this is still pretty much a toss-up. It is a pretty open plant, and I'm not entirely sure if Killer S has that paint shell. He does, but this has to be a battle of raw peaks. Snakebite would be perfect right now. He does get flashed, gets discombobulated, and gets finished off by BMVZ. Fancy, they take the first round for themselves.
Really strong stuff there from FanCU. So the play here, you know, when you think about it, when you watch these games, you kind of want, oh, why is this team so messy? It doesn't look perfect, you know,
Enemy remaining.
the way to execute and things like that. If you think about it, that is the only way I feel like FanCU will be able to make this work, because Bonkers have played so far back that they have to make it a messy endeavor. They have to play for these aggressive trades.
Super scrappy.
Yeah, exactly. Super scrappy, and hope that they can make it work and push on forward. So with all that being said, it has been a very scrappy endeavor for FanCU.
I mean, looking at the lineup, right? You'd think that they'd benefit more with that type of playstyle, considering they have the Breach and Astra, who's been a pretty omnipresent tool, as I've mentioned many times over. Acerola on that chamber also adds to the firepower that they will constantly have. Not too much utility, but you know what I mean, right? You fancy chamber yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you've seen my 4Ks and 5Ks. It's not too bad.
Wow. Wow. What about the ace you stole? I'm kidding. Anyway, guys, just a little bit of banter since we do have a bit of a technical pause.
When me and Raph play, I always steal his ace for some reason, because the one guy that was going to give him the 5K already is always right in front of me for some reason.
It's okay. I totally get it. You know what I mean? That would have been like, oh man, look at my ace. You know what I mean? But it's okay. It's all good. We don't harp on the past and get upset about missed aces and how sick my 4K was on me. No! Anyway, guys, just getting a little bit sidetracked here. I hope everybody has had the ample amount of food and sustenance, because we probably are going to be a little late into the day. This is only the second series after all, and it's already looking to be a close one, just judging from the eye test. Bonkers, they have the control now, but this has been a bit of a problem for them. They've always had good starts. They always had good first maps. Is this going to bleed through their map 2 and 3?
Yeah, I think the problem now for Bonkers is they don't really... It feels like they don't really have that explosive player right now as of the moment. I do remember talking about where was it? Nice Hacks, I believe, was the name of their primary duelist, and him missing in the game here with Bonkers, when again Bonkers, when they had him, he had like 60, 70 kills on a best of 3 series in some of the matches of Oceania. Yeah, it's really good, right? They might need that kind of pinch power, especially when Southeast Asia alone has a lot of these prolific fraggers. Not saying that, you know, RDW, NAOS, even Scrawl is lagging behind, but they need that quick explosion rather than the delayed style that I think right now Bonkers is bringing to the table. And that was pretty prevalent when we saw them go against Persija Esports.
Oh yeah, exactly. But Persija, we do know that they have that, once again, just that scalability. I feel like that's a topic that we have to touch on, because we have so many fantastic teams on the first map. If it was just the best of one basis, then who knows who could be the best team, right? It just begs the question. But that's why we have this format. We really go for that more sustainable play style and to have a longer lasting crown. But this technical pause, it is getting a little more wayward. But once again, folks, thank you for bearing with all of us. Big kudos to our production team to, you know, providing us with as smooth as possible of an experience. Despite what's happening on your screen right now, there's a million things that the world hasn't shown yet. It's kind of like Pandora's box, right?
That's kind of like it's actually a really bad analogy, dude. Pandora's box, when you open that, isn't supposed strategy supposed to be the main thing that comes out of said box? Okay.
Technically, a technical pause is a bit of a stopper to game, right? You know what I mean? So this is kind of like opening Pandora's boxes. Then we talk about the most random things, like you stealing my aces and...
That's
you
the
see what I
Pandora's
mean?
box. Yeah.
I have to admit, though, that, again, with the little data that Bonkers have gathered in the last few days, they've been looking mighty impressive with the way they've been moving, right? You can honestly tell that there's a bit more of a philosophy in the way they're approaching this map and handling Fancy's assaults.
Well, again, it is too early to tell how well they can manage this, because we do really just have this small target statistics for Bonkers. I get it that they still have that amazing runs that they've had over the Oceania region, where they haven't really lost a match up until like early February. Everything mid-February towards APAC Challengers right now has been a full straight win, I believe, for the Bonkers roster. And I think it does make a lot of sense. RDW has been probably one of my favorite players as of the moment. We still are seemingly having some issues right now, guys. And we are going to go for a quick little breather. We do apologize for that. Hopefully, though, the the observers was able to kind of maneuver through split and give you a nice little tour of the map itself. Anyways, we're going to come back from a break, and when we do, hopefully game 1 resumes. And we are back. It seems like the issues have been handled already. Again, do apologize for that one, but we are about to resume in just a moment. I think I forgot to introduce us when we actually started the series. My name is Asterai.
Got so excited.
Yeah, because I was really excited about this one. And with me now is Raph, and we'll be the ones handling this entire series with Bonkers and Fancy United Esports. This is already the group elimination, and I can't believe that it feels like the group stage is just breezing by. Even though it's double eliminations, Raph, the matches themselves have been, what's the word here? Pretty much 2-0 for the most part, except for the teams that we know we're going to dominate against each other. That's the one that goes the full 3 series.
That's true. I mean, if you look at it though, despite the 2-0s, despite the nature of the games have been, the weight has not been changed at all, especially now that we're in the lower brackets. And to see some of our contenders go, it really is heartbreaking for a lot of us, because we just love seeing these guys really turn it up with their development. But here we are again, folks. And just a quick reminder, Bonkers took a good 3-round lead against Fancy before they finally answered back.
Well, one of the rounds that Fancy, or the round that Fancy actually got to, what's the word here, win the round, is actually a thrifty, where, again, they just try to outpace and just destroy the initial utility that Bonkers did have set into the motion. Because if you think about it, Raph, it's more about the utility in just one specific part of the map. That's why you're seeing Bonkers right now just throw everything, get back in, have
nice little angle and start heading back. RDW, though, has the operator. This is really huge because now he could just hunker down onto the site and start shooting people from left, right, and back. RDW, though, knocked up by the Rolling Thunder, but because of that slow orb, BMB can't really do anything. He's left on the island, 5 bullets and a green. The multi-peak comes in, and there's the rest of Bonkers. It's gonna be bonking him away from the B side. I just had to do it just once.
It's completely understandable with a team with such a goated logo and, again, such an amazing presentation in general. But again, looking at this, RDW has been incredible on that operator. Even if his agent doesn't necessarily have that escape tool, that get out of jail for free card, he's still not shying away from the challenge. Again, because the biggest thing about the operator, right, you're just so immobile with it. If you miss, most of the time you're a sitting duck, but not RDW. If missing is the only weakness, then doesn't seem like it's bothering him not a tiny bit.
I mean, this has been like the other agent that actually can play the operator, right? The Sage, in a way, because you can use that slow orb to basically disrupt the pace of opponents coming in, and rather than just reposition like a Jet would, because they're slowed in, it actually makes it easier for you to start shooting people down because they can't get out of the crosshairs fast enough. That being said, though, they still were able to get right in, as we called it, the scrappiness, as the 4 versus 5 entails the retake for Bonkers.
Here.
Oh yeah, again, that's a great point to pull out too, that the slow up is going to perfectly complement just the, shooting fish in a barrel, but NAOS has no problem whatsoever using that showstopper. But oh my goodness, Heisey coming out from nowhere with that Spectre. Upgrades the weapon, but somehow still loses that to NAOS. Bit of a spark there for Fancy, but completely doused by Bonkers almost immediately.
I love how the Spectre is actually his best friend, and then somehow the Phantom betrays him.
Hey, sometimes less is more, right?
Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself, in the mirror every day.
Now, why would you say that on air? Why would you say that?
No, I meant like with my casting. What do you mean? Like,
Yeah, well...
Yeah.
No. So here's the thing. You are a very well-articulate man, King. Don't ever disrespect yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
The boys, everybody's got you.
We ain't no sad boys here.
Absolutely. I didn't even need to bring that up, but you know what? He put it out there.
We ain't no sad casters here.
But what is sad is Killer S being isolated by that Viper wall. Minimize using this Phantom to full extent, and he even gets a second, but a third was not in the bag. NAOS is here to recover. Acerola gets a trade somewhere else off site, and he has to recover that spike. It is in a much more dangerous situation now that RDW has minimized back on the board.
Acerola is that possible clutch demon. But if you look at mid, it feels like it's Broadway. There's just too many people, looking to shoot. Paparazzi. But instead of cameras, it's guns.
That's right. You gotta blame it on the lights on Broadway.
He made noise.
BG song, by the
He
way.
made noise.
Made quite a bit of noise, and, well, everybody's just gonna know where he is, and I feel like a save call would have been okay there, honestly. But the free Phantom... because looking at their economy, it's not going to be the greatest moving into now, or rather into this round.
Yeah, Fancy You not having too much of a fun time anymore. Again, because they're forced to try to just work through Bonkers' utility, they have forced themselves in a point where everything is all about that contact, right? And again, since they don't really have that jet to kind of dash out of harm's way, Killers' only thing to do is dive right in and basically die. But the thing is, this composition from Fancy You should have a bit of punch, especially on that A site. They just haven't really found the setup that they're, I think, most comfortable with that'll get them the best results. And by best results, I think it's a 5-man that still survives in the post plant. That being said, it's unrealistic, but we'll see how Fancy You manage to go with this one. I wonder how many ultimates that they can use into this buy round of theirs, because that's definitely going to supplement how they want to take the site.
talking about that Raze pick, again, Raze is almost a must pick on this map, especially how her utility complements the entire layout. But just that immediate space taking that you talked about, that flash is sometimes rendered null and void when you just cannot close the gap. And when RDW knows, you know, or is aware of that matchup, he's just gonna keep running away with all these frags with the operator. And nobody's ever gonna punish him. Again, it's just that lack of immediate space control.
Can't really push through that, again, because of how well, as I mentioned, RDW just keeps using all of his abilities. That being said, though, he's used everything that he has already on the A site. But this puts a bit of, I think, yeah, a bit of lid on what Fancy U wanted to do there. They also spotted the Viper util coming through on B. And Killers, once he start making that noise with the satchel, there it is once again. The gravity well is going to stop him dead in the tracks, but he's gotten through somehow, some way. Now throws the nade, backs away first, but his teammates are all out left to dry, out in the open. Can't really cross cleanly into the site here, Raph, as Heisey and BMV will be forced to go for this clutch. That snake bite actually does not allow BMV because Minimize was there to punish. Now it's Heisey once again. They know where he is. Stuck in the back of the site, but his aim is true. Only true for the one, though. And Minimize shuts it down. Bonkers once again pick up another round.
Look really, really scary for a moment there. The peaks were a little staggered, and once you give that 1v1v1v1, that's when you start kind of, maybe we should have done that together. Maybe we should have really taken into account that we had double, triple swing available. But Bonkers, they do come away with that relatively unscathed. Their economy is not going to be the one suffering here. Tix, like I mentioned, is such a bastion of defense. He's not typically the first to engage in contact, but once he does, it's almost always a victory for him in those duels.
It almost always is. This is a treat watching how dominant the defense is right now for Bonkers. And now, Fancy U, they don't have the weapons, but they do have the ultimates. Although, using it right now, I think would be foolhardy just because they need that aggressive pushing power here, Raph. They're bringing back Yes I Can. He does have the paranoia, so I think he's going to try to do a B setup here while Killers will try to go for the double satchel again. Everybody knows about this, though. He gets stunned himself and doesn't hit anything. No way! He actually gets away from that one. Still does damage, but they haven't cleared out Minimize, and he has come in to pinch. They've used so much utility just to try to get into the side, but the spike has actually been dropped all the way through Mail. And, well, this Mail will be turned as spam, as now Bonkers have denied them any access to the site. If they try to go for it, they will, I'll say this one more time, get bonked once again.
I think that's the most heartbreaking thing to see. You think you're gonna have that delicious double, that multi-kill, but for some reason, the showstopper just denies you anything whatsoever. Is it the deceptive splash damage? Who knows? But Tix taking the limelight once more as that anchor, as that specialist that has been the shield for Bonk. Now Fancy, they once again have to relegate some of their brain power to formulate a new strategy here because it just hasn't been working out. They got that space that they wanted, but the retake on Bonkers have been fantastic too. They have quite a bit of that too. They do have minimizes. Well, basically everything in Sky's arsenal. Somehow RDW's opping stage has not been dealt with yet. And now Bonk, they have a bit more of a forward position, forcing Fancy to dig a trench.
Well, that trench is looking deeper and deeper. Very difficult to get out of. The stun on Scrawl does force him to keep himself stuck on the site. All right, Fancy U, a little bit more compressed where they use their utility. Killers spots out where Tix is, and this is a round that Fancy U looks like they should be able to deserve, but we'll see how this goes because, again, RDW, NAOS is here, the showstopper is there, spots out Acerola, and they're slowly beaten down. This is a little bit unfortunate. They try to chase him through. BMV finds the one. We're left into a 2 versus 1. RDW has picked up the Phantom already. He's going to be dropping down slowly here, but they've heard his, the sound.
Well, now they really know he's there. You know, spraying through all those boxes. I don't think he's cleared alley. And exactly right on cue, it's BMVZ taking that away and taking a second round. This has been a fantastic defender side on Bonkers so far. 2 more rounds. if Fancy take the rest, it's still very, very much possible to hunker down.
We saw how kind of, what's the word here? Like, before this round, it felt like F's Fancy wanted to always just use their utilities in a wider range, right? But now that they kind of try to focus more on these tighter angles, again, as I mentioned, compress, it is looking much better for them. With that being said, they still have a long way to go before they can even try to shut down RDW in those initial contacts. His first kills, I feel, in Split would just scare the rest of the statistics right now for Bonkers and Fancy U.
Oh yeah, because suddenly now you can't have lurk presence on the attacker side. Minimize to make sure that nobody is gonna dare cross into ropes here, but Killers is making his way to Mail, and I feel like he is fairly undetected. The Trailblazers not even gonna spot him out. Scrawl might get the short end of the stick. He even gets a double for himself, but Tix, he trades it out, and a clean 9-2 a scoreline for Bonkers.
Last round before the switch.
Oh man, I was about to comment so much, but I was just like having my slight allergy attacks. But speaking of allergic attacks, it feels like Fancy are very allergic to hit that top mid. Is it really, right? Because Minimize or anyone else, basically from Bonkers, have yet to really get shut down from that top mid position. And it always seemingly catches Fancy off guard. Is that just me, or you're also seeing this too?
Well, with glasses on, I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing all the time, because once again, having an offing Sage is a bit of a spectacle, but Scrawl, how do you manage to melt the majority of Fancy? And Asura, I have to say, this has truly been a peculiar match, to say the least.
Peculiar. I felt like we had like a match like this previously in VCT PH, where again the attacking side just not favoring that one team. I believe that was who was it? I think that was Oasis or something up against Team Secret. Just couldn't really find anything whatsoever, and it ended like a 13-0. We're seeing remnants of that happen right now. The question now lies: how well can Fancy U bring things back? Because from what we saw in that previous series, you know, that Dax and Tosh were casting, there's always a possibility of coming back in the second half, but it is very fickle to kind of bet on the fact that you can ride the wave of like 1 to 2 rounds and hope that you can maybe bring it back. Because again, that's going to be, excuse me, 10 straight rounds if they want to go for like, what's the word here, for match point.
Match point is 2 words. Or is it 1 word? Who knows, right? Again,
it's 2 words. It's 2 words, I think.
Yes.
Pretty sure it is. What's the words?
Good afternoon.
What are the words here?
He said 1 word. I count.
I'm sorry.
1, 2. It's 2 words. But now, since we have Bonkers on the attacking side, I think they suffer the same problem too. They don't really have that Jet. But normally, we don't really see Jet on Split anyway. I think this Viper has really been the linchpin for the success of Bonk. Every single time Fancy try to fight the wall, they get absolutely mauled. They get mowed down. And with Skrull having that fantastic last round, again, it just adds to the point of him being the more intangible force that Bonk have been playing around. Thing about Fancy though, they kind of have been challenging that Viper wall a little too much too. So maybe just kind of not do that.
Yeah. That's actually a good point, right? Because how many times have Fancy actually run down the clock?
Look how many assists he has. He has 10.
10. Yeah. If you think about it, he actually has better stats than Minimize, who's like 14, 5, and 0. If you take into account maybe the KDA.
He's 15 and 8. Like
yeah,
if KP lang, yeah, if it's just kill participation, absolutely.
Yeah. Kill participation. There you go.
But it's just
yeah, I just wanted to point it out again that it does feel like Fancy U are very impatient and just want to keep charging in onto the sides, because as I mentioned, it feels like they haven't really run down the clock like other teams that we've seen. You know, we talk about how SBE, they love to just put as much emphasis on like pushing around 30 seconds, but we haven't really seen that happen for Fancy U, and it's showing once again. But Bonkers have actually forced their hand here, and they're going all the way through the B site. It's Acerola to pay dividends to try to stop them, but Minimize was actually already lurking on B. He was the linchpin. He was starting everything off, and Bonkers, they're 3-man casting, and did I just say, or did I just see a Bonkers bag? Izzy's full blinded. He can't get away from this one. The nade also will seal his fate. Minimize not even allowing him any form of gratitude to just get out back into Mail, maybe for another try. Not gonna happen, and Bonkers 11-2.
Yeah, we were talking about running down the clock, right? But in this matchup specifically, since they have that Viper and that Astra combo, you're not gonna win that utility stagger duel, especially if they're not running a Viper also. Omen is fantastic too as a controller, but his uses are definitely not within the same category when it comes to speed. For, again, Viper and Astra, he can be fairly aggressive, especially with the new buffs to his teleport and whatnot. The faster smokes does seem like it promotes a little bit more of that velocity, that speed on that attack. But right now, Bonkers, they have a different approach. Now they're kind of clogging up any overextension. I think that sound cue might have been spotted out by Tix, but he's still holding strong. He's being as patient can be.
The 4-stack is gonna at least be the option here for Fancy U. BMV kind of playing a bit too near there, but he is setting up the flashpoint for the moment. Acerola getting a little bit too antsy there. Oh! Did he just pop the shot with a shorty? They should have heard that, right? But they're still going to be pushing through this.
They probably should. But, oh my goodness, he's stunned. It doesn't matter. It only needs one. RDW is here with the trade, as well as NAOS. Quelling the defense on Fancy, but Acerola has gotten away with yet another shorty kill. Maybe he should have stuck with that. Tix finds him, and now we are once again watching. Yes, I can. Okay, of course he lands the shorty, right? Just to salt though, just a tiny bit more.
He's also committed the paranoia, but I think he might have overread the situation, thinking that his opponents will be there on a site. The double stack on under rafters will be his undoing. If he drops down, the whole surprise, the only enchilada comes in, but he's not fast enough to get the first target. NAOS, that could have been something though. But Minimize, he's brought his A game.
Did you see that? Yeah. There was actually a good amount of time where Minimize was not landing the shots. That was so scary. It's one of those things where you just kind of like close your eyes and hope for the best. So yeah, these shorties have proven to be a problem here. The guns, they are still definitely gonna go in the favor of Bonkers. If they want to mount the comeback, Fancy, they have to do it now. But then again, we did talk about that scalability. Maybe Fancy's just getting all those tendencies and habits in their database.
He's just trying to run away here. Fancy U, they've created the spell where, again, they did not force buy in that last round, so they're betting on the fact that they can make that perfect run all the way back for the overtime. It seemingly could work though, but again, this is just a bonus round for Bonkers, and they have 9 rounds, Raph. 9 rounds to close this out, and we saw how not easy it is for that last series, but feeling like it is just that one step further for Bonkers. It shouldn't be that hard for them.
Teleport's ready. That's a good spot.
Yeah, it is a pretty tough hill to climb. Again, we just have to put that out there because Bonkers, they've been, well, playing out of their mind here. Minimize with nearly 20 frags and way less. That's, I have to say too, Bonkers' utility usage has been far more impressive this time around. And it does look like Killer S is going to chuck that nade super early into Ramen to maybe halt a sudden burst from Bonk. But so far, Bonkers haven't really done or showed their hand yet. Or at least at the moment, that guiding line is definitely going to give Fancy a bit of an idea of what they're trying to do.
Here. Time to hunt.
Minimize now using Trailblazer to get that information. Fancy U, they've double stacked here on top mid. But all eyes are actually on Killers and BMV. You can already see Bonkers prepared for the peek out. If Killers gets a bit too antsy on this one, he might be the first one to get knocked off. His teammate can set things up. They've done the fault line. The setup is good.
No, not good enough. They're blinded. They're getting traded in here, Rap. That should have been something that Fancy could have used to capitalize, but somehow the tables got flipped.
They're the ones that are on the back end now, and Bonkers have turned this into a very much winnable round.
And with that table flip, the mess continues. Fancy's not really getting the timing that they need. Because we've had so many rounds where it's so similar. They had the utility. They had such a big window, if not a sizable one, to really capitalize. And as I say that, something similar happens. Oh no! Acerola left his own devices. Does have a full tool belt, or at least full ammo on all of his weapons. Does even have that tour de force if he chooses to. And here we go. This could be the clutch of his life. But no is denied by that barrier orb. He's not even checking close. This might not even start. As who's been such an invisible menace for Fancy finishes off the first map.
Well, that's a scenario where you just say, GG, go next.
Yep.
Yeah, literally that. Bonkers. One of their players is like, I'm so glad this first game's over. Loving that from the Bonkers squad. Well, credit where credit is due. Bonkers just blew the split map out of the water for them. Such a dominating performance, such a great start, especially from RDW and Minimize. You can really see the potency that the Sage operator had, and Minimize's ability to punish opponents with his flashes have been the key tools, I feel, as to how Bonkers reached the pinnacle of that 13-3.
Yeah, this is not how Fancy want to start their day. This is such a heavy blow to their morale. NAOS and the rest of the crew are rocking, or at least most of them, rocking a KD above 2, and that's not something you can say, at least at this level, very often.
Man. Okay. Let's look at the stats again real quick. What do you think is, like... Nah, that's a very simple question to ask, but Fancy U, I feel like for the most part, just feels like they haven't well optimized the utility that they want to use, right? They have setups and everything, but these setups take too long to actually start using, and already when they're trying to make things happen, Bonkers already are on that next step of trying to understand what they need to do to counter out Fancy U, especially on the split map. Those split seconds can really be the make or break, and more so than not, it was the make it rounds for Bonkers.
I'm just not really sure why Fancy's so disjointed today. Maybe it could be Bonkers with their adjusted timings. It could be a number of things. But we are going to be jumping into the highlights to see one of those key moments. I think this is incredibly questionable. The Viper wall on pistol round is just an absolutely deadly weapon. A fatal mistake that Bonkers once again capitalized on. I think that's the word, right? Capitalize. Emphasize on your utility, on everything that you have in your tool belt.
Absolutely. I think the problem for Fancy U here is the same problem that they had when they faced no-namers back in the play-ins, where Fancy U just kind of try to play the complicated game. You know, putting killers on a more technical agent like the Raze seemingly on paper is a good idea, but you know, Killers, he just likes to focus more on his aim rather than his utility usage, and it was more prevalent here than not, because it felt like he was just one-dimensional with how he approached the Raze, just charging right in with the satchel, not even using the boom bot or paint shells in most of the situations. And when he has the showstopper, he's like, yeah, screw it, I'm just gonna keep charging right in. And I think that's where Fancy U started to lose luster, because they really needed Killers to make things happen. And you saw how low his presence was on this particular game. This particular clip here, Raph, is one of the only good ones that we probably saw from Killers, and that's not a lot being said when, again, Fancy U needed a whole lot more from their primary duelist.
We just needed a little bit more from him. Again, everybody who's like, oh, you're harping on Killers, we just expect so much from him. He's an absolutely dangerous duelist that we know. We are very aware that he has an excellent ceiling, so just a little bit of a bump in the road for him in his journey to, or at least him and his team, is something that is fairly unpleasant to experience for him, and just a little sad on our part too. Like, oh, Killer, come on. We know you can do better. We know you can do better. And I'm glad you brought that up too. I feel like the Boombot usage was just not entirely there.
Yeah, exactly that. Anyways, we're gonna see if Haven will be the final bastion here for Fancy United, and Bonkers keep their tournament life going, or will we go to game number 3? Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Well, it seems that Raph has taken a haircut and got a cooler jacket. My name is Asarai. Just kidding. And now with me is Illustrato.
Super Saiyan.
Will be, yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
No, I went Super. I'm actually still Raph. I just went Super Saiyan. Yeah, I'm gonna be joining you for this map now as we get back into it. Apologies, I was gone for the first one. A little bit of a technical hiccup on my end, but we're getting into it. And what do we have to say about this one? Bonkers. What a great map number 1 that they actually did just show us. Absolutely steamrolling all over Fancy.
Yeah, Fancy again, just going back to the
the bad fancy that we saw from the play-ins. And I don't think I can word it any differently, because they did really struggle at some point when they faced up against no-namers, especially on some of these maps where you really see them struggle to kind of set a plan in motion. That being said, though, I don't think Fancy U is a team that really favors being what do you say, to setup heavy. They really rely on, I think, more map control, especially with killers just being on that jet. But that was a big problem that me and Raph saw on Split, was he was on that raise, and you really see himself just force onto locations with those double satchels and not really get the value that he was looking for.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think one thing that really hit the sweet spot here for Bonkers was, if we just look at how a lot of that map went, talk about the information asymmetry. Bonkers were just that much better at denying information from Fancy United, and Fancy United, a lot of those rounds felt like they were just grasping at straws, just trying to get a good read on where the defense is, try to get a good read on the side of Bonkers. But let's be honest here, Bonkers were just so happy to play back a lot of those rounds, and a lot of those times even change things up. When it came to those momentum shifts that Bonkers brought to the table, really showed us why that they are well deserving to be here in this group stage. So I'm very concerned about Fancy coming into this next map. I do think they still have it in them, but after a significant loss like that on map number 1, Asteroid, it's going to be so hard to come back mentally, and obviously you're not going to be as warm as you want to be getting into map number 2.
True, and they're gonna go into the Haven map, where they looked the most, or at least shaky back then. Again, I'm just gonna keep referencing the play-ins all throughout this one, because it really felt like Fancy U just reverting to that one. We saw how they played up against Griffin Esports and Global Esports and just had such a great set of games for them. But I think that is gonna be more towards maps like Ascent and Icebox. Thinking about Split and Haven being the first 2 maps, these are maps that I feel like Fancy just do not want to deal with. But with all of that as well, they really have to put everything out there, because again, this is already the group elimination, and if they lose, that's about it. No more APAC Challengers continuation.
Yeah, well, could be elimination time already in map number 2 as we dive into Agent Select and take a look at how the rest of this map is going to go. We're heading on towards Haven, and we're seeing Bonkers start on the defensive side, and Fancy U going to be starting on the attacking. Now, a double initiator setup here for Fancy. I do like this. I do like Esrol on the, on the chamber. Excuse me, flip my mind for a second there. Brimstone, that's not something that we expect to see quite a lot of, especially not on a map like Haven, where you can't really smoke multiple parts of the map. You are, fairly limited by your ability to smoke just because of what agent you are. I'm concerned, but I'm interested in seeing how this works out. What this means for me, especially they're starting on the defensive side. You can't smoke your teammates off from C long if you're, all the way towards A. So that's going to be interesting for me how it plays off. That Brimstone for me makes more sense on the attacking side, where you can group up with your teammates, you can plan for set executes, and you can maybe even go for fakes, because you assume you see the Brimstone there. Well, that's probably where the rest of the team is going to be. That's not what we're going to be seeing here. The defensive side Brimstone. So there's a couple of questions that I'm interested in. They're hoping that it balances out, because we are seeing that Sage and then that Cypher come in. Sorry, not Cypher. That Sage and that Chamber come in. So the double Sentinel might be what makes up for the fact that there's not as much smoke coverage overall with that Chamber.
Well, I gotta say this though. The last time that we saw them was actually the match that they went up against Persija Esports, and that looked very convincing, 13-7, and up against a team that I think is slightly behind in terms of power level from Persija, that is Fancy United. I feel like Bonkers would have a much easier time. And again, even though this does look a little bit more off than what we're used to, especially that we're very much accustomed to the Omens now, as well as the Astra compositions, I think the way that Bonkers have played this Brimstone has been really, really strong, especially on the attacking side. That being said, you mentioned how Chamber and Sage is going to be pivotal points here. Look at who's playing the Chamber once again. It's RDW. This man has shown to be such a sneaky and very, very competent fragger, even though he's not playing on duelists.
Yeah, this guy, Arju, I'm gonna say Arju. I'm not 100% sure on how we can say
It's
just
RDW, yeah.
RDW?
I got corrected already by the chat. Yep, RDW.
Well, thank you, chat.
I know.
It's RDW. Well, okay, so now we do have a little bit of a standard default here towards mid. I do have Fancy United just wanting to play a little bit back. Jiggle peeking, trying to get a little bit more information. As we do see full utility coming in for BMV Z. Sometimes these players just don't make it easy for us to read their names. And
oh, yeah. I just call him BMV because I can't say the Z or the Z too much.
BMVZ. Yeah, I like... Yeah, okay, well. Nice tap. Very nice tap for RDW. He's going to get to teleport out fairly swiftly. No chance for a trade on that one. They're going to send all their forces towards that A side from the side of Fancy. Good recon bolt. Oh, they don't break it in time. So that's information on, I think, 2 players, so it's long. Quick dash in, spots the information on top. But RDW with a great triple kill on the hold. And they have another trade up available as well. And Scroll will close things up for Bonkers. The A side holds firmly.
They firmly grasp it. It takes him forever to shut down RDW, and he really committed to buying as many rounds, or I'll just call it bullets, as he can on that Headhunter. I think he got the maximum of about, 5. While also purchasing 2 of the chamber traps, and he still gets value off of everything. That was so good coming in from RDW. Again, his positioning, and I think he's just overall... I think the best word to describe it is cunning, has really allowed Bonkers to get these map controls where other teams wouldn't really be able to normally get it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that on top of the Sage, and like I said, that double Sentinel, not something that we're used to seeing. I really think it does a great job of making up for the fact that they're one controller can't really have full control all across the map. But, oh, well, no way. That's just a triple kill right there from NAOS. And the utility excellently placed here by NAOS. Should be able to find another one. Paint shell's ready yet again. It's all up to BMV. He's going to try to get out of there. He does actually manage to escape. Might be able to get a pick on up into 1, but the flash does come in. Still doesn't know where he is. Does get a pickup right there, so made it a little bit more expensive right here. If BMV can get another kill, that would have been already a very, very successful eco round. But they've tagged him down to 13 HP. Fault line does come through. And that should be the rest of the round. Scroll picks up another kill, and Bonkers escape with a clean 2-0.
I like that flash from the initial flash first from BMV.
Yeah, made it look like it was in Garage, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's why you saw NAOS not really look behind him. Where I think that if there was no flash that came out, NAOS would have just instinctively just checked what was coming through the C entrance. That being said, though, Fancy U not really favoring these pistols at all. They have lost every single one up until I believe now. So that's not really a good metric, especially when they really would rely on the momentums. And that little jiggle from Yes I Can, well, it was duly noted and duly punished.
Well, that's already a painful way to start. Yes I Can going down before he even sees anyone. Things are really starting off rough here. Fancy United. Arju getting away with another. This is a good buy. I like that Bonkers go for this. It's like a quasi whole buy instead of doing this force buy. And even if they do lose this, they will have money for another buy in the next round. So it's a good gamble. The fact that they've gotten to almost a third there with that shot onto Killer S has already made it rather quite challenging for the economy of Fancy United.
These slow jiggles from Fancy have made them very easy targets from Bonkers. Like, that slow jiggle from Yes I Can was actually pretty weird. I get it that
they could
you get
save
information
already
with that. Yeah, they probably will, because this is their buy round. If they lose this one, there's nothing that they can really do.
Wow, that's a very conservative play here from Fancy United. As they lose 2 players at the very beginning of the round, they know that they don't want to try anymore. They have a lot of rounds to give up. Yeah, sure, it's very early in the game. Why not? Why not? Why not save it? Sure. But at the same time, Bonkers, they're going to be absolutely rolling in it as they win this quasi-thrifty round. I'm not so sure what this buy is actually from Bonkers, but it's worked up against Fancy United for now. So they will be keeping them at bay, and their economy will start to swell.
Technically, this is a buy for Bonkers because RDW was able to purchase an operator so early. How was he able to actually do this? Because he has like full
he used
shield.
his skill on the first round, and then he
just didn't buy anything other than
round,
that. Yeah. Well, when you can hit shots with the Headhunter so easily, that's a pretty definite thing. Look at that. He's already 4-1-1. Not really the highest of kills, especially in 3 rounds in, but the value that he's given and the control that he's really allowed Bonkers to utilize when he was on the A site is damn near scary. That being said, Heisey is going to try to peek maybe C long, but the operator is waiting there.
Indeed. It's early aggressive map control here for Bonkers. I'm liking this. They go for that early push. They secure it completely. They're going to be able to take it without a doubt. They wall it off so they can focus their attention elsewhere. It's towards C that the rush will be coming towards. RDW, he gets stunned up. Don't think he's going to get a shot off. Nice double entry from Acerola. That's going to allow them a 3v5. It's a great idea on the A rush, but it's an even better response here from the attacking side. Fancy United. Well, they're going to bite back in this round. They respond to that A push with a C rush of their own. And they're going to get a flawless round. Acerola is definitely going to be happy about that as they start to stabilize their economy.
Oh, he's going to save the operator too, or rather use it for this following up round. This is what could turn the tables. As we're also kind of curious as well that RDW here didn't have his teleport out of that site, maybe because he didn't want to set it up just yet and would want to get the kill before he started Xing it out. I'm not really sure he used it initially or earlier on. That being said, though, Bonkers still have the money to buy up. And RDW will challenge with another operator in his hand. I wonder if Acerola and him will have a duel somewhere. At least for now, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, the money that they built so early on up is already starting to deteriorate with the Hunter's Fury. Let's get a nice tag. On top of that, off duel, pixel of a shot, but it's enough to land. Actually, no, it wasn't enough to land a tag. It's Killer S who does get taken down a little bit lower, but on top of that, nobody really sustaining too much. They're going to be changing their destination here. Or towards Garage again. They found success on it in the previous round. Why not keep at it? So that's what we're going to try to do. Fancy United will be deterred by the Molotov a couple of seconds longer. Will be Tix who actually just gets slapped away here. And Fancy United making short work of that C defense time and time again. We'll be left to a 2v4.
They really do love to get this garage control. This is where I feel like they have met Bonkers' weak point. Well spotted out one already, but that doesn't work. Even though BMB is 1 HP away from just being detached from this round, it is still going to be fine. RDW, of course, he's already know he's lost this. He's just going to save it up and put this to good use into the next because they're not going to have any more money coming into that next round.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be a save here. RDW will not have money. I do think the rest of Bonkers will have enough to buy. Scrap together some kind of buy. Might not be the most comprehensive of utility and arsenal coming into the next one, but should still be enough. They have saved up quite a bit. And Fancy United, however, they've gotten 2 good rounds in a row off those C plays. I do imagine that they will start to shift things up. As with whether Bonkers will move their forces elsewhere, that's obviously up for discussion. And yeah, they will be able to buy. Barely.
Barely. I actually thought that they didn't have enough
no,
money.
They did. I got to look at the economy right before the round, and they had like about 1,700, 2,000 on a few of their players. It's only really RD who was broke because he was buying operators.
Yeah. Wow, look at you. Simple maths.
Yeah, it's the best math I can do. It's caster math after all. That's anything beyond basic arithmetic, I think, is not really my forte.
That's all right. I totally understand.
I learned a lot from Big Shaq. 2 + 2 is 4. Quick maths.
Yeah, he's the mathematician of our generation.
Absolutely. Up duel, but
pixel angle.
Yeah, they just miss each other barely. The timing does. If RDW actually stayed on a little bit longer, he might have had a line. Oh, flash does come through, and they're gonna see NAOS. They know, they identify where he is. I think the barrel of his gun was peeking out just a little bit. They do see him, but oh, Sorola, how is he alive here? And he gets the punish onto 2 as he simply walks onto site. Bonkers looking completely discombobulated on that defensive round.
Fancy United, they're bringing their A game finally here. Took them a game and a few rounds, but they're starting to heat up. Now they know that RDW is here. The peek out from Acerola, he knows he actually really wants to take this operator away because they still respect the threat that RDW has with it. He does get spotted, and as he jumps up, can't really do anything other than just die to Killer S.
That's a good shot. Only really had a fraction of a second to get that spot, and still manages to line up the wall bang through the... I wonder if we can get to see it, but yeah, let's relive that moment once more as Acerola gets a nice double. It's really been Acerola on this attack that has been entering. It hasn't really been NAOS, has it? You know, because NAOS, he does get in, he sort of paves a little bit of the way. But Fancy United, they don't really have that much to deter pushes. Sorry, I mean Bonkers. They don't really have that much to deter pushes. If you look at it, yeah, they have the molly onto the C site. That usually only goes towards one angle. You have on that C side, who else do they put there? Minimize will be walling A main sometimes on a push. Will be maybe doing garage. He could, but again, there's no really hard stopping any of those pushes aside from that Molotov. The timings for that utility just haven't been going to the way of Bonkers.
Yeah, and what's kind of interesting here is I've never really seen Bonkers kind of place themselves in these off angles that are very much easally punished if attackers just kind of check it, right? So with that being said, that's been usually what has happened for Bonkers here, where they try to get the one up against them, but Fancy U are starting to kind of just be more cautious, be more receptive of what is the cheekiness of Bonkers, and it's actually starting to pan out better for them.
5v5 again as the eco round does commence. It's just upgraded pistols. Only 4 sheriffs on Bonkers' side. I think Ardu will have his. Oh, he has the Tour de Force rather. Look at how passive Fancy's playing. They know that they want to be safe on eco from any aggressive pushes from Bonkers, so they're just gonna wait and spawn. Oh, and that Trailblazer is gonna catch out Minimize.
Oh, Scrawl. Good for 2 already, but well, it does get refragged. Numbers have been dwindled down. Yes, I can does have heal though, but there you go. Now he starts healing up Acerola. RDW has held this angle for about 1.5 minutes. If he dies this one,
I'd be so mad.
I'll be so mad too. The Flash will spot him out, and they will not challenge.
Yeah, they know that the ultimate is up, and they heard it come up.
30 seconds left.
Obviously, so now that they know that there could be someone posted up there that close, they even hear it ringing out. So they know that they got to go towards C now. Take the number. Even though there's 2 players potentially there, they got to take that chance. But NAOS lines up a double with a great shot from the Sheriff. Didn't really get to see it on camera, but still the impact is there as Heis.
10 seconds left.
He's the only one left standing with 8 seconds left. Heis has to play this smart. 5 seconds, 4. He has to commit to the spike plant now. No way he wins this. That's going to be Tix to actually take it away. It's a great thrifty win from Bonkers off the... Great couple of shots on the Sheriffs, a couple of doubles on those Sheriffs as well, leaving Fancy United a little bit stunned as to what just happened.
Gotta give a lot of credits there to Minimize as well. His aggressive jiggle alongside his teammate got them the first initial frags of this particular round there. Left. Even though he's like 2 kills, those are some value frags that he has picked up for Bonkers.
I know you like those aggressive jiggles, SRI.
Yeah, I do.
Just get the kills.
Exactly.
Because you play very aggressive whenever we play together.
Yeah. I love my aggressive jiggle movement.
Yeah.
If you watch my streams.
No, yeah. You're very solid mechanically.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I have the spike.
Yes. This is live, by the way, but our HUD is kind of a little bit wonky right now. We're working on getting it back, and within a couple of seconds, Asterai and I were okay. Well, 2 ultimates have already been deployed in just those couple of seconds here. Flash comes through. Some information given, but the showstopper will land onto BMVZ. Minimize will follow up with another kill, and so will RTW. The defense, the retake, thriving at the moment. Killers, he's got to do a lot to get back into this, but will not find anything. Scroll will take it back as Bonkers, finding more of a footing once more after seeming to slip away in the previous couple of rounds.
He's already panicking from the looks of things. Killers there, and the wall did not help his situation whatsoever. We got a nice little spread there for Bonkers in terms of the kills. 666, 4 and 2. Yes, I can. Still has yet to hit any kills whatsoever. He does have like 5 assists, but he has been the perennial punching bag, I feel like, for Bonkers. Every time that Fancy you want to do something, it seems like Yes I Can is the first one on the table to be the first one knocked off, and that's really unfortunate because they really could use his utility to start breaking into the sites.
Well, he already has 5 assists, so he's done enough. He's done quite a bit. Obviously, would like to see him get some kills on top of it. But the Hunter's Fury being used up early. I can define a kill. Just a little bit of a tag. RDW, great opening pick. And how many times is he going to be allowed to get those opening picks here? Very much looking more comfortable nowadays as we get deeper into the tournament. Bonkers. Well, that's going to be the Seekers now coming through. Path has opened up towards the C site. Fancy United have found a lot of success towards C site, so they will once more try to repeat, to recreate. But Tix will deny with a great double kill. Yes, I can. Picking up his first frag, only to die to the boom bot. And that's just another series of unfortunate events manifesting and unfolding before our eyes as Bonkers take their 6th.
Well, Jim Carrey and Neil Patrick Harris will would want to word with you, but definitely is a series of unfortunate events here.
I guess you could say that things are very sour, so they're pretty lemony at the moment.
See ya. I actually forgot.
Don't snicker at that joke. The author's name is Lemony Snicket. Okay, anyway.
Right.
Yeah. I'm a nerd. It's fine. Well, I feel like we're seeing a tour de force like every round, by the way. It's just insane how many times we've seen it, like every 2 rounds. So now Acerola, this is the optimal that we were looking for. Acerola wins that dry peak war right there. Takes down RDW in that 1v1.
Well, it doesn't happen often, but they'll pick up what they can get, right? So Acerola has picked up all of his utility. RDW did not have a tour de force. That was an operator in his hand, so he'll be able to bring that still into the table. That was a well-utilized ultimate from Minimize. Now that they know that they've put a lot of emphasis, plus the slowing power of the Sage, Fancy immediately just tuck tail, run onto Garage here, but the nade timely from NAOS, but they're still not going to get denied here. They still want to keep fighting. There's 4 people in the back of the side from Bonkers. This is going to go completely ballistic in just a few.
Yeah, but Killer S gets a nice double as he gets onto the side, but RDW has really been the rock here for the Bonkers. He's found himself a nice quad, gets denied the ace, but BMVZ's brought it back to a 1v1. Great fault line, but he misses the shots, pulls out the classic Scroll. He's alive somehow. They're all missing. They both take forever to get the kill, but Scroll wins anyway. And that was certainly scrappy. Showing a couple of smiles here, Asterai. That was a win for Bonkers regardless.
Unbelievable. This one from Killer S, he was just ignited up onto the side. He actually even got 2. Which really just made Bonkers their sweat just a teeny tiny bit. That last encounter with Scrawl, as you mentioned, with BMV, that was a little bit awkward. Like, BMV had, what, full HP, and Scrawl had, like, 21? So Scrawl being able to win that is, I feel like, for some part of it was just pure luck as well.
Yeah, well, let's be honest here. The BMVZ, those were pretty big whiffs on those shots, so let's not toy around and say like it wasn't. But Killer S, he's not missing a beat this time. He gets an entry followed up. That's a couple of trades in. Bonkers looking to hold that A side. They're looking just that much more confident in their holds this time. A little bit of a taste of what we saw in the previous game. So we get to a 2v2. They will be able to plant that spike without a problem. The flank has already been secured, and they don't want to just stay on A. They want to get a little bit more than this here for Fancy United, so they're going to be trying to push towards spawn. Might decide to go towards B. Seeing nobody around, they know that there's probably someone here towards heaven. Tix is aware of that possibility. Gets one, brings it to a 1v1. Acerola will be going back towards A. It's actually a great fake, because the assumption would be for RDW that it's a rotation going towards B or towards C, but instead, he's going to stick to his guns and plant towards A. Acerola finds nobody.
But Acerola also might be misreading the situation here.
It's not planted for him.
Yeah, exactly. RDW.
It's not, right? He's behind the box, and he's playing towards short.
But he does have a straight shot angle from short, looking all the way through the plant on the spike, and I think he has hurt his opponent.
Oh yeah, he's hurt.
Acerola's taking the damage as well, or RDW though. Oh, I think he spotted him.
Yeah, the shoulder, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Acerola just hits the shot instead. And RDW, a great attempt on the hold on that round, but Fancy United keep themselves in check and alive in this halftime as we secure at least for them a 8-4. Could be a 7-5 if they win this next one. I really started to think that Fancy United would have been steamrolled again, that, you know, Bonkers would just start to get away with more and more in this tournament, but doesn't look like the case, because Fancy United, they're hanging on quite well.
Able to show us what Fancy U still has yet to offer here. But I feel like, again, this game also has to be a wake-up call for them. They need something else to really go up against the other teams that have been dominating the whole of group stage. Killers was not able to actually shoot through the window there. And this aggressive push-out does not work. He actually commits to the molly. I think it's shut down. That's a little bit unfortunate. Heisey, BMV, and Acerola have slowly crept their way onto the B side, but at what cost? They've lost a lot of their teammates. They've used a lot of their utilities. And Bonkers, they're just chilling like villains at the back of the site, waiting for the contact to happen first and that spike to get planted down initially.
Yeah, and look, they've already even sent a flank in through. BMVZ, though, does get a kill before he gets taken down himself. Minimize brings it to a 2v3. Man advantage still for Bonkers as the Cosmic Divide now comes through. A 2v3 and the retake. Be commencing a lot of time to do it. A lot of time here. So Acerola, he's going to have to dig deep alongside his teammate Heisey. Wall comes up. They're going to try to break through it here. They go for the tap, but Acerola lands the tap instead. 1v2 now. Acerola, he gets another one, but RDW coming in from the side will be able to take him down. Acerola has just been a thorn in the side of Bonkers, but Bonkers showing that they're just that much better to be able to slow him down and prevent him from going absolutely haywire.
I gotta give it to Acerola though. Like, he, for lack of a better term here, has been a really prolific fragger, and he has won a lot of the duels against certain members of Bonkers. But when he's put into a 1vx situation, that's when he starts losing, because he really can't deal with the multiple angles that he's been barreling down on, right? So with that being said, even though he's racked up the 16 kills, it only has been good for about 4 rounds because of the fact that Fancy, you have to commit so many bodies and lose all those bodies if they want to get into the site. But now you are going to be flipping the switch, and they will be on the defending end for the second half.
Well, 8-4. They have managed to find a decent halftime scoreline here, Fancy United. I do imagine though that without the pistol, if they don't take that pistol, things just might be a little too difficult for Fancy United to come back from this double digits. That's going to be a 6-round lead potentially. And given how strong Bonkers have been on the pistol rounds, I just don't favor the odds of Fancy United. In the previous games, when one of Bonkers' best, a lot of Bonkers' best rounds have been on those pistols. But Asper, I do want to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think that this current result that we're seeing here from Fancy United is more of a result of Fancy just not playing up to their full potential, or is it Bonkers really just playing well? Because if I'm being honest, look, we look at the score, like it's 8-4, sure, but the only two players with a positive KD on Bonkers' side, it's RDW and Scroll. Everybody else happy to stay a little bit passive, a little bit more quiet. And Fancy United, it's pretty much the same thing, where only the top two are basically at a positive in terms of KDA here. What exactly is going on? It seems like it's a little bit of an awkward game for both of these teams, actually, but Bonkers is just doing that much better.
I'll actually say this just because of this particular series. Fancy U, I think they're just not really used to the maps themselves, especially in these upper echelon top type of tournaments, where again they're up against more experienced teams, with tier 1, tier 2 experience on the circuit. And the reason why I say this is because if you see how well they actually perform, these are again on maps such as Icebox and Ascent, where there's a lot more movement that they can utilize. But when it's this condensed and this congregated, I don't think they're really as strong as we think they are. So I'll add this later because we're still in a 3 versus 3 in this pistol.
Last player standing.
It is gone to a 1v1 within the blink of an eye. But yet again, Bonkers, they hold on. And like I said, man, they're just this marginally that much better. Not just in terms of the pistols, but in terms of those clutch situations. Those small moments where I think the tiniest of differences matter the most. And that's where Bonkers have been shining over Fancy United. The clutches, the 1v1s, the 2v1s. Bonkers have been winning those every single time.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think I have an exact statistic for you right now, but I could be certain that I don't think that I've seen Fancy United get away with a clutch just yet.
Standing ahead. Take flight.
If ever they do, it's because of how Acerola has just been entering, yeah, and just maybe even finishing off the rounds at some point.
I think he's been getting like double kills on the entries for most of the game. Acerola, definitely think that he might have, I don't know, maybe on a jet he would have gotten more. Maybe actually no.
Nah, he plays well with utility agents. Exactly. Yeah, it's better to put it on killers because killers, I think, can
he's also
really
doing
shine.
well.
Yeah, he is.
He does well at making space for Acerola.
Yeah.
Oh, shorty to the face. Acerola gets away with murder yet again. And that's going to be the paint shell that does come in and take it. Bonkers are just winning everything right now. They've barely even taken any damage. And once more, they clean up the round more than sufficiently. Look at what's happened. They only lost one player. But they don't even care at this point. It's double digits. It's less about the money now and more about the rounds.
For sure it was. Gotta say though, that multi-stack from Fancy U, I think it could have worked better. The timing for BMV's flashes have been really off, I would say. He used the flash first before the aftershock, where I felt like it should have been the other way around. So that, again, because aftershock does have that startup time, it would have been better. And again, if you just held off your flashes a little bit longer, people from Bonkers would have been hit because they would already been on the site where, because he did it initially that way, they got hit while they were still in AE long, and they could have just reacted and not actually even got hit by the blind itself, which was pretty awkward.
Well, the blind is very, very much a powerful tool for the Bonkers side. Time and time again, they've been able to... Sorry, I was talking about Fancy United. For Fancy United, time and time again, they were able to get a lot of rounds off those brilliant flashes of Yes I Can. And actually BMVZ, there's quite a lot. Interestingly enough, there's not a single flash on the Bonkers side, but I don't know if this is an OCE thing, but I'm seeing a lot of very successful dry peaks and contact plays from Bonkers, and why not? If it works, sure. Maybe on top of the fact that they started on the defensive side, this is something that they already accounted for.
Does Acerola and RDW both have their tour de force?
Yes.
Oh, they used it.
I'm telling you, man, I think we're seeing like a tour de force every other round. It's kind of been insane.
Yeah.
It's because these two are at the top of these, the scoreboard. They're getting like multi-kills every time.
Yeah, and they're dying too, so that also adds to the charge. Because again, how many charges is this? Like 7, I think? Yeah, so that's actually very, very fast considering it's 7
It
charges.
is. Because they're getting double kills, triple kills every other round, and then dying, and then maybe, I don't know, taking orbs. So it does really feel like we're seeing the tour de force every other round.
Oh, Killers is going to have to dash away here. Oh, he doesn't. He really doesn't want to give away his position, but he's made so much noise already. But still gets the 1 kill, so that's good enough, I guess. Even better.
And considering the fact that he was pinged, I thought that he would have just gotten shot down, but he survives long enough to get 1. And this actually gets Fancy United a little bit of space. Brings us into a 3v4 here towards B.
Healing.
It's all about that retake here for Fancy. They do have still all the flashes for VMV, and this is the perfect time for him to strike. A lot of angles will get shot by this, and I totally forgot, yes I can, is that Sky. So they got blinds for days, son. That being said, Minimize, this top angle from him is going to be very, very crucial as his teammate is getting bonked from the side itself. RDW now left into an island. Back to the site. He's trying to pin him down.
No way.
But he's hit the double. Acerola. Well, no, never mind. Heizi's actually on the spike, so it's fine. But double, I believe, collateral as well. So good stuff for RDW to make that a tad more expensive.
No, it wasn't the collateral. It was just 2 quick shots in a row. Still really good from Bonkers. Yeah, we didn't really get to see it, but it wasn't the collateral. Otherwise, we would have seen the wall bang icon.
Yeah, that was probably just too fast for me to.
Yeah, it was just too fast. I was looking for you. Don't worry, I got you, bro.
You got me. There you go. We should see it now. Woo.
He almost landed that 3rd one as well. Acerola is just insane. And look at that. He's 23 and 11. Very promising player from the Vietnamese squad. Okay, the shot goes a little bit wide, unfortunately for Killer S here, but Acerola, he gets spotted out, teleports out, knows that he's unlikely to win that duel. Good call from him as they look to hold this C site. Big miss from Acerola. This time, RDW capitalizes. That's going to be a 4v5 as once more Bonkers have found themselves with a man advantage. And NAOS is able to... How does he get that even to yes I can?
He actually TPs through it. Scrawl trying to hold the outside of Garage, but it did not work. I love it. NAOS has activated his ultimate, and nobody from the defenders wants to charge it. So he's going to use the full extent of the showstopper to delay them even further. Throws it out in Heizi.
Wow.
Still gets shot. That is so unfortunate. The paint shells to also make it even more painful as they start coming out. But Killers making waves. Hasn't worked yet. BMV's here, but he thought that everybody was going to be at the back of the site. He was preemptively thinking that. Makes a lot of sense though, but not this time as NAOS shuts it down, and Bonkers help them step closer to finishing off this series and taking out Fancy U from the tournament.
That play from NAOS, absolutely disgusting there. He holds it to the very last second, and just when you think you can't edge it anymore, he pops it onto one of the members, onto Fancy United. A couple of members of Fancy I do want to see a little bit perform a little bit better. Fancy, Heizi, he's having a very quiet game. But if we look at his run into the play-ins, he was one of the players that we thought were pretty much a stand out. But those were on those maps like you mentioned earlier in the game. Ascent, Bind. Those were maps where Heizi was definitely thriving on. Now Acerola stepping up. BMV and Killer sort of are stepping up as well. Not so much on Yes I Can and Heizi, and this has got to be a change here for Fancy United because at the rate this is going, it's starting to go downhill from here, and we might just say goodbye to the next Vietnamese squad.
Man, Vietnam just not having the waves that they wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, CERBERUS I think is the outlier because they've been a team that has been dominating the region for a while now, and since I guess again they've been teammates for like a year plus for if not more. They really have come into their own, and they do have that that international experience. That being said, the rest of the region might still lag behind, but they are fighting back, especially against a region that we haven't really faced before. You know, back from APAC LCQ, we didn't see Oceania.
Okay,
if memory serves me correct.
We're also going to a technical pause because we might have a technical foul on one side. It's quite cool to me that we're seeing this sort of develop here in Valorant. It's kind of like when, I don't know, when you're watching football or like, I don't know, rugby, like the Australians like to watch. You know, foul, technical, 10 yards. You make a decision after that. Maybe it'll be more integrated as the sport, as this esport sort of continues over time.
Yeah, I do will say though, like, I am very pro to Valorant being more setup centric with setups that you have to try to do something cheeky to make it happen.
Yeah, like
if you know, you know.
Skill jumps.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just call it skill jumps. Yeah, or like skill setups that
not pixel
really
walks. That's a different thing.
Oh,
They're very different things. Pixel walks, I'll completely agree that we shouldn't have them at all, and that those are exploits that should be removed. But a lot of the times I'm like, skill jumps, yeah, you should probably be able to get away with those.
Yeah, true enough. Well, anyways, seems like the deliberation is over. And we are just gonna keep pushing right in. Bonkers, they're feeling the beat here. They're feeling the heat, and as these slow orb dissipates, the explosion from NAOS comes into the site. Ooh, scroll.
Oh, well. Oh, Scroll gets caught off completely there, but yes, I can. And maybe having pretty much standard round here for Bonkers. I don't imagine RDW is gonna... Oh, he misses that shot. I thought he had a free one onto Killer S. But he gets simply impaled off the back of that play. And it's gonna be a 3v4 right here. Flash comes through, retake possible. Tix holds the line, he gets one. Yes, I can, finding a triple. Just when you thought he was the most quiet on the server, he gets his team a ticket to victory and gets him another round.
Wow, just again that aggressive lurk from like 3 players of Fancy United works out swimmingly for them. They even save up the operator for Acerola, or they want to give it to Killer S, whichever, but I think Acerola has proven to be a prolific fragger. That being said though, very aggressive and out of tune strat or call that this team has made, and with that it works, and they stop the match point being pressed on.
Well, 11-7, and Fancy United have managed to wiggle their way into, I'd say, a recoverable position. It's only 4 rounds away that they do need to find, but still, the margin for error almost non-existent. There's only 2 rounds is what Bonkers need. Izzy, oh no, that's just the worst position to be in here. Acerola and BMVZ, they bring things back though. It Tix. He's gonna get a kill on his own. I think he might be able to pick up a rifle as well. Maybe. No, it doesn't look like it right now. But they will have minimize, sent on over. Maybe go towards A, try to get a plant.
They could, but there is killers still hovering over there. Don't think the Trailblazer was able to spot Tix at the tail end of that. And the flashes to come through here as they wait a tad bit longer could actually allow the rest of Bonkers to push through. And this is good because not only will they get the sight, but also the weapons that the deceased players of Fancy U have actually dropped in on that. Still, they push their garage here, though. This could be the next step because they're circumventing both of the teams.
30 seconds
both
left.
of the players of Fancy U that are looking for them. And with all that pish-posh out of the way, they've taken the site. They still have time to plant the spike safely. And they even have a res. All right.
All good res. Bonkers have managed to find a lifeline in this round. 13 seconds left to even have another rifle recovered onto NAOS. Okay. Out of nowhere, we have a very good chance of going into match point. Tix, I think he was spotted. Great flash, great utility to be deployed here. Another flash, they're both blind to bits. And yes, I can, and BMVZ will simply clean them both up, all up to minimize 1v3. is going to be sliced up by Killer S here. Very much Jack the Ripper style as he gets taken down. They avoid match point right now, Fancy United. It wasn't clean, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, I don't think Bonkers was able to read the situation that there was 2 players that was already on their spawn. And since that was a double up between NAOS and Tix, well, you already know what it was. It's going to be a collateral for sure. Anyways, though, really good hold from Fancy here. And BMV, his flash game is starting to become better on point. And to kind of add insult to injury, he does have Yes I Can right behind him also helping out. And look at how this tandem has actually racked up a nice little body count plus an assist count. 12-11 on the assists from both BMV and Yes I Can.
Oh, full flash, but it's a nice adjustment. RDW and Tix getting 1 apiece. Didn't beacon down. RDW did not get away with his life here, but still it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Operator now, Heisey. What can he really do? Orbital strike and all the utility to force him out. And that's going to allow Bonkers complete control over the site. C-site completely taken. What can they do? Can they hold on to it? That is the question. Fancy United, they still have an op to retake with. Not the most ideal of weaponry. Might decide to switch up, pick up a rifle here towards Garage. They do have smokes in the form of that Astra to obscure vision towards C-Long. But it's going to be a tough one. Oh no, it's all just gone to bits here as Heisey is the only one left standing and he is an operator. This is looking like it's going to be a match point for sure as the Hunter's Fury comes in just for good measure.
I'm going to have to wonder, why did Fancy use 2 players actually try to peek out and get control in Garage when they knew that they have Heisey with his Cosmic Divide? That already helps them not really worry too much about Garage and worry, yeah, exactly, and worry more about Skrull's Hunter's Fury. That was a very, very weird call, if not a bad call, and that really costed Fancy you the round.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, that's right. There's a little bit of confusion, I think. You had, not only did they have the Cosmic Divide, they also had the smokes to come alongside it. There was just, I feel like just this disconnect between the Fancy United players and how they're going to handle it. Yeah. Handle that retake. Did you see, I don't know, you saw this Heisey with that operator. He was literally just sitting back the entire time, not moving. I don't know if it was whether he was giving out calls or he was frozen in place or just watching Garage for his team. But I definitely think there should have been more happening on that front.
Yeah, or he was just setting up for the wall as
Stars,
well.
Maybe. No, that was after the wall came out.
Ah, okay. So I don't know. Maybe he was setting up stars or something. Yeah. That being said, though, from the highlights, RDW, dude, that was sick. Through the blind, he gets like 1 and then still almost transfers onto the second. That is ridiculous. And that's why he deserves that 20-kill bomber that he's already brought up into this second game. Bonkers they won the round and they've called the timeout, so they really want to constrict anything that Fancy you can try to think about and use. This is also a timeout for Fancy you, think about it, but Bonkers definitely have the advantage as well as the momentum.
One round is what Bonkers needs. Just one more. And they're going to secure themselves the lifeline in this tournament, avoiding eliminations, and we will be saying goodbye to Vietnam's Fancy United. There is still one more Vietnamese squad after surviving today, and that's CERBERUS. But the lone survivor here for Oceania, the lone representative from Australia, they got to make it through this for this region. But Killer S, I'd like to say something about it. He does start off the round strongly with a first pick and an early 4v5.
Starts to get those very, very important frags there. That'll be something that really helps out the rest of Fancy United to bring it all the way back. And Yes I Can doesn't miss the beat to actually use the Seekers to get all the information, because now the rest of the attacking squad is going to be looking for that C site. Acerola as well as Heisey is going to be here. Hot rock and hard place, but Heisey has the delay tactics. No one more onto C long, and Bonkers have lost map control. Killer S though coming in with the flurry, with the flank. Good on the shots, and now Tix and Skrull out in no man's land. They're on their own side of the map, but Killers has made it into such a dead land, and they can't really do anything as Tix left to play by his lonesome.
30 Killer S with a good couple of kills. Oh, the timing just doesn't work out for Tix. Acerola will finish him off. And yet again, the tour de force does come into play here. 3 rounds is what Fancy United need to come back into this. Acerola already on to 29. He is just having a blowout of a performance. Meanwhile, everybody else trying to keep up. Leaps and bounds, rather, beyond everybody on the server. The only player really coming close is RDW.
Spike down mid.
That was kind of awkward. Like, all of those were just slow jiggle peaks. Even though that was a straight peak, it was way too out in the open that operators were just able to well enough punish. That being said, though, it does give a lifeline here for Fancy United. Gives them a bit of more space, but their opponents still do got that cash. They got the creds, and they can start working their magic here. Nothing spotted on the side there on Garage, and Bonkers might want to hit again for the C site, but there is that nice little crossfire between Killers and Acerola. As Killers holds on to C long, and Acerola on spawn.
They have a whole minute to work with. So Bonkers, they want to make sure that they cover all their bases, not make any false moves, as the defense has been holding quite strongly from the Vietnamese side. And they are going to be, I'd say, gearing up towards B split, sort of. They're not moving at all. Something's off here. Something's it's quiet.
Too
quiet.
30 seconds left.
We probably have like another issue with one of the players. Technical issue, to be more specific. This has happened, I think, because of Bonkers the last time that we had something like this.
What have they done? What did Bonkers do? Did they bonk the internet out of existence?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
They're chilling. They're in Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. I think
this is the moment in those horror movies where something just goes completely wrong.
Yeah, true enough.
An explosion somewhere. People screaming here and there. This has to be a technical pause, right? Because there's no way that this round was allowed to continue like that.
Yeah. Speaking of Scream, there is that 2022 Scream remake. And they say it's good.
Oh, I thought you meant the player.
No.
I was thinking of Scream. Scream is very scary with the one taps, but...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the remake. What about it? There's a remake?
Yeah, there is. I just heard that it's good because it takes everything from like the original movie and they just like millennialize it. Is that a term?
Well, it is now, and I'm not so sure how I feel about millennializing things. Let's take something good and make it millennial. Don't know about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what Netflix has been doing with a lot of their shows. And, I hope they do justice for, like, Avatar: The Last Airbender, though. I love that show.
You know what I'm just going to do? I'm just going to watch Arcane again.
Oh, yeah. That one is a good show.
That's a great show.
Yeah. But it's original. Not a remake. All right. Seems like we are going to go back to our faces for the moment, as we might be looking at a quick little pause because of the, again, technical issues that we are experiencing here. So the rounds itself is 12-9, with, again, Bonkers just one step away from keeping them in tournament life. All that being said here, Elu, they still have to face, I believe, CERBERUS later for the following days. I'll see that if that's true. Anyways, we're going to go for a quick break. When we do come back, we are going to be continuing the second game. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a flash.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience.
right before I blow up the spot. I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah.
Well, we are now back at it once again. We just had a bit of a hiccup, guys, but it shouldn't hinder too much our viewing experience, and it only took a matter of time. Anyways, my name is Asser. With me now is Illustrato, and we are going to see if Bonkers will clear this game off with that 13-4. Is there still something left in the tank of the Untitled Esports team?
I do like that I'm seeing a little bit more life here in the Fancy United side. But I'm seeing a lot of struggle for the side of the rest of the players here. Yeah, you have Acerola, who's popping off. Yeah, you've got Killer S, who's got a couple of rounds here and there. But it doesn't really seem like everybody's truly at the same level. And I feel like that's where we're seeing a lot of the large gaps, especially on the defensive side, where, you know, you are only as strong as your weakest link. And I don't want to call out individual players. It might be a symptom of just the system itself, but I do want to see individual players step up. Heisey, who was amazing in the play-ins, is having a very, very quiet game today. And that's definitely, I think, taking a toll on the rest of the members of Fancy United as well. Now, on the side of the Bonkers, however, well, it's not, I'd say, a big superstar performance from any particular one individual. Sure, RDW has had a lot of great rounds. He's got a lot of opening picks, but I think a lot of that comes from being well supported by his team. A lot of those are from setups. A lot of those were from, you know, having this formation earlier on when we saw their defensive side to allow him for those early aggressive peaks and to get away with it.
He's there, especially with the help of just the setups from the rest of the team. It really has allowed RDW especially to just capitalize
and even just go above and beyond with a lot of these aggressive little frags there. That being said, Fancy United on the other end have been making a lot of, I feel like, just disjointed plays where some of them have an idea to do, and that's correct. Another one also has an idea to do, which also is correct. But because they do it simultaneously, it doesn't match they would have, as well as they would have wanted to do so, especially. And then Heisey was setting up the Cosmic Divide. It was very awkward, I think, for Fancy to kind of capitalize on that. They were putting too much pressure on two fronts while just needing to do one, and it really put them in a very, I'd say, just disadvantageous spot.
Oh, well, we are going to go into a 12-9 scoreline. I'm getting the read right here. I'm getting the information from our production that we'll be rolling it back just a tiny bit. And it should be 12-9 in favor of Bonk once we get back into the game. So still 3 rounds away for the side of Fancy United, but only 1 round for Bonkers right now. A couple of technical connectivity issues from a couple of us here on the broadcast side. So if you also hear any of those, big apologies. I don't think I'm having any right now. I think it might be on your end.
Sorry, all right. I'm sorry.
But
I'm having my own
okay. I understand. It is all your fault after all. Hashtag blame Asarai. We go into the game now. 12-9 as Bonkers look to end things early and take us to a 2-0.
Well, I am having still some issues with how I'm seeing the feed, but...
Yeah, you're cutting out, man. Like every other word is what I'm hearing from you.
Okay. So, yeah.
I am a Dalek. Exterminate. That's what I'm hearing from you right now.
Yeah, you probably have to just carry me for a moment. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, let's get into it. I'm going to make like Acerola and carry this broadcast. We go into 12-9. We got still a 5v5. We got Killer S on that operator. A little bit of a standoff. And this op duel has gone on quite a bit. We saw the last time that this operator duel happened, it was... Okay, nobody really wins this time. A shot does come in. But last time it happened, Killer S actually won against RDW. So we'll see how that plays out. More map control here towards outside garage. They do have the stim beacon that has come out signaling the start of the play here. That's the recon as well, but a beautiful gravity well sets up Acerola for a nice double kill. Quick transfer right there. And that should beat Tix. He gets another kill in, sure, but at this point, does it matter? Yes, it does. Yes, it absolutely does, because that's a triple kill. Suddenly out of nowhere by Bonkers. And now we're at a 1v2. Killer S. Oh, he barely gets the timing on that jump up. Still has to find Tix, who's only a breath away from getting taken down. That's a fake tap right there. They will be looking for it. Oh, the moment that Tix sees that there's nobody sticking on it. Oh no, he's misreading it entirely, but Killer S, he gets the right timing. That was certainly much closer than Fancy United would have liked. They get the double digits regardless, and we go to 12-10.
All right, I believe I am back. I had to change my connection.
Nope, you're not. You're still cutting out.
That's probably your pad, but the original feed's working properly.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll fix itself.
Welcome back, Asarai.
Down. Yeah.
Sometimes I wish things would just fix themselves.
Yeah. Same here, but it don't work that way. That's why I'm on that singular life right now.
Yep.
That single queue. That's solo queue. I don't have no dual queue.
You don't need no dual queue to get to Immortal. Pick one. Relationship or Immortal? I think we all know the answer to that question.
Immortal,
don't even answer that, Asarai. Yeah, exactly. I know what you're going to say. But we go back. Again, match point here still for Fancy United. They look to hold the line. Good paint shell. There's quite a bit of damage here, but nice swat away from Yes I Can. Gets a double. Can't adjust, but the Sheriff's doing work here. The Skrull gets another 2v3 right now, and Bonkers could get this win off a steal on a thrifty round.
I thought Yes I Can was going to hit, like, get like all the kills, because he looked like he was just vibing at that corner of his.
Yeah, no one was really forcing him out. He had free reign, but didn't get the shot. Killer S gets a nice one, but only one. Scroll with a triple, has the Vandal in hand, and that's going to be the Aldrone to find Heisey. They're going to identify him easily. They can't spray through, and I think this is pretty much done and dusted here. That's a recon dart, but Heisey finds one. He doesn't find the second. It's Scroll with a 4K, and Bonkers will take this and advance. They get the series 2-0.
Put it in a box, wrap it, and send it to, well, Bonkers here, as they got themselves a gifted series on this one. Such a dominating performance. They definitely, for the third time, I'm going to say they bonked the opposition. And with that, they still survive and keep themselves alive in the APAC Challengers here, guys.
That's a very, very big win for the side of Bonkers. As we take a look at the statistics, no doubt we're going to see at the very tippy top here, Acerola. Sure, amazing play from him, but not enough. Scroll is the MVP on the other side with 20 kills, a 2.0 KDA. And if you're I think this just goes to show what a well thought out and a concerted effort this was from Bonkers' side. Nobody really standing out too much. No one really falling too far behind. Definitely did all share in the piece of that pie, which led to their victory. Fancy United, however, a little bit of a bigger gap between their members.
There really was. Acerola definitely the hero for the Fancy United team here. The 10 rounds that they got, a lot of that very much influenced by the chamber. On Bonkers, you mentioned how it's all very spread out for them, and I think that's just how Bonkers do, and how they were able to just, you know, dominate at least their match with a first game against Persija, and they kind of even it out and show to us how well, once everything starts to click, even better for their performance output. With all that, again, they still survive. They're in the tournament, but they still have a long road ahead. While Fancy United, on the other hand, this is the last time we'll be seeing them, and that's a GG well played to the Vietnamese team.
Indeed, a lot of awesome pistol rounds that we saw, a lot of strange rounds we saw. This definitely felt like one of those matches that could have taken a turn for the worse for both of these teams, but you know, in the end, it did sort of level out. We did see a lot of great ones, a lot of great rounds, but I really do think that this came down to just Bonkers simply outmaneuvering, simply outplaying majority of what Fancy United brought to the table.
Yeah, Bonkers had just that faster beat, that faster tempo that made everything very snappy and smooth, especially to us who are just watching them, right? You saw how many times they were able to do that, but again, it was a close, very close endeavor. There were some rounds where you really do see Fancy United show up why they are still one of the teams that got into the APAC Challengers. It's not as bad as the split map a while ago. That was what, 13-2, 13-3? This one at least was hella closer.
Oh, much, much closer, and you can obviously see Fancy United were more comfortable on this one. But I do think that there were just some instances where Bonkers could have let the round slip away from them, but they held on. And there were a lot of rounds that Fancy United should have won, but just didn't. And a lot of them came down to individual plays here, just like Scroll. I do want to point, how many double kills did he get? How many triple kills did he find? Using only like a Sheriff in tow in the beginning of it, even ending the game with a quad kill. How poetic can that be?
Man, so lovely, I gotta say. And anyways, that is, again, the second series of the day done and dusted. When we come back, it's going to be the next one. And this is going to be a bit of a doozy here, Elu. ONIC G versus NAOS Esports. With all of that, guys, we're going to go for a break, and the panel will take it even further upon that analysis. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over brain. break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Well, Bonkers bonked the competition out of their run for Masters. 2-0 victory for them. Fancy United Esports has to bid farewell in their run here in the group stages. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. And that game, we saw signs of hope there for Fancy United Esports in game number 2. Game number 1, a completely different story.
Very true. It's kind of what we also saw between the other Vietnamese team a while ago in CERBERUS, where it took them quite a bit to try and get started. Map number 1 was completely one-sided, and map number 2 continues all looking better. But in the end, I guess the disparity that was built early on, that huge lead that Bonkers made, was twice in a row a bit too difficult and a bit too large for the Fancy United squad to come back into.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Maybe this was where Fancy would bring out that bigger book of knowledge that we assumed that they would have. But with the adjustments that the Bonkers squad made, especially super apparent in the first map, again, it's paid dividends. I just really think that there were some curious choices on the side of Fancy. Like, for example, constantly challenging that Viper while knowing that there's a Raze, there's an Oster to follow up. And just overall, a little bit of an overextension, just like what Killer S did in that push.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the compositions they bring into the table, I mean, you look at the side here, Fancy on that split side, they're not running a Viper, and on the opposing end of things, it's Bonkers running that Viper, running double controller, which I think me and Raph kind of agree is maybe one of the best ways that you can play Split, especially with the meta right now to stack them. They did run double controller, yes, but the other one was an Omen to pair up with that Astra, and we just felt, at least me, I felt like it was kind of a contrast in the, I guess, they're kind of disagreeing with the composition. It doesn't make sense to put, you know, an Omen and like an Astra together, in my opinion, for what they were trying to do. Omen great on Split, Astra great on Split together, maybe not so much. But then we go on to Haven. We look at the composition there. I think they had a better idea, and I think that's also why it was a bit more successful for them throughout the entire map, right? The other chamber has a Soul Sentinel. Yes, that's a bit unorthodox, but it's fine. But they got the Breach and Sky together, which I think was very effective for them. On the other end of things, though, composition-wise, Raph, you look at, they only got that Brimstone on Bonkers' side, but it played really well for what they were trying to do.
I like that Bonkers was also showing a great contrast to their playstyles, because we saw in Split that they had a very, very tactical side where a lot of their utility made sense. Again, we talked about how if you're playing against a Viper Astra, you are not going to win that utility staggered duel. And again, that's just another layer that Bonkers have been showing. Maybe potentially they are one of those teams that really get fired up in the lower bracket. And it just seemed that when we came to Haven, maybe Fancy was expecting more of the same, but no, this is where they centered around RDW and the rest of the boys really chiming in with raw firepower. We also talked about how Tix, if he ends up being the third person in or that third string of contact, he's almost always successful.
And
yeah, you know, you look at the other players as well that we have to talk about on that Bonkers side. NAOS and RD, they all kind of had actually the three of them, as we talked about the final ones, NAOS, Dio, and Tix were 33 frags apiece. And you look at the opposing side, it was a bit more one-sided, a bit top-heavy on the fragging capabilities. It was Acerola who was the only one who went positive in that entire series, you know, on the chamber as well. So when you don't really have your duelists going too well and the backline isn't doing that either, it just, you kind of lack the firepower needed to sometimes win these fights. It is a utility game, and the Bonkers, they did play a utility game, but at some point someone's going to get peaked and someone's got to peak, and on those peaks Bonkers won.
Yeah, they definitely peaked in this game. Hopefully we see a little bit more of their peaks moving forward in this group stages. They will potentially get the rematch against Persija Esports, or they may face off against Paper Rex. Who knows? We'll find that out in the next couple of days, but we have to move forward to the final match that we have for today. It's ONIC G and NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports is definitely having a relatively rough time in their start here in the group stages, losing 2-1 to Bleed Esports. But if that's an indication, NAOS Esports may just have a chance to bounce back in this competition in the lower bracket. Without further ado, let's introduce NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports looking to get their mojo from the VCT PH all the way here in the group stages for their last chance of survival. We got Blast, Blur, G-Licious, Kakarot, and Kevs joining in on the fray.
That they have. This is the team that honestly really grew on me as time passed, because I touted them to be one of those teams where they might have a little bit of chemistry issues. Just if we really take this at a day one value, right? Back in the PH qualifiers, like, this is pretty frag heavy, but how are they going to fare when it comes to a systemic approach? But they proved everybody wrong. They honestly have all the tools to succeed. It's just a matter of expanding their knowledge on how to use that. We all know that every single one of these boys are absolutely capable of frying everything in front of their path. It's just the question is, this is still their debut. I mean, this is their only second international appearance. They've had a pretty rough journey going in. First full sense, now ONIC. This is truly the ringer. They have to keep enduring. They still have to do that, but you can see that they're still pretty much brimming with confidence. Once again, NAOS, hopefully this is the stage where they can spread their wings and truly ascend.
Yeah, and now so the thing is, they're a very tactical team, but there is that kind of crutch of them with Kakarot on the KO. He's very good on it, but whenever he isn't on the KO, like on Split that we saw last time around, like on Bind that we saw during the local qualifiers versus Action PH, when he's not on that KO, they definitely do struggle. So they have a really kind of good trick in their sleeve, but that seems to be the only trick that they've got. And for a team like ONIC, they're a team that is very good at kind of, I guess, disassembling that type of playstyle and really figuring out what the solution is.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked about that too. The KO has been a center point, has been a focal point. We see quite a bit of defensive layouts and rotational layouts that are centered on the 0 point, which they've used to absolute perfection when they win. But when we did see that split, that was the first time ever, by the way, we saw Kakarot swap to the Neon. The thing is, even if they did take that L on that map, at least we saw a different layer to them. At least they are very willing to experiment and refine different playstyles to just once again expand that reach, that range of playstyles. But this is APAC Challengers. It is so incredibly merciless and unforgiving.
And speaking of unforgiving, ONIC G, they are a formidable opponent. They've already seen their fair share in international competitions, and they want to make it into the Masters here. And we have to introduce them properly. The Indonesian team that we have, it's ONIC G. ONIC G, same boat here for NAOS Esports in terms of just the scorelines. They went through 2-1 against Xerxia Esports. They got knocked down to the lower bracket, but that's Xerxia we're talking about. Now there's a completely different competition. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, NC Slasher, Severine, and Shiro.
And to be fair, it was a very, very close series between them and Xerxia, the number 1 seed of Thailand, by the way, who's made it to multiple LAN last year. So ONIC, their team, and I was talking about this with Dax when we were casting it yesterday versus Xerxia, that we were looking at them late last year and we were thinking, these guys, they are a bit later to the scene than maybe some of their Indonesian counterparts, but they are just as good and could potentially be even better. And if not for basically Boom existing because of the merger between Alter Ego and the former Boom roster, then you're pretty much going to have these guys be the number 1. So they're, in my opinion, the number 2 Indonesian team right now. And that's saying a lot because Boom are just really good, but they are so good as well. And at any given point, they could overtake that throne and even win this entire tournament. They could be the champions at the end of this. And they are honestly one of my picks to go deep, to even make it into Berlin. If I was going to pick a top 3, they'd be one of those. So, ONIC are a really good team. We've seen them be very tactical, know how to reset themselves, refine their gameplay, and they've been improving every step, constantly taken forward. Even though it might be small, it's always been towards that end goal. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why these Hedgehogs keep on persisting, keep on running through every ring and make every checkpoint matter, because they know what the goal is and they know how to get there.
Definitely, they've already passed the green zone. Now we are in the APAC Challengers. We've talked about the consistency. We've always championed that tactical approach on how they've used intelligence as a main weapon, and certainly we've seen so much of that. We see so many VODs, right? But they do it on the fly. It just makes it so difficult to play against ONIC. And I have to say, with the matchup ahead, so incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of matchup, the head-to-head that we have is also so incredibly exciting. You guys talked a little bit about Kakarot, and you guys will talk about him a lot more here as we go into the head-to-head of this matchup. We got Kakarot and NC Slasher going in here.
Ooh, Kakarot
and NC Slasher themselves. I mean, they're both kind of like the KO mains between these two teams, and well, at least for Kakarot, he's the one who's kind of been more of the mainstay KO that we do see on the NAOS side, where on the opposing end of things, NC Slasher does flex to quite a bit of different roles, more than we do see Kakarot do. He has played KO, yes, but typically you'd expect him to be their controller, expect him to be the Astra. Now that Astra is kind of, I guess, not really fallen out of the meta, but she has received some nerfs. You do end up seeing NC Slasher play a few different agents, like the Omen, like the Sage, and every now and then he does play the Kaio as well, the KO, as some might like to say. So both of these players, they're very capable of fragging. Well, if anything, Raph, they're pretty much Terminators, I guess, to be the most appropriate thing, because Kakarot, he's going to be a complete sentry in every sense of the word, not going to miss a shot, and so will NC Slasher. So reliability is where these two players come on in, because they might not always be at the top of the scoreboard, but they're going to damn well be there, and they're going to get quality frags that ensure they will get the round.
Quality frags, I love that word. It's just the impact that both these players contribute to their team. It's just undeniable. And yeah, might as well talk about that, right? Kakarot and NC Slasher have been prolific fraggers at some point in their career, if not still. And I know a lot of people, oh, but how come they're not playing Duelist? Well, Kakarot and NC Slasher have something to say about that. They're gonna say, here's some dirt in your eye. But again, these are both focal points on their respective teams. We've talked about how Kakarot's KO play has honestly been such a huge help to NAOS, as well as NC Slasher's uncanny ability to just be in the perfect positions with you know, like Omen and everything that he throws into the mix.
Now, as we
hello, Nomad connected, I think.
Hello. Well, yeah, as we head into this
He's
match,
speaking in a tongue where technology has not superseded yet.
we're not too sure if Nomad is making it through.
Hello, there you go.
There he is.
All right, now as we head into this matchup, I'm sorry about that, apologies. As we head into this matchup, the question I kind of want to ask here is, how will NAOS Esports adjust to the international competition? You guys mentioned that they have some experience, but not this experience where the stakes are high. Now it's qualification for Masters, where everything all matters here every single round. And NAOS Esports being the new blood coming into the series against ONIC G, who's already played multiple times in Southeast NC Challengers all throughout last year. Do you think, or is it even possible for NAOS Esports to adjust after what they've experienced against Bleed Esports yesterday?
I definitely do think they're going to be able to adjust, but it's going to be a lot more difficult for them as compared to the ONIC squad, who, you know, aside from obviously them playing in the VCT Southeast Asia Challengers last year, where they played against teams like Paper Rex, Full Sense, Bigatron Boom, all that, they also played a ton of community tournaments off season, where they played many other teams, like once again the new Boom, the Sharper Esports squad, South Build, Kingsman. So lots of definitely kind of formidable teams, and ONIC getting that experience is a lot bigger for them. Now they have played against international teams before, when they played, you know, a bunch of South Asia teams, for example, a bunch of other maybe like third, second seed teams for you know, in different tournaments, but it's a very different landscape than compared to what ONIC were really playing. And that was even before NAOS had the title, NAOS, when they were still Fallen 5. So can they adjust? Yes. Probability, yes, but I don't think to the same high degree that ONIC are capable of.
Well, yes, we've talked about how they've, you know, gathered as much experience as they could possibly do in our community circuits in pre-VCT, but like we said, the possibility is definitely there. I feel like the app speed is still not very present. Again, that Bleed matchup, we were talking about how Pith and Maxi's contribution as absolutely grizzled veterans of the international scene was that, well, one edge that Bleed had. But now selecting Bind as the first map, I'd like to talk about that. This is not something we see very often. Usually we would see an Icebox as an opener, hell, maybe even sometimes an Ascent.
I'm not sure why they would pick Bind, considering the last time they played Bind was against Action PH and they lost that. And as I said a while ago, on the maps that they don't have Kakarot on a KO, they struggle to get things going. And more importantly, aside from that as well, aside from them struggling on maps like Bind or Split without that KO, ONIC are really good on Bind. This is one of their best maps statistically in the past, 3-4 months. And it's just something that I wouldn't have expected them to go at. They brought Full Sense to the distance on Bind, by the way, the last time they played. Actually, they beat Full Sense in overtime on Bind the last time they played it. So I'm very curious why they would pick that. But for ONIC to go Icebox, I think this is a good decision for them.
Absolutely. We talked about the gauntlet that they've been running. It still has not ended. You could have honestly just stopped that ONIC's really good. You know, you could have just stopped there and like everybody's like, oh yeah, absolutely. But the Icebox pick, we've also heard that NAOS, or rather we've talked about how this is also their pocket pick, so they definitely have a fighting chance. But the flavors that they've been somewhat been exposed to, they've all been so contrasting. I feel like ONIC could be one of their biggest challenges yet, because see, the way NAOS approaches the game when it comes to defense, it's a web system, right? But ONIC has something incredibly similar. How these two are gonna clash, I just don't. It's hard to picture, really. But we have Ascent being removed by NAOS, which is arguably one of their maps where they're pretty comfy on, but the numbers, they don't necessarily translate well.
Yeah, and you know, you look at ONIC and you look at Icebox as well. They ban Ascent and Split. Split, I understand if it was a NAOS ban, but it's not. They ban Ascent, which you would think they would go for first because it is a pretty decent KO map. We end up on Breeze, which is a decent map for NAOS, all things considered, but I don't know, man. I really think they're shooting themselves in the foot with this map veto. I think barring that third map, this map veto heavily favors them. The last time we did see them play Icebox here, and for them to leave that open, NAOS, that was against South Built in their grand final, and ONIC and South Built kind of play pretty similar. So the matchup, I think, there heavily favors ONIC when it comes to that Icebox map. And as I said, this veto is looking pretty one-sided to me.
I wonder how South Built snuck into our conversation there.
They're the last
Please
team they played on Icebox. Bringing all them up the whole day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
of course. Definitely.
Again,
I talked about Action too.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
No, okay. Let's talk about Breeze. I feel like Breeze, they're probably gonna be fielding Z in. I think Bind could be the same thing too, because sometimes I feel like we don't see enough of Z. They talk about Z as their big weapon. You know, if they wanna get that absolute raw fragging power, they're gonna put Z in. We saw a little bit of his Chamber, we saw a little bit of his Reyna, but I feel like this is where he also kind of needs to extend his range, because this is pretty much science upon science. This matchup is.
Well, data aside, maps aside, I mean, we've already talked about what we can talk about ONIC G and NAOS Esports. I gotta ask a hard question here. Who do you guys think will move on forward here and kick their opponent out of the contention for Masters? I'll start with G, Black and Blue.
You know, as painful as it is to say, being Filipino, you know, you look at the Philippine scene and the representatives right now, all of them, it's their first outing to the international VCT scene, and they really are, in one way or another, lacking in experience as compared to the second, third seeds of these other regions we got, and that really pays dividends to the fact that, you know, ONIC are also such a great team as well. That's not to diminish what they're done, but they are the heavy favorites here, and for them to not win this series would honestly be kind of a big disappointment in terms of them losing to an underdog, a definite underdog. And so now it's a great team, but they're a young team, and for a very good reason. I think ONIC should have this potentially 2-0 even.
I'd say it's the Houston Rockets. No, I'm kidding. Going back into this, right? This is just a little bit of tough love. So many points that were given by Black and Blue have already crossed my mind, and I would have said the same thing if he didn't. But now, again, they have the tools. They just don't have that range just yet to fully be an international powerhouse. I would love to be proven wrong, but ONIC got to that spot first, so I'm gonna say it's gonna be ONIC 2-1. As I hate to say it, this is just a little bit of tough love again.
I mean, like what Uncle Drew said, don't reach young blood. That's what ONIC might just be saying to NAOS Esports here. And with that, I'm inclined to say I'm going to have to go 2-0 for ONIC G in this matchup. A little bit more experience from NAOS Esports. Next, the second challenge that we have, they may just be able to get that rematch and get rid of ONIC G once and for all. And for all that being said, we have to go into this matchup to see if NAOS will prove us wrong. It's the first game in this best of 3 series between NAOS Esports and ONIC G. Feels like with regards to the logos, one hunts in the skies, one hunts from down below. It's NAOS Esports versus ONIC G here in the APAC Challengers. My name is Asarai, and of course joining with me now is Dax, will be your casters, bringing you all of the action. And wow, did you just get hit by a flashbang, man? Because that was pretty flashy.
I googled real quick what hedgehogs eat, and apparently they do eat insects, so they do go for a hunt. I'm surprised you knew animal facts there, Asarai, but this is gonna be a big one to end the day. An elimination match of the highest proportions. You got one squad from the PH side, one squad from the Indonesian side, and you know it's gonna be a battle not only in the game, but of course with the communities there as well. But ONIC on the defense, NAOS on the attack. Similar path though to the lower bracket. Really, their bracket quite heavy on the players themselves, on the teams, and it took them 3 games just to lose on that. A little bit too, I'd say, lopsided there at the end. But redemption time for one, and elimination for the other. You can see for NAOS though, no more KO shenanigans for this map. They're gonna actually run the Brimstone here instead. So some speedy antics with the double control. For ONIC though, this is something they brought out against full sets back in the play-ins, and they're gonna have that chamber and that raise in play.
Yeah, there's a lot more post-plant situation here, and at least the molly, technically from Brimstone, does last longer than the KOs, so it could allow them for an easier time to take it onto the sites. That being said, the Sage also going to be a pivotal point here, since if they do want to retake sites or certain angles, that wall is also going to be such a huge help for NAOS. All of this though, I think the panel is, well, lack for a better term, biased, but
wait, don't start this, Asarai. Do not insinuate that the PH panel all voted for the Indonesian team. That does not make sense in this world. If that's the term you're gonna throw on now.
No. You know why it's bias? It's a reverse bias, because if the viewers don't know, if they haven't seen the VCT PH, we, as a panel, if you all vote the same team, it actually has a curse. It activates the curse. So maybe they're trying to make kulam the ONIC.
This is not the place to do it. Okay. Beyond that though, let's, of course, I think we've been relatively impartial pretty much for the past broadcast here so far, and I honestly want to talk about the differences in the composition here as we're getting ready to get into the game. Now, looking at NAOS Esports, they actually haven't really ran this roster. Last time they played Bind all the way back on VCT PH, I do remember it was more of that Breach Astra based composition, trying to go for the setups, look for more of a opening rather than just rushing in for themselves. And as we're going to be getting into the game, I'm really interested to see how this Brimstone composition can work. We haven't really seen too much of the Brimstone. It was a team of no-namers who would whip it out on a map like Haven. But here on Bind, double control can still be absolutely, I'd say, oppressive, especially once we get into the defense. But here for the NAOS attack, well, the rushdown can be real if Kakarot and I'd say Blurred can really sync things up along the way.
Yeah, that being said though, rushdown might not be the only thing that NAOS has in their options as there are on the attacking side. I do like how they went for the double controller, especially with the Viper, just because of the fact that Viper does allow for a lot more splitting of the map. And Bind, as I mentioned, is a map that I least favor the most, and actually borderline do not like or actually hate. It just is a map that really needs a certain set of utility to allow you to attack more properly or give you more options. And this Viper wall really does allow that. Even if you want to go for B when you put your Viper wall on A, it still puts a lot of stress and emphasis on the defenders to still respect that you can be pushing through that big wall.
Toxins going out. Easy answer is there's no mid. It's all choke points. And right now we're getting quite a cluster in the market. Snake bite though, and delicious! That's nutritious with the snake bite. And it's a full case of vitamin poison there. Taking damage to make it 4v3. But as I say that, Blur now with the pickoff on the Shiro, Elmimore and Severin. The only ones left, and Elmimore has to go for the teleportation relocation. Dart the staff, bow and arrow versus the gun, but Elmimore, the quick draw there to get the takedown. Kakarot now will find Severin. Elmimore wanting more, looking for the feeds, and he will get 3. 2v1, 1v1 rather now, as Barracks kind of lagging on behind. Still the corner here for Blast over onto the right-hand side. The ponytail swings, and the hair whip will keep NAOS Esports in that lead. 1-0. Good pistol win by NAOS, but Elmi Moore already looking hot. I think that's the factor that they were kind of lacking later on in that Sersha Esports matchup. And him back on the board this quickly is already a good sign for ONIC also.
For sure. This was a supposedly clean round for NAOS, but too close for comfort, as you mentioned it. The aim as well as the ferocity that Elmi Moore brings to the table is something that actually all of the members of ONIC G will be able to do. So, that being said though, only Elmi Moore will be equipped with the Sheriff, and he's already looking to make things work out for it. But there's about 2 that was about to counter swing him from NAOS. NAOS now, actually gets pinched in. They've dropped the weapon already. Blur is gonna have to wait for somebody to help him out. Well, the rest of the team now starting to slowly push up onto the B side. Kevs opens up. Kill on Elmi Moore is huge. And Blur is holding the lurk, but he is going to get overwhelmed. And this is going to be the numbers advantage for ONIC G as they come through the teleporter.
Yeah, big overrun, especially coming in for the market. Extra angle to help. But ONIC surprising NAOS there from the teleporter. Good goal though for NAOS at least bring that spike through B long instead. But spike's planted, and there are guns to watch out for there. And the hands of Moniette and NC Slasher Kevs though with the hold. And that's Moniette now getting taken on down while he was turned around. NC Slasher though able to make the trade happen. And in the corner, Blast is waiting, but Kakarov now needs to go over 9,000 if he wants to get this power level to spike on out. And there you have it. Now Esports able to ascend through adversity and get that 2-0 win. So far, so good for NAOS, but as soon as ONIC gets the guns, this is where it does become a bit worrisome because it's not even I'd say the dual potential from ONIC that's the scariest thing about the squad, is just how the way they're able to lob globs of control here, Asarai, with the utilities that they have. And you see their composition, it's also double controller, and it's the absolutely stifling Astra. So if someone like Moniette and NC Slasher can line something up, maybe Elmi Moore also to help out there as well, ONIC can just get some kills here for free before NAOS can even react.
True enough, and since they've put a lot of emphasis to just keep on pushing on Hookah, it's a standard play, right? You put one person in Hookah, they find some contact, they back away immediately, and you have your Raze that's waiting at the teleporter to throw nades or actually even teleport themselves, and that really pinches whatever you want for that mid control. So for the most part, that's why you're going to see a lot more attackers, more experienced one on Bind, actually forego the TP and actually just go through a short and make it work out. That being said though, this multi-stack from now is not really going to prove any dividend stacks, as NC Slasher and teammate a quick work of the NAOS push as the spike drops. Delicious as well as Blurred will have to go tooth and nail to fight this, to pick it up and even have an opportunity to plant the spike down.
Good movement there by Moniette as soon as basically he didn't get shot up. So a bit of a whiff there for NAOS to take advantage of, the Raze being the bother. Now speaking of the Raze, the Pinchels are there, the Astra has to get the hell out. NC Slasher should still be alive, but cracked on the armor front. Snakebite though is perfectly primed, and it's Shiro with a takedown there instead. Jet now all alone in a 1v5 situation. This is such a great fight from ONIC already. A flawless victory, nothing done on the NAOS bonus. And you can see already the oppression as soon as they have that confidence with the arsenal. They're comboing things as much as possible. That Snakebite there just amplifying that damage. But this was really it. The lineup too ambitious from NAOS. NC Slasher on Moniette. Both of these players having that heart of the duelist in them. And you can see why they want to be the ones aggressing.
And interestingly enough, they do have Kevs that is a flasher. It hasn't really helped them out take these aggressive angles, especially with the Sky that can have, 4 guiding lights in one round. They really need to utilize this a bit more aggressive than just getting that initial information. That being said though, I don't know how effective that will be, but I think that's one of the good ways that NAOS can start making things work out as they try to get more map control on the attacking.
You know what's interesting is we're seeing Kevs on these non-Sova roles. Yesterday, when was the NAOS game? Against Bleed, whatever. It was him on the Sage. On Split, of course, we don't play the Sova there, but here on Bind, where it is a possibility and Elmi Moore is running it, he's over on the Sky duty instead. And we were able to talk to NAOS a little bit. I think they were teasing a few more innovations coming into the group stage, but they're still at the elimination, and maybe sometimes you want to go for something more tried and tested. We'll see though if this is the execution that they want as they get on A sites. The plant is there and we get the wall on up. Snakebite though being a bother, but yet they'll be checking out the showers. but there's no one there to call it home. Spike now planted as the rest of NAOS reinforcing from the short angle. Kev's even watching out for the market, but that's a good start here from ONIC. Severing gets a takedown. Blasto with the trade. 4v4 for now here, Asarai.
You back away the recon dart. Yeah, Blast was soon to follow. Unfortunately, nobody was going to break it out for him since the rest of NAOS are already placing themselves in tight little corners here. Blurred, last utility in his hands is the satchel. May be able to use to displace the opponents, but beautiful flash from Kevs. That's what we wanted to see. Monyet and teammate coming in around the corner here. Only Delicious to remain. He's done it before. Will he do it again? As he does get the second kill. Can he get away to save the Phantom? That is going to be a yes. And now you see it there, using control and Kevs' flashes to take back what was almost lost.
A delicious carnivorous clutch there. Pure Esports clutch moment for the side of NAOS. And you mentioned it. We were begging for Kevs to show us what he's going to do with that Sky. And the flash was absolutely perfect. But you can see here the nuance of how Jel loves to play. In all honesty, you can look at his playstyle. It's very aggressive. It's borderline disrespectful sometimes. He can just push the limits of his agent. And more so, be a weird duelist controller hybrid. And the fact of the matter is, the off angle is also something he can utilize there. And in that scenario, once everyone was busy trying to keep an eye out from the short angle after the flash came, it was his opportunity to strike from behind. So 3-1 right now. It was a close round though, so it's not the best economy here for NAOS Esports so far. And that's one thing ONIC can do great at these closer margins. Second one, of course, is to know when to whip out the operator. Shiro has been a force to be reckoned with these sniper rifles. Not only does have the op here, Asarai, Tour de Force is available as well.
But again, goes back to the fact that it's not the initiator that's initiating the peaks here. It's someone else slow peaking. And they just fall into the trap of ONIC. Actually, not even falling into the trap of ONIC, just dry peeking and expecting nothing to come out from such an aggressive team. That could be a downfall. Even though NAOS does have the round advantage, could be just a matter of time. And that bit of crack from Kakarot Smoke, really the deficit. And another one to follow. Kev's a bit too heavy-hearted in trying to at least get the refrag or something, but that's not going to work out in the end. Now, only Jalicious will be the opportune man here, but that Smoke does absolutely nothing. The wall is set up already on the A site. So all he can really do is maybe get cheeky, use the ultimate early, but there's 15 seconds on the clock, and there's not plenty of time to actually fight back the rest of the defenders on the
10
beat.
seconds left.
And Jet here over onto the Gardens, and the shot comes from Shiro to just wrap that one up. ONIC now getting on the board, the flawless victory, and now it's just walking into those sidelines. It's just effectively done here by ONIC yet again. And this is a bit of a problem for NAOS right now. If ONIC is going to win in convincing manners, then they're going to be able to be the ones to scrap by with the economy. But compared to some of the closer margins we've seen here from NAOS right now, players like Elmi Moore, we've seen also just the whole team as a squad able to contend as much as possible. Monyet able to pop up from time to time. It's still perilous here for NAOS, whether they have the lead or not. And you can see the problem now. They're only in the pistols.
Yeah, and they still have to deal with, again, the lethality that Shiro offers. That delayed recon dart giving away the position of about a few of the members of NAOS here. And ONIC acting accordingly, waiting for that control. You can see already ONIC not really caring about Hookah that much. Because again, they have so many utilities just to kind of counter it out, right? Snakebite and Nade.
Now though, ONIC here, trying to just hold things off with the Page Shells, and yet again, just a love of utilities. A no-no zone basically. Do not touch the garden, says ONIC. Touch me not. I think it's the title of a book we know, but thing is, Jet here out in the open. That's an easy pickup for Shiro. And any kind of slow peek that NAOS decides to do, ONIC has already acclimated, and they have the right person with the right gun on the job.
Toxins coming up. 30 seconds left.
Now we'll see how the attack happens. Monyet, no, he's not flashed at all. He has such a deadly corner here. He's getting popped off, but he still has yet to actually be spotted by the rest of the team. Blur has already encompassed him, and look at that. 2 for Monyet, 1 each to his teammate. And a big slap to the face of NAOS as they thought that they got the site already. They thought they got cheeky, but oh boy, were they absolutely wrong.
And you can see now the struggles of having to deal with flawless rounds on the other side. The money is just piling in on ONIC's side. And the oppression is just absolutely ironclad here from the side of ONIC. You can see that they're really looking for those combos as much as possible. They're trying to sync up Monyet and NC/ utility as much as they can. And I also feel like they're putting Shiro here in angles wherein that it's a little more open. It relies on that kind of sight line, but he has not disappointed as of yet. And he's trying to continue to do so towards the short angle. Guns though are out here for NAOS. And Kev's climbing the Guiding Light even. Finally, the Hulk flies on by. Pops right in front of him inside the lamps, buying even more time for NAOS. But a great gravity well to get in the way, a blockade, a barricade. And Shiro shoots from the side and is able to get that takedown. Showstopper now looking for a target. Got the Hunter Fury lobbed out by Elvimore, but mutually assured this assistance and destruction there, Asarai. 1 for 1, but it's a little advantage here for ONIC for now.
For sure, because the snake bites, there's a... Wait. Oh, that was a set lineup from Severin all the way through B. So they got things up their sleeve. They got tricks up their sleeve. Blur, they're not really wondering why he didn't like use his rocket too early. Maybe he wanted to make sure he could get the trade, but since his position on U-Haul was so vital, I think he just needed to just pop it out one, and there was a good chance he would have hit somebody at least holding the back of the site through the smoke. That being said, Monyet trying to rotate back. Kev's always good in the shot, but he's going to have a very difficult time trying to plant the spike here as his teammate, Jalicious, all the way through showers, might need to rinse and repeat because Shiro's about to scrub him out. Now Jalicious.
Compromised again. Oh man.
Yeah.
They can't walk out slow anymore. They really have to go for those wider swings, knowing that Shiro's still alive. And the chamber has made quite an impact to this game. You can see it here in the replay. Even though he got flashed later on, still that confident to peek out, get that kind of takedown, and then rendezvous away. And this is another instance where Jalicious gets punished. He's such an aggressive player. He likes to play it in his own ways, but if he gets read more and more by the opposition, then you can suddenly see his performance kind of fall off compared to the rest of the roster. And did you see Monyet on the player cam? He has like a patch on his head. Hopefully he's fine. He'll get well soon, Monyet, because you're pretty hot already with the shots.
Not like, you know, sexy hot or anything. Very hot with the shots. Not to say that okay, I don't go with this Adventure Time reference, by the way.
Whoa, that's right. You know, we appreciate the players, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. Anywho, Severin, yeah, this is kind of disgusting. Like, they can't even plan on default at all. They can maybe try, though, but
I've got your trail.
Slows everything are gonna be so difficult. They utilize anything and everything that they can use. Blur is already taking control of the back of U-Haul. Can't really find anything. Kev's already shut down, or was already shut down by Elvimore. And even though these smokes give them a bit of solace, Monyet comes in with the flurry, goes in, does not find anybody, but delays the spike being planted altogether. This allows more of his teammates to start using utility. Tag one in, and you know they're gonna start rummaging through U-Haul here as they counteract with the Viper's Pit. Kakarot, how clean is your Sheriff? There's 3 holding the corner here, and he just gets decimated. Unfortunately for Kakarot, there's a surprise party. We're now left with Jalicious and Blast inside the smoke. Now it's all down to the delicious Jalicious. Well, for this time, he's not going to be the main course of the meal.
Yeah, he's just a snap there for ONIC. And did you see that? As soon as the Viper Spit went down, they were like, okay, there's 3 people here. What you gonna do now? Another flawless victory here for ONIC. Their defensive hold is one of the scariest you can really see here on the APAC side, because they just know how to oppress so many times. And I'm really interested with the fact that this Viper Fist actually went on down. It seems like they just ran out the clock, and as soon as it went on the way, they surprised the Brimstone there. A few nuances we're seeing from ONIC right now. Playing some of the angles, playing a bit more of that crossfire, and also trying to get that distance, especially on that A site. And it's working. Monyet and Shiro, they're just playing around that A site as much as possible, and they're the ones stop fragging right now.
And you can really see the well-utilized spacing of utilities, right, from ONIC, as they just kind of force back NAOS bit by bit. And what I like about this is it doesn't only allow
ONIC to delay the utilities of NAOS, but it also allows the rest of their teammates to get proper position to start following up on utility. It's like a multi-layered tactic, as it were, and it is working so well. You saw, as I mentioned, like Monyet top fragging, using that showstopper quite earlier on to delay the spike, but that also allows NC Slash and Elmi Moore to start moving, using their own utility, even Severin to drop everything they have to just start slapping away at NAOS there. And even though they do know that NAOS is going to be on the weaker buy, they still give them the proper respect and clear them out accordingly, which they do, and get themselves a pretty easy round, I'd say.
And we're getting here from NAOS that sure they're able to get on site, but what does that really entail for them to get bombarded by the utilities, to get bombarded by like darts, the stars, and even things like the paint shells and the boom bots there from the side of ONIC? And it's such a false sense of security right now that NAOS is able to get, as we're in a bit of a tech bust right now, trying to figure out what's going on with some of our players. And you can see the difference. They're not getting the exact impact that you expect here from the NAOS brand. There are a few moments where Kevs gets the flash, sure, but we haven't seen anything too explosive from Blurred nor Kakarot as of yet. And it's a bit of a problem right now that as soon as the post plant comes anyway, then it's just ONIC getting in the way, or sometimes even they can't put that spike down. They're stopped in their tracks. And for a roster that really wants to get things going, if they can't even get past that first checkpoint, that first gear, then what else can they really do here besides try and play for picks? One thing I would like to see, though, is them getting a bit deeper onto the sites with the amount of controllers that they have. They have 3 smokes on the Brimstone anyway. They can use that toxic screen as well to navigate even further in. So if that could be a possibility for now, just say, okay, spikes down, we're good to go.
And that's a difficulty. They have to use so many things just to make that work. It hasn't really shown too much. That being said, it is 5-3, but these 3 rounds were very early for NAOS, and one of them was just a pistol. So there's still so much that they have to start doing here. I think they take a slower pace and started moving in with the rest of the squad. This works out in their favor. They got a double healer as well, so I am surprised that they want to separate from each other, where these kind of multi-contact plays works much better because they can refrag, and if Blast gets enough kills, you'll have that resurrection up and running. And now, here they come, just charging into the site, no care in the world. As he gets tagged by the recon darts, he's gonna be fine for the moment, but the cross through the smoke, still gotta have to be careful. Spike gets planted down. They haven't gotten control onto U-Haul. Severin makes it very useful for them. But now as Elmi Moore drops, Shiro, I don't think he's going to go for like the super greedy double operator, you know, just have one op and then the true to force, but that would be a cheeky thing to do. But never mind, 1 versus 3. All right, I'm not sure if Dax is here with me. Shiro's been spotted out in the open, but Sandwich is going to make it very easy for him to be spread across the site here of A. He'll get knocked off, and now Esports. There you go, that's the adjustment that we're looking for. And this contact play is working so well for them. Blast, again, not even needed to use his ultimate there. Definitely will be able to utilize this coming in through. The utility of, who was it? Blur was a little bit delayed, but still enough that they would have gotten the refrag from Severin.
I mean, finally, they got the more map control that they needed. And the fact of the matter is, if they can stay away from those sheer sight lines or make him play closer than ever, that's going to be a problem there for ONIC if they want to utilize his off as much as possible. But they barely get away with it this time for NAOS, as Blast able to jump for joy and jump away for the first 2 shots fired here by the chamber. Interesting enough, he's saving the tour de force. He invests in a new gun instead, since he had all the money in the world to work with anyway. Now Esports now do want to go for the split approach. Trailblazers to scout things out. And then in a slower pace though, still the worrying factors for NAOS. They can use their speed to get on site, but again, more setup is necessary if they do want to control it.
Yeah, because we have seen how at least some of these misplaced utilities have brought the downfall of NAOS, and Severin. Blur's not going to expect this. That wall actually allows him to cover through. I don't think he's going to peek the left side anymore because he's already cleared up initially, especially with the trap from, I believe, Shiro being knocked away.
Blur. There it is, explodes, and Severin, he's almost good for the second. Jalicious finally at least manages the situation, but Shiro holding the fort with the operator at the back of the site, and still they making things work. Now Kakarot and Jalicious to remain. I don't think they have anything anymore to actually flush the back of the site here. Maybe a snake bite if ever? No, Kakarot has the orbital strike, but Shiro, with sheer just, I don't know, just hiding in the back of the site, actually bypassing the orbital? Okay.
It's a lesson from kindergarten. Stand in the corner, and you're good to go. He just stays alive there, but the more important factor here has to be, again, Shiro being the shot towards that short angle, or the long angle rather. And while this happens, Monyet and NC Slasher, the reinforcements to arrive. The rotations really from ONIC, giving them such a great foothold no matter what. And it does feel like as soon as one of them don't have the sidelines, they're kind of considering already that he's dead until he gets back into position. And that's a good mindset right now that we're getting here from ONIC, since they're willing to reinforce, they're willing to anticipate those trades, and more so than not, get in the way of the pushes that we see time and time again. A choke-heavy map like this from Bind, it can be stifled by not just only the utilities, but also those incredible sightlines that a team like ONIC can have in the first place. And the way that they're able to communicate to each other, it's really giving them the edge right now over the more fast-track mindset here from NAOS right now.
Yeah, and speaking of fast-track, they just kind of, again, try to... Well, they do read the situation well enough, but ONIC is just so cheeky with how they readdress angles, especially that one from Severin. I really, really like that. It really just baited out Blur because he thought that, oh, I caught out the location already, didn't think to check the angle twice. And if the first person in doesn't check all corners afterwards, the second person doesn't usually follow up and, make sure. Right, because they're always focused on what's about to happen next, which is the push onto the B site, and this has ruined somewhat the economy of NAOS.
Yeah, it's not just the way that we've seen here for NAOS play, but the way ONIC wins. They've been so convincing, Asterai. And the fact is that the Flawless doesn't show up not just to give you something to flex over, but it really screams that you guys are able to save all the money that you want. The bank is completely for the side of ONIC. And this whole half now, they're going to be kitted. They've had an operator on Shiro for so long already, and there are no signs of it going on. Oh wait, Jalicious goes down. It's 5v4 already. And even though NAOS is on the lesser buy, you can juggle, they can't even get on through. With all these smokes that you can juggle, they're unable to utilize it against that chain.
Wow, that was really cheeky from NC Slasher. Calls out the budget smoke, and then Shiro was ready to swing after it dissipates. Well, again, they are just on the sheriffs here, but you can already see the
30 seconds left.
As you mentioned, the utility usage of ONIC. This is something that I was kind of wondering how they kind of, with all of this, just weirded out against that series against Surge here. That being said, though, NAOS would want to just use their numbers to full fruition here. It's not going to work out. Kev's to remain. He's got to die sometime here because he will not have that loss bonus moving into the next round. And he's going to look to maybe chase them down. He cannot pick any other weapons, so he will have to try to challenge. Maybe even just pick up the spike and plant it down. But now, they're just going to leave him.
That's an insult to Kev's.
Last round.
That's heartbreaking. And he said that the penalty now will be applied to his money. I think he only gets 1,000 credits now. So he can afford a rifle with no real armor. Someone's going to need to pick up at least a bit more of the economic slack if need be. But just check this out. This is just a Shiro highlight reel by this point. Nothing much done on the adjustments for the NAOS Esports side. They know these slow walks, these slow peaks are still hurting them in the long run. And it's been such a big problem that they still haven't been able to solve. Shiro is just having an absolute field day, even against both the Brimstone, even against that Viper. And you can even add in potentially flashes from Kevs. The answer from NAOS, right now they seem so grounded on this bind map. And the signs of light and the signs of flight that took them here to the APAC stage, we're not really seeing it here right now, Asarai.
Yeah, the cleanliness that we saw, as you mentioned, during VCT PH, that really made NAOS at the start, dark horse, but then became one of the top teams alongside SBE. Not really as spotted. That being said, they haven't, I don't think they have much experience it fighting against any other Southeast Asian team. That even though they did come from other notable teams from the Philippines, I don't think they have that much experience as well. And provided as well, this NAOS team is fairly new, if not the newest team that we have from the Philippines. This is still going to be quite interesting how they will adjust. Now, here's another metric, Dax. Blur has yet to really do the Blur things that we were so excited to see him from, right? That's why when I saw him play the Raze, I was like, oh, this is going to be a really good shot for him, because he likes to play the shotgun at close range. He likes to get that pass, that U-Haul control that is just enough that it gives good map control for NAOS on the A site, but not enough that it'll actually lose them that control. But we aren't seeing that at all. Whether it's ONIC's ability to deny certain angles on sites, or just NAOS being off in this match, it has really lowered the capacity of NAOS to become lethal in these rounds.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's something NAOS is that in tune with right now. Funny thing mentions the judge though, as it's Blurred and Monyet, both of these guys love to play those hall controls with judges if need be. Some pocket picks that can be brought on out here. But for ONIC, it's something tried and tested. They showed their hand in the play, and sure, but they needed to against a team like Full Sense. You can see how effective it was in the first place. Just so stifling so many times. It's even easier right now, since now it's just throwing their bodies basically into the meat grinder. You mentioned it, the magic just isn't there for NAOS. We've seen this team struggle from December to January, regional tournaments, VCT in itself. And overall, it's just absolute struggles right now that we're getting from the squad. They haven't found that kind of play that really works. As soon as they get the spike plant or close to the site, players are getting picked on apart. And what really feels like that ONIC has built for the past few months also, ever since they waited on Monyet, the re-roster coming into this year, you're seeing just the efforts of ONIC absolutely in front of us, that they've really refined their play. They've really understood that they can be more on the, I'd say, technical side, more on the stratagem map control side, rather than just the full clash that we see here in the APAC scene. It's a bit of an evolution, because we usually see SEA, APAC in general, whatever works. But some teams right now, they're making sure that the way they play, their style, something a bit more standard, actually still fits in, even in the APAC mode.
And that was just indicative of, like, again, how different the Indonesia scene was a couple of, months ago, even last year, where we were wondering, oh no, they're just going to keep charging in because that's just what they're capable at the time. But boy, did they really rise to the occasion coming into these APAC Challengers. I wasn't really expecting to be this surprised or just entertained, but really I am. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a quick little break here. When we come back, we're gonna fix those technical issues and hopefully get things rolling for this first game. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. Get money.
Let's get the get money.
If I could describe it in one word, I would say it's a roller coaster. Because on the first week of our group stage, we managed to beat every single team in our groups. And by that second week in group stage, we managed to not win a single series. And therefore, I think that the word roller coaster fits what our journey toward the APAC Challengers Playoffs.
I think the word for our run is unforgettable, because this is actually the first VCT of Blurred and Delicious, and for us as a team.
The best word to describe it is fulfilling. Mainly because that's how I felt when we won against every single team in VCT Challengers Playoffs. And I think that proves to everyone that we deserve this slot in APAC along with NAOS and Action PH.
I think we have what it takes to be victorious in the upcoming APAC Challenger Playoffs, because we are confident individually, and by using our chemistry, I think we can beat every single team that we're going to face and going up against.
Absolutely yes, but I know the competition is going to be hard, but I'm confident with my team to make it to Masters.
Yes, I think we have what it takes to win APAC Challengers, because I know me and my teammates worked very hard to be able to compete against top-tier teams here in Southeast Asia. I also believe that we have what it takes to compete not just in Southeast Asia, but also in Europe, North America, and other regions around the world.
The competitive edge that we have, I think, is we have nothing to lose coming here in the APAC Challenger Playoffs, because I believe that we are the underdogs in this tournament, and I think that teams are not expecting us to win against them, but with the experience that we have, I think we have everything that we need to beat these teams that we're going up against.
I'm gonna say it again, it's bonding deep, guys. Yeah. Because we make sure that we enjoy every moment in this VCT Stage 1 run.
For me, I think our competitive edge against the other team is our mentality and our willingness to win, and also accepting our mistakes, which helps us improve our game day by day.
The most difficult team that we have fought against in the Philippine stage is NAOS, because we haven't been able to beat them yet, and we've got destroyed in our best map, and I hope that we can fight them again to show that we can get our revenge and get the win against them.
Of course, it's SBE. Our matches against them are always close, and with their experience, you know that anything can happen between SBE and NAOS.
The team that we're looking up against to fight with is Malaysia or Singapore, because with the new addition of Pith and Maxi, I think Blade is a strong opponent, as well as PRX that maintained their roster and their firepower. I think that we're gonna have a very hard time fighting those two teams.
I'm looking forward to face with Thailand because they have unique playstyle against but a region to beat.
I think that would be NAOS Esports because their roster is really formidable, and their team chemistry is one of the strongest levels that we have ever seen. And also, all of their strategies were connected all together. So during the group stages and playoffs, I think we fought for like 3 times, and I think we lost all of the matches. So we were down by 0-6, and by the championship, I think we won, and I think that's it.
If I were to build a super team, I would be choosing Jing and Forsaken as the duelist and the second duelist. Then I'll be choosing Blaze King as the Sova main of the team. Meanwhile, the smoker would be SS Carry, and lastly, I think Sushi Boys would be the last fit that would make my super team in this competition.
I already have my super team with NAOS, but except them, it's gonna be, I think, PTC from Full Sets, Forsaken from Paperex, and Flip Jitter from Boom, and Pati Chula from SB. And me.
My message to our fans is I want to thank them, especially to my friends and family that have been supporting me and my team throughout our journey. And with the help of them, I think we're really motivated to go even further that people are expecting us to go. And as well as thank you everyone for helping us and getting the courage that we need to get through this, and that's it.
To all NAOS fans, thank you for supporting us this past VCT Challenger Stage 1. We will do our best to represent the Philippines and Laban Pilipinas.
They drunk of their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
So welcome back, guys, and if we disappear, it's probably the same reason why we're in a tech pause right now. My name is Dax, Mr. 1 Net Setup, and I'm here with Mr. Astrite, the 2 Net Setup, so he's gonna be here for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'll just hop in and out of existence here, there, and everywhere, but we're still checking out the matchup between ONIC as well as NAOS Esports Indonesia versus the Philippines in an elimination matchup, and so far, absolute cruise control from ONIC Esports.
Oh yeah, even though again, there are some rounds that NAOS were able to scrounge up on the attacking side, it really feels like ONIC have most of the control for the most part. I think they just like botch maybe just a little bit, and that's how NAOS comes in. But for the most part, it really has just been the micro adjustments that ONIC does on the fly, these cheeky little readjustments to their setups. For example, their trap gets destroyed on hookah. They're going to double down, actually repeat it once again. And it works out in their favor. I think we are ready now to get back into the game. There it is. 7-4, last round of the first half.
Okay, I'm here to see it and believe it. But let's get now back into the matchup. And you know who has been commanding this matchup on Esports there? ONIC G has just been absolutely in the money. Shiro here, so confident now. He does have a backup Vandal in hand. Tour de Force finally used after all these rounds. With a trademark now with a spot immediately. And a rendezvous on the way after quite a risky angle. You can see how far ONIC now is willing to reach their hand out here, right? Because Shiro has had one of the hottest hands all throughout the game. And he's looking for a few more picks. This time though, now is set up perhaps with a single smoke for now. Just to get closer to a default site take here.
They do have that wall from Jalicious just to get it slowly creep up here onto a short blur. Now getting that pass or that very slow control onto hookah, but I like this from NAOS. They're not really exploding and putting not a lot of emphasis for ONIC. They're gonna have to just start re-peeking things, but that's kind of awkward. The double peek from Jalicious as he thought that maybe Shiro was gonna lose his nerve. Not gonna be the case there. Even the delay the plant on the spike. They're gonna try to do it once again, but these satchels making it hellish for Blur to even make things happen. And now it's only Kev's Blast and Blur to remain. Blur getting the heal from his teammate. Gets shot from behind for the looks of things, and Shiro somehow encompasses the rest of U-Haul and have caught NAOS off guard once again. Oh! Okay.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
1-on-1 to happen here from Severin as well as Blast. Gonna be on the site. Blast making a lot of noise here, but Severin not losing his nerve. Blast. Oh, he's actually back into the smoke and he lost it. Gonna come around the corner, but misses the beat and thought that maybe, just maybe. Wow, that's a bit of a weird interaction, but Severin still holds off and wins the round regardless. That was kind of awkward, but to be honest, both teams were, or both players were not really finding what they wanted to.
And just ONIC there again. Cruise control. Just floating in these seas. Quick little replay here. Blurred. Able to find out more, but this basically the outplay here from Severin. He got that halfway on the inside. Went on the out as soon as Blast went for the peak. And seems like NAOS Esports right now, they're falling for all of the ONIC G antics, hook, line, and sinker. No hesitation from players like Shiro. Severin, Elvin Moore finding their moments upon the sun. And with an 8-4 scoreline, in all honesty, without those first two rounds there from NAOS Esports, this would have been even worse for them, because as soon as we saw the single op come on out, NAOS has just been absolutely dead to rights here, right?
They haven't really found any chance to kind of counter that, hasn't it? Shiro has just found avenues, these like pushes where he gets kills, and even though he gets chased down, it's not enough to phase him at all. And after he gets that initial kill, especially that last round on Jalicious, he starts working his way through U-Haul. This goes to show how players from ONIC, even though they are very controlled, they're not controlled in the way that they want to retake the site with their team. They get that active map control back and really start to choke what NAOS has gotten, especially in that last round. You saw a perfect example of that Shiro was just popping out of U-Haul, got a kill, backed away, and at some point, NAOS was just left again to try to go for the clutches. Even though they can do it, they're put in a position where it's not a certainty that they can make it happen.
Yeah, and I don't think right now they're in the complete right mental state to rely on those situations. 1v1s, they go get really 50-50, and NAOS Esports as a whole, they've relied on a team effort to get here in the first place. But the usual suspects, Jet and Blurred especially, not really getting the frags that they need. The two-wave system from NAOS Esports, unable to just crash on in the way they like. Usually they look for Kakarot and Kevs to find a way to clutch it out, but they are the ones who fall first even. We're not getting as much utility, I'd say, optimization here from NAOS. Case in point, ONIC instead zoning out Jet from the retreat. Monyet with a blast back to the shower, and a well-executed play from ONIC G, and they're just G and G going towards A side. Super game to make it there. Flank right now from NAOS Esports. Really, ONIC just in complete control again. That's been the word of the day, the word of the game. Control.
Spike planted.
It's in the hands of...
They're gonna get the timing here right. Well, not enough, but Blur still able to manage somehow. Kakarot is not going to help him out as they push both on short. 3 versus 2. Crossfire is being set up here. The nade to at least cover one of the angles, but that smoke is a little bit short. Severin still holding his own on U-Haul, and no eyes from NAOS actually batting their angles here. We get the first pick onto LB Moore. Just peek out. They're just challenging him. Kakarot still has an opportunity here. The smoke's about to dissipate though. He's gonna have to challenge NC Slasher, who knows that the star is gonna be his own helper, and now he's heard it. Did the star actually disperse? The timing's gonna be quick.
He has to go for it, and the spray down, it's a takedown! NC Slasher! The bait and switch, what happened to the star? You can hear the audio, but in the end, does either clear ground. Actually gonna be killed with the body of the Brimstone instead. The execution for ONIC to start things off, allowing damage. Great try though from NAOS to flank at least, play the off angle. A few whiffs, maybe too used to the op from the whole first half a while ago. So it was still ONIC who comes out ahead, then breaking right now for Esports, able to really capitalize on a form of stall, I have to say, a way to slow down on the upcoming push. You have abilities like the snake bite as the Brimstone Molly. There should be situations where here is able to isolate members, but it's ONIC instead who has found those moment controllers instead.
Yeah, seems like NAOS is trying to overcompensate, especially in that pistol, you know, just to get those aggressive peaks. Blast had the perfect time to maybe get the takedown onto Monyet, but he mistimed. Maybe even thought that Monyet wasn't even taking the orb fully, but well, regardless of what happened, you can't really see just nothing really too spectacular in that NAOS in that round. No setups whatsoever, and they just got 1 by 1 and kicked off, and the remaining players just couldn't really clutch out the round, even though they were almost able to do so. Severin hovering over the smoke, dropping right down as the rest of his teammates now coming into the B site. There will be Kevs to hold the fort, does have a flash, and that B-long is where it's about to explode. Peeks out, good stuff, backs away, does have a teammate that will help him out, and I believe Blur still has his nade if ever they do charge right in. But there it is. They're going to the teleporter, and Severin gets overwhelmed by the 2.
Yeah, I got surprised there. Kakarot showing up from the side. It's 4v3 now, but Monyet is still holding on and pushing for the likes of ONIC. Blasto in the corner.
10 seconds left.
Get the takedown. Planto denied, but good lob there, courtesy of Blurred. The watchdog, that is Monyet. He's the one playing bodyguard for NC Slasher. And now he's done his job after 3K 1v1 though. Kevs, can he line it up versus NC Slasher? If he finds a headshot, he's dead no matter the distance, thanks to the extra damage already inflicted on the Astra. Swing over though, through the triple box. Kevs now staying still on the tower. The stars to work with. The pull is there. The guiding light though, as the advance from the sky comes. And the wraparound here from Kevs will lead to the victory of NAOS Esports. We wondered where the Sova of Kevs was. He's on the sky right now. And this time he's brilliantly able to play the 1v1. More moments though that way that's needed here by NAOS Esports.
That was so smart from Kevs. He faked the fake drop. So
30 seconds.
All right, I wonder if we're gonna see that actually, because I want to see a replay of that. Because you usually what you want to do is, or what you normally do is, you drop and you pop a shot with your current weapon just to mask your sound from dropping down. But he kind of went the extra step and wanted to see first if NC Slasher is gonna take the bait, peek out, and Slasher did that,
and then he started, and because he delayed it just a tad bit, he got enough time to actually get one of his guiding lights up and running, which also allowed him to at least flash in and just help out with a clutch against NC Slasher. That being said, though, ONIC not going to get dissuaded. They still have the numbers advantage. With Blur, okay, good shot to start.
Yeah, a bit of momentum right now for NAOS. Not only that, they avoided the gravity well, which was quite a pickle to deal with. If ever it caught Kev's there, that would have been his demise. But this now the catches. Courtesy of NAOS Esports. They're at least fighting back here as Sarai, as they'll get another score line on the board. And you can see it here for NAOS. They are still willing to go for those aggressive kind of peaks. It is sometimes their bread and butter. And players like Blurred, players like Kev's, willing to swing for one another. Try to go for the trades before they even happen. And just a one-step, two-step, it's like, okay, you're dealing with the race first. Suddenly, it's the sky swooping on in. And ONIC, if they're not really expecting this faster pace to come out from NAOS, they should expect it now.
They should be able to have a foresight of it. Monyet, they were just in a fight against like each other there. Blur has already given away the position that he does have the operator in hand. He's gonna try to run away. Maybe actually he re-engages with a TP out. Shiro, what a bait artist. But Blur immediately back, not really phased that he whiffed the ultimate there. Just immediately covering onto Hookah. Severn has been able to just get some U-Haul control for the moment. For now, are still kind of undecided about what they want to do as they try to attack. But Kev's Seekers, yeah, will leave nothing left to the imagination.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide though into play. The hunt is on though, and now the first search leads to the destruction of Severine. And ONIC unable to even put that spike down towards that A site. Like the call though, they go for B instead after the forced announced Esports rotation. But the picks are still gonna be a problem. It's 5v3 and now scrambles towards that B site. All the action right behind this Nebula. NC Slasher putting that spike on down. Over in the middle, perhaps for Cyclones here from the long angle. But here comes NAOS now setting up from two fronts, front to back. The push is awaiting them. The pinch here onto Monyet. Might be able to take a flash over onto this monkey, but that'll be more NC Slasher. Invaders here from ONIC. They get 3. Kakarot though, Monyet on site. The elbow's still gonna be a problem. And this is now the connection from Elmimore before he falls. Jet though still alive, and it will still thrive in a tense situation. 9-7. Winnable, yes, won by NAOS, but costly again has been the description of their victories.
Yeah, they're gonna have to eke one out, but that was so weird though. I thought that Blur would have hit that shot already. He saw the belly of his opponent, but still not able to connect it. Thankfully enough, they still had the numbers. What was going into my mind though, the NC Slasher did have still his showstopper, so that could have been a really huge tool. Not NC Slasher, excuse me, but Monyet had his showstopper that could really have made it incredibly difficult for NAOS to make things work, but regardless, they still do. So I think that's good. That's a well enough trade, to be honest.
You know, I'm liking though from ONIC that they still refuse to give up no scenarios. The ambition to push over to the elbow. And now as Esports, they're caught napping in situations they're really setting up on. They can't have these lapses because ONIC is a team that will constrict you when they can. It's been a factor again, the NAOS victories. But now the orbital strike to slow down the plant. This does put ONIC in a literal tight scenario by the last helos. Does come to Kevs. Not the best arsenal here for ONIC, but if they can actually bait in NAOS for closer engagements, it can work out better for them. Blasto not gonna fall for it. Monyet the first target to fall.
This will give time for ONIC to now move their way onto the B site where Blurred is still prepared to cover the cross, but it's a fake. They're gonna go rotate all the way around. They've left NC Slasher onto U-Haul once again. NAOS actually knows about this, but it's not at least more of their concern. Blast, though, a bit too overhearted to actually start charging run in. Delicious, able to pick up the slack, get the 4K, and now NAOS, this map selection for them, making more sense here, Dax, as they're much more relegated on the second half.
Yeah, not just 4K, but 4 still alive, the bigger number here. seeing for them though that they understand some of the nuances ONIC wants to run. When the orbital strike did zone ONIC out from the middle of the site, basically from that default plant, and as soon as they were in the corners, they just utilized their rifle advantage as much as possible, especially from someone as potent as Jet, to play the game of keep away and get those takedowns. So one more now, and NAOS can tie things up. A gamble though with Blurred on the operator. He's tagged here by the Aldrone, forced back on the way, and the Hunter's Fury is trying to chase him down. Will it lead to the kill though? Seems like it's not the case. Kakarot instead moving over to the labs. Nice movement here from Kakarot to just puts his feet where it could have been weak. But NC Slasher moving forward, and Kevs falls here as well. So a 1-for-1 trade as ONIC now able to get the plants. Flanked up potentially here from Delicious. Blurred still making noise from the tower. And the rest of NAOS now trying to set up the retake, but Elmi Moore will be the one first and foremost. Catches out one, Kakarot again on the board, and it's just trades for now here, Asarai.
A little bit messy as they fight right in, but it should be working. The snakebite noise made onto short. I wonder how much Delicious was spotted. Not really, so he's gotten the first kill already. That allows the rest of the team to come rushing in. But it's now left into the hands of Blur. He only has the Sheriff in hand, but maybe this is enough. Shiro is just 1 beat away from getting knocked off. He needs to have the spike right here and now. Shiro's coming into the corner. Gonna be jumping right in, and he's already have the spike. He doesn't know. One more bullet. No! Oh, that is huge!
In the face of adversity, you look intent to stay on the with that one. The heroics of Shiro can not only that he made look over to the entrance of then rendezvous the way to try and circumnavigate the opposing arrays, but also look prime for NAOS to play that pinch perfectly. You mentioned that Jay already got that, but Shiro turns around not once but twice to catch a Viper, and the drop down there from NAOS Sports. This has been a crazy game from Shiro. He has gone above and beyond what is from here in the ONIC side. An incredible support player now carrying the weight.
The molly utilized there by Kakarot very earlier on. The snakebite, it had to be too late as the spike has already been planted, and this Viper's Pit not really helping out the situation for NAOS as they try to get closer into the site itself. They're waiting for the wall to dissipate as Blast has his own wall. But isn't this a bit too optimistic though? Because again, there's still a lot of players of ONIC that are very near onto the site itself, and especially that NC Slasher is just right in front of them, denying all opportunities. Kakarot has snuck his way in. Maybe he can make waves here. He's done some damage, but again, the snakebite is onto the corner. Monyet playing around it. And someone has to be on the spike, but they haven't found out anybody just yet. 1 versus 1 in Monyet. Well, Monyet means monkey, and this monkey has been jumping around plenty in the back of the site with that judge, and it works.
Don't you mean judging around from what we've seen?
He's a judger.
He's a judger. He judges indeed. He's like, I'm gonna tell you what is up, and apparently for ONIC, what is up is just the way they're able to take this A site. It's crazy to think how much cover they can get from the Viper's Pit, but the value is not just used by someone like Sephirine, but Monyet able to hop on around, make the engagement even closer, and that's where ONIC thrives. When we get to that A site, cheeky plays again as they go bananas. Now then, Stopper is the plan of action. Now it's not really the best arsenal of Bulldogs. A Spectre and a Sheriff, sure. They are gonna go for the gamble. Viper Spit early on towards the short angle. And ONIC instead, the rotation cleared towards the B site. Scouting on around though, the Trailblazer just trying to look if anyone's there, even by the shower. But this should tell NAOS that B is the engagement area by this point.
It's gonna be B on the hits. Seeker's utilized just to delay even further. Blur gonna get spotted. They know where he is. How well can Blur actually work his magic here as Kevs is really just committed to the fight, but he's gotten a couple of kills here, allowing Kakarot to sneak one in. Backs away first. Delicious coming in from the lurk as well through the teleporter does not really do anything to phase ONIC as Monyet was already waiting for him to appear. Now 2 versus 2. They're gonna be rotating around. They still have time to make their magic happen here. They see the utility, see the stim beacon. They're starting to clear things out. Do they know now that they're actually coming through onto elbow? I think NAOS knows this. But there still is time. They can even rotate onto the A side if the situation allows to do it so. And yeah, they have so much time to actually even plant it. And the rotation from NAOS extremely late. I say they were hoping that B was going to be the fighting site.
And a great dart there to clear out the corners just in case. Molly though, the fire spreads and LB gets caught in it. NAOS Esports, it was dicey, sure, but they say this is fine, and they will be able to still get back to the spike. 11-9, but the spread of the flames, Kakarot. I don't know if he's playing Brimstone or Phoenix because that was just well placed by him.
That was one of the good utility usage we've seen on the Molly from Kakarot there. There's not really a lot of situations where you want to use the Molly, but this is one where if you save it and you still have it, it's such a strong tool just to deny that plant. And thankfully, he got the bounce right. I think some of the Mollys that he's thrown out in the past couple of rounds haven't been as potent, but when they need it, it works. It happens.
It just has her get him. They've been finding some of these bailouts here so far. A few confident rounds, yes. But ONIC, the playmaking has been the biggest strength they've seen so far. And I'd love to see more of the utilities come online. The combos perhaps as Blurred just hopping, jumping, eventually getting a take out Kevs though. 5-2 with the Dinks. Blurred right now, reinforcing the lesser line. And this has been the Blurred line straightened instead. No crossing towards B site. 11-10, and NAOS is really mounting their run here in the second half.
Facet of Blurred now from 100% to 0%. That's actually a good thing, because now he's clear as day. And he can hit all of those shots, and he can just do whatever he wants, and NAOS can just thrive in it. Look at that, Dax. From a very weird 8-4, they bounce back, and it's now just spitting distance 11-10. They can smell the equalization of rounds, and even more so now for NAOS.
Of the haunting ONIC, an incredible series versus Sersha. Yes, first map closest margins there's but and that comeback that showed up from the second half on Icebox does feel like it might affect them here yet again, and they're gonna need this timeout to rethink what can we do to put a stop to the NAOS Esports run. And from what we're seeing here so far on the NAOS defense, they do rely on those initial pickups to the on push, but two, potential lineups perhaps from players like the Brimstone, Viper, and that's something on the map like my Kakarot. Such a flexible player though. He can play whatever he wants to a good degree, and you're seeing
bomb buddy out.
Well, they need to find it soon because they're just about to run out of bank here. Blast. He's going to be putting the wall now. Did he wait for the drone first? Oh, no, he did. He's getting pushed off from his boosty spot, but yeah, there's absolutely nothing here for ONIC just for the moment. They have plenty of time though, so at least they've taken about all of the utility that Blast actually had, and that's already incredibly strong. Kevs really loves to use these early Seekers, and I'm digging it because they don't really have a proper Sentinel, so each and every bit of information that they can pick up now just helps out the overall round positioning that NAOS would want to have as of the moment. Now they're still double checking with the utility of Kevs onto the B site as they not really waste their time, but use their time to do that. Here's the A site push from the rest of ONIC. All right, so they're just going to be charging right in.
30 seconds left.
Well, Hunter's Fury does absolutely nothing. I'm loving the utility. Blur, wait, where did he come from? Oh my goodness, Blur has hit the flank of the century, maybe even of the APAC Challengers. And how did ONIC just did not hear that? Maybe there's just too much fluff happening around, but it did not seem like ONIC was aware of the Blur flank with a huge ass showstopper coming in. Yeah, I said it. It's there.
One enemy
now let's
remaining.
take the round 11 to 11.
Spike down.
Oh my. Oh my. All right, seems like I'll have to hold the fort for the moment here, guys, but it's all right. You know that NAOS can also hold the fort. You know that ONIC can also hold the fort, but... Is Dax back, or I'm just hearing him in our voice?
Another round from just your reactions, I can tell. Now is able to eke it out yet again, and this puts ONIC in a familiar yet painful spot. Eco round, and it's now if they win this, they're the ones gonna be on map point here, Asteroid. So a desperate effort perhaps to go towards that A side. The few picks might be able to help them out here just for the confidence, just for the ultimates later on. But really now has such a big back right now. And they're just even backing on these kills. A 3, a 4. Sit down, says Blast. I sees the one waiting by the benches anyway. And out of nowhere here, the wings have sprouted. And liftoff is upon us. Ascension perhaps here for NAOS, as they're the ones on map point.
The comeback. I can't remember who it was. I think that was Kevs or someone else that was mentioning it from that interview from NAOS, as they say that, oh, you know, we feel like we have the capabilities not only to fight teams in the Philippines or even the APAC, but the other regions right now. And I'm gonna get called out here by chat, maybe even tweeted out by chat, but I feel like it is a possibility. You know, it seems like they can make things work. Rough around the edges, but definitely something there to bring to the international scene. That being said, they're one away from taking this off the board from ONIC and push it to a game number 2 where NAOS will have that series point, but still, ONIC, I mean, they just need one more to also go into overtime.
I mean, you have to be that confident there, Captain Obvious. This is the regional aspect, and there you have the confidence from Severy. Doesn't care about the paint shells. He's able to catch out Blurred as he was trying to set himself up for more of the loss. But here we have the Molly now, courtesy of Kakarot. Where does it even land? Spike though planted over onto the left. Seems like the fire is in the way of NAOS, actually. So ONIC find themselves some time. Kevs though finds a second, finds a third. The lineup is just too easy for Kevs right now. Here comes Monyeto on the board. Blast to the show on up 3v1. All of them one, yes! Monkey Fist is now to try and save the ONIC roster. Res here though for Blast to try and get a bit of distraction. Shots do come and Kevs is the king. The 4K there to make it happen. Someone needs to defuse. Someone needs to defuse. Hello?
Okay,
the celebration! The celebration before the victory comes, and finally,
Defenders
the conclusion. 13 to 11. The rally from NAOS Esports gives them the first map.
I thought we were gonna see a fighting game fiasco incident there.
My heart stopped.
Yeah,
I thought I'd see.
No.
Honestly,
They had time. Thankfully, they had time. Or not, we were gonna see an overtime. With NAOS probably doing the biggest facepalm of their lives, and I feel like if they actually botched that one and were celebrating too early and they lost because the spike exploded and they weren't able to defuse in time, they would have just lost the overtime. I feel like it already.
The mental destruction there.
Goodness.
Mental destruction, but you can see it here.
Yeah.
13 to 11, and it's honestly disheartening to see the ONIC collapse there later on. The first half, complete control. Shiro above and beyond everyone else with the operators, with the tour de force. And then early on their attacking side, the Monyet NC Slasher connection. Very, very scary to behold. And these two can really sync on up to enable the Rays to do wonders. But NAOS Esports utilizing moments across the map. Blurred there, multiple flanks, Jet being a bit of a bother as well. And sometimes just players like Kakarot and Kevs to save the day. The first half NAOS just wasn't a good indicator of what they can bring to the table. The second half is where we got those waves of crashes, the waves of players where you get that sudden impact from players like Blurred, players like Blast, and when the going gets tough, again, Kevs, Kakarot, they can come in clutch. That's been the system that they've been relying on through their VCT run so far, and it's that hope, it's that prayer to try and push them even further on into the distance. But what a win from NAOS, Asarai, and I know for a fact you saw more of that than I did, and you know, these highlights, they're gonna recap some incredible moments also.
Enemy down.
And you mentioned how the whole NAOS teams get tough. Everybody just got tougher and tougher as the rounds came rallying in. And ONIC faced the same difficulties that NAOS did on the attacking side. It's just they couldn't really do anything once the opposition just started, getting more comfortable. It was just non-stop of that. Did we see NAOS actually bring out the operator too many times? Not really, I think. Just maybe a couple of rounds, and that's about that. It's all about how well they use their utilities. And I think that's the issue right now for NAOS is they weren't really able to utilize that on the attacking. Thankfully, once the second half came in, it looked much better for them. That being said, their work is yet to be done. One more game, but that is an icebox map against ONIC that we know can actually bring things around if they're not careful.
Yeah, no surprises that this series is this close. This is Group C, the group of death. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a third game along the way. Later on into the fight, you could get the chain of kills there from NAOS. The confidence came back alongside the angles. They knew some of the plays that ONIC loved to do overall was just all about those close quarters control. And especially is amplified by them sticking on around with the Astra. One gravity well catch was something that the side of ONIC was backing on, but this was the beautiful moment that I only heard, did not see. But now I witness it here. Blurred just comes in from the short angle, and he is the staff that really counted. And by the end of the whole fight, well, ONIC pushed a little too much in the line, and really now Esports. That was a well-deserved win. Endurance, really, fortitude to stay on for the game. And ONIC Esports, ONIC G, they're gonna need the same kind of, I'd say, tenacity to stay in the series. But guys, we're gonna be going on the break, and we return. We'll check out if ONIC G can bounce one back, or will now Esports be able to get that 2-0. My name is Dax, here with Asrai. Don't go away, this is the APAC Challengers.
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 200 every occasion. Going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter I do.
Into the thick of things we go. The first game went into the favor of NAOS, but it didn't look clean at all at the first half. They really rallied in the second, but ONIC still have a very much capable roster here that can push it to game number 3. But with that, game number 2, Icebox, will go underway in just a few. My name is Asteroid. With me now is Dax, and we'll be your casters for the rest of this final series of the day.
Yeah, and you can say that ONIC G is an absolutely capable squad.
Oh, yeah, they are a capable squad, Dax, with your eyes closed. That is... I'm sorry.
Am I moving now? Hello! I guess we're back, and, you know, the thing
Yeah,
is...
you are.
I think the problem right now for ONIC G in reality is the struggle sometimes to close it out. It's been their biggest problem against teams here in the group stage, and with competition this fierce, you need to make sure that you can capitalize on the lead and finish up these rounds. Given chance for the rallies, we've noticed it versus Sersha, we've seen it here versus NAOS on Bind. ONIC has had that problem, and I really can't tell what's the biggest issue right now internally, because what we're getting here are the external step-ups from the teams, from them understanding more on what their playstyle really entails, the multi-kills, and in the case of NAOS, the step up there from the likes of Blurred, just the clutch moments there from Kakarot and Kibs, they gave NAOS that second chance.
They really did. It felt like, again, they just started losing control. This was the issue that I saw ONIC. Was it ONIC, I think, or maybe one of the Indonesian teams way back actually have issues as well as they try to attack, get the control into U-Haul. They just don't know how to follow up what's next at the back of the site. And that maybe could be the issue of not having a Sage. They get that good control into short, but anything that follows right after that, they need to have that strong follow-up onto Showers to really secure the rest of the A site in particular. But the big problem there lies that Blast just does not allow them to do that when this Sage just hold the rest of that half push coming in from Showers. So with that being said, that doesn't really give a lot of options to ONIC. And as they try to push it onto the B site, that's when they don't really have any more utility. And Blur has just been that other vanguard on the other side of the map for NAOS that really breaks down the attackers bit by bit, allowing the rest of NAOS just to have an easier time clutching out the rounds.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect point. Options, when they're removed from the ONIC arsenal, that's where they struggle when they're funneled in, because they do vie for a lot of the map control just to make their plays work, just to make their, I'd say, aggression over onto the sites be a factor. And if it's more of a straight line form, that's kind of where ONIC really struggles, because from what we've seen so far, there is such a scrappy bunch when need be, but it's not really the plan that they're going for, that they really bank on. And as they're trying to strive away from that, other teams who can just be able to step up in a pinch, in that manner, in that direct combat, that is where they really shine. Moments are made by ONIC G. We see it again with the multiple stacks of utilities that we got there on Bind, with the Gravity Well, with the Paint Shells, and the like. But coming into Icebox, they're gonna need to figure that out and fast, because the last time they were here, they lost in the Heartbreaker. And what was the biggest problem? Setups there from Sentinels like the Killjoy of Sersha just having those flanks, having those angles covered, and preventing ONIC G from getting into the spaces that they want to.
Yeah, for sure. And again, one of the things that will also add to that pressure is Kev's. If he goes back to his Sova, you know that he's a credible threat to that. I think his Sky was okay on Bind, but his Sova is really something to behold, especially on the Icebox map. I don't know what this map just does to NAOS and particularly specific players in their roster, but something just clicks, and then even if it's just that one player remaining, they can just always play clutch, and it works out so particularly well for them. Especially again, can't stress enough Kevs on that on that Sova.
Yeah, well, not only that, I think we're going to be getting Kakarot back on the KO, so we should be seeing the standard NAOS Esports roster yet again as we brought out on another map, and we've seen it and said it time and time again. The suppress value from NAOS is one of the most paramount that you can have here in the whole group stage. They love to utilize those suppresses, try and not just even up the playing field, but get the advantage since they're the ones using their utilities first into the peaks. And for a squad like ONIC, who are amazing at those stalemates, amazing at those holds, if they get hit by something like the KO knife, it's going to be a big bother for their early investment to the utilities. So keep an eye on that, since ONIC might have to really find a way to dig deep coming into Icebox.
Yeah, very true on how they're going to try to just manage with, again, the disables to suppress that Kakarot brings to the table if he does pick that KO. I wonder, though, if we are going to actually have the same roster here from NAOS, because it seems like they are bringing something different to the APAC Challengers. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it has seemed to make it look like they actually struggle at some regard. They're going to start on the defender's side here, but as I look at it, Dax, wait, is Jillish just going to be... Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's about it. That's the same. Oh, no, Kakarot.
Got you there, right? The guys sitting right in front of you with the lights on. And Kakarot, this can be an interesting pickup for side of NAOS. We're talking about the KO value, that's completely gone. So instead, Trademarks, of course, to watch those angles, watch those flanks. So, of course, the Headhunter try to play that long range game. But on the flip side, here for ONIC, they're running that Caber as well. They're running that Sage. What we've seen from them in their matchup against Persia, their defense, something to really be fearful of. Because not only can someone like the Chamber, of course, pop off here has done an incredible job with it, but also seeing someone like Jet, who one around navigate like as well, to give that more artillery value on the side of ONIC.
They don't have a flash, though. Like, both teams do not have flashes. I know that ONIC can play well without the flash, but I'm not sure how that will pan out for NAOS, because I don't think I've ever seen NAOS not have a flasher when they play. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at least 80%, maybe even 90%, they always have that flasher.
Oh yeah, most of the time they have a flash. Probably have a competition or two that doesn't have it, but it's a big test yet again. And another, I'd say, risk that may or may not be rewarded here inside of NAOS Esports. But looking at their group, might be that kind of situation where fortune favors the bold. We saw a Neon on Split, for God's sake, last time versus Bleed the Esports. A bit of a change up. And of course, someone like Kakarot able to flex on over around. He's willing to be the one to make that change for NAOS Esports. And if they want to win this map and this series, he has to deliver. But let's see here. ONIC on the attacking side. Struggles were clear last time when they couldn't get the map control that they needed. They were just kind of stuck in places like the yellow box, the other half of 410. But danger close, Kakarot, and the last already falling. ONIC with the answers quickly. LB more on the pistol round. Such a scary, scary gladiator in this arena.
Oh, that was kind of awkward. Like, they waited for the smoke to dissipate, and NAOS just weren't prepared?
More like taking it back. It's like, hey, hello, you're here.
Yeah, right? Because they're the ones that set up that smoke, so I wonder why they were expecting nobody to actually be there, because you saw how Kakarot's delayed reaction about what was happening in that interaction. Well, with all that being said, it's gonna be that 5
sometimes,
versus 2. Yeah.
sometimes there's just
Yeah,
too many
okay.
options. It's like there's so many heads. Who do I click on first? And it's clear for ONIC. It's clear for Monyet. 2 in front of him, 2 dead. Flawless execution here by ONIC, and even if NAOS wanted to make a play, ONIC can just wrestle that quickly from the start.
Well, rather easy endeavor there for the ONIC roster. They got already that quick little 3-piece at the very start of the round, and Monyet, lovely stuff coming in from his Ghost. And rather painless initiate, or a start. Yeah, I just say start. I don't have any other synonym for that. I think begin, but like, nah. Just
Beginning.
Yeah. Beginning
Yeah.
for ONIC. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
It's a longer word, maybe more syllables. And I think the word beginning had been longer than just what we saw from that round, basically. As quickly as we started, so it's like, oh, 5v2. The post plant, oh, they're gone. And speaking of speed, speaking of hastiness, this is what ONIC was able to do last time when they're able to just run onto the site. You can see how much now they utilize the higher aspects, the altitudes of the map for the rest of the crew. Danger close though for NC Slasher. Stalker's train is set on up. Nice angle from Monyet even. Just confidence all the way to play on the backside with the Bulldog. 3 already for Monyet. Trying to build up that blade storm. If he gets one more, it's going to be even easier for him. But the recon dart is right on the jet! And he can see the demise coming. Even seen it on the model of Monyet himself. A flawless win again for ONIC. Good shot, Gibbs.
Tried to make it work. Did not. Monyet takes a nice little 4-piece there. Look at that. They just appeared one by one, bit by bit.
Here.
That was hella awkward. Could have been the ace, but you know what? It's fine. You got to give your teammates a couple of kills as well. Coming into the next round, Monyet will have his blades if he wants to. He can actually make that really unravel the round. He might actually be 1 charge off. Yeah, but he can just pick up a kill or an orb, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, the best thing also is if they lose this, if he just dies anyway, he's going to be able to have the blade storm for the next round. So economically, ONIC G is in one of the best spots that they can be in here right now. Bonus time, still the push is on. Severin though, taking a chunk of damage. Blurred now, bringing the pain to 2. Make that a 3rd. This angle here, perfect for Blurred. Finds the 4th even. And seems like my glasses are fogging on up. Is this going to be an ace here from the jet? Yes, it is. 20/20 vision right in front of him. An ace brought out in the 3rd round.
That was nasty. We need a quick little replay just to see how delicious that blur sequence is.
Yeah, so you want to stop real quick?
Yeah.
100% of the NAOS kills come from
remaining.
Real quick, at least for this 3-round start of the game.
Caster Matt 102. I
Amazing.
upgraded.
You better
I leveled
absolutely
up
amazing.
here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Case in point though, this is what I was talking about. ONIC G, sure they lost the bonus. A little heartbreaking the way they lost it after Blurred is able to just mow down the opposition. And it's actually Blurred here with a blade so far. Monyet, he can use it if he does choose to, but he has a rifle in hand. As NAOS exposes that they want to play more aggressive from the A side. It does funnel in ONIC towards the B angle instead. Dangerous Waters though, and Kakarot, he's ready. One weakness here of ONIC right in front of us, but they're forced into a location. It is struggles to shoot their way out of it in the first place. It's 4v3 now. Kakarot bringing damage. Severinto, he's hurt, but at least he's still alive. Nice shock dart, perfectly primed. Nice combo, 1 and 2 with the slow orb, with the shock bolt, and just NAOS here making the formation that they want. Even setting up the wall, and the drop down shot as Blast fades on away. We'll tie up the scoreline.
The fadeaway fall down, spray down from Blast. That was lovely. But this Kakarot hold on yellow, even better so. Wasn't expecting Shiro to be that close, but he's already done the damage, which allows Blast and teammates just to work their magic. And that was kind of awkward from Blurred. Did you actually see if he had like a Vandal in his hand?
No, he only had like a pistol also. Just he had to use the blades basically.
But I'm pretty sure he dropped probably the Vandal to a teammate because he saved it because he got an ace a while ago. So
yeah.
I didn't really expect him to not have that weapon. So yeah, probably that.
Also hand though. Gonna be ready now to be an even bigger distraction, or disruptor basically, of the ONIC playstyle. Immediately we see, after that 4th round, the biggest problem of ONIC G, if they don't have that exit strategy, nor that plan B, has been one of the biggest, I'd say, issues of such a smart squad so far. Second issue right now though for the round is the lesser buy. All eyes are on Monyet to try and deliver with the Blazestorm. First parcel given over onto Blurred. That's the takedown. Kick things off towards the site. They even throw the Cloudburst now to just try and blockade the Raycon ball. Monyet can't get up there. Instead though, Viper Spit on the ground. Monyet now with the second as NC Slasher also gets a takedown. Solid heist here so far from ONIC G. Can Kevs and Jet do anything by this point? Jet though at least sprays down Shiro inside the smoke. Monyet now coming in closer and closer. And maybe these blades can find another target with Vim and Venom. And Venom there! And sharp enough to catch one more out. Monyet goes crazy. Absolutely bonkers here from that Jet on the map like Icebox. And a thrifty win after covering fire from NC Slasher. Yes, please, more here for ONIC G.
Yeah. Here. Venom with that adrenaline momentum. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Just like, he just showed his barrel. He almost touched tips with the blade, and that's not gonna work out.
You should have contact damage, you have Blazestorm out. Think about it. Doesn't that make sense? You just run at someone, just like hug him?
That's true. You know, we strive for realism here in Valorant.
Yes, totally. When blades are just all wrapped around you with the wind.
Levitating.
In a teleportation, sure. Realism, 110%. But the reality sets in, and for NAOS now, they're seeing their run just lose steam early on, and Monyet. What's the scene here? No, it's not a utility.
Maybe.
Is that the poison cloud?
Actually, I take it back. I thought that was like
That's a poison cloud. Did it look like a Viper's head to you? He was far off.
Yeah, it did. And I thought he dinked him or something, but... Well, no.
He shot the smoke before it even started. Good eyes, though. Good eyes for you. Good eyes from him. And good eye, perhaps, for ONIC G if they spot a Blurred here.
Severance in a dance to the death here with Blurred.
Now he's
Dash for TP, not really the greatest of exchanges, and you can already see the quick little rotation that ONIC has done onto the B site. The wall will come through from NC Slasher, and ONIC once again forcing their opponents to retake on B. Kakarot can have in line of sight here, especially with the wall go down. There's still another wall that he's gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, this feels like Cinderella by midnight, but now as the hunt is on towards that B site. The retake reality here for Kakarot is to try and make this through the force count. But Monyet is the one who gets the shot on 2 here from Monyet after Kevs gets up first. 3 already from Monyet. Make that 4 and ace again. Will we get it from the Jet? Blurred will deny him though. And Severin will be there to pick up the pieces. Dancing around though from ONIC G. The battle of the Jets. It's upon us here, Asteroid. And while Blurred has found a moment, Monyet has found the game here so far.
Oh yeah, talk about moments, just a clip as it were, while Monyet is the one that is the entire highlight reel. And still not far, but this is seemingly similar to what we saw in Bind, where ONIC just keep the momentum rolling, and they'll take this slowly but surely. Blur actually playing down below with the operator. Didn't really see any success at the back of the site, so now he's very proactive, charging right in. Does have his teammate holding on to Belt, but you can see ONIC is very cautious about this little fight here. Kakarot, as he was spotted, has to back away, but does have Blast holding this nice little off-angle boost with the wall. Throws out the slow orb just to kind of slow down the pace. But Monyet is still going to look for a challenge as he goes and peeks right back up. He knew exactly where to look. But unfortunately, Monyet's not going to find the head of Blast.
Yeah, and speaking of, well, a corpse there, Blurred will find pickoff. Sarkins off versus Severin. So ONIC now, they're basically put in a situation they're needing push towards B side. Breaking the wall, and Monyet again! This yellow crate has been just such a staging ground for him, and the side angle far enough to give him the vantage point anyway. Two already dashed, though might have been blocked by his own teammates. But look how far ONIC has planted already right beside the snowman. Do you want to build it, says Monyet? Go away! Now it's Esports. An okay buy. As Monyet right now going to be dashing on through. Wants to get another angle along this route. Up and down though, the rappel. Blurred coming in from the kitchen. Trying to just be fine. The 1v4. The hunt is on. The updraft is there. And Monyet will finally get the ace that he deserves. Sing him a song. Because ONIC G is just riding the tune that he is emitting here.
Well, Blur into that unknown. Not really knowing where to actually spot out where the opponents were. And interesting enough from NAOS, they just wanted to really stop the rotations of ONIC, but ONIC, this is what they do best when they start taking in certain positions for that objective advantage. They just do not really falter at all. And Monyet, he's already 18 kills, 7 rounds in. He's got the majority of here. And he did get that ace, as you mentioned, but before that, he's gotten like, what, 2, 3, 4Ks? That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, multiple quad kills to his name. And not only that, I love the fact that since they know that Monyet is popping off like this, winning out these range duels anyway, they didn't even bother to try and go for that kind of wall play that you usually see for that Snowman plat. It sends out of the open, and they adjust themselves to keep an eye out over onto the entrance of kitchen instead. That willingness to keep duels on. They also had that numbers advantage anyway, but there's so much confidence on the duels already here for the side of ONIC G. And for NAOS, it has been blurred, and blurred only is able to keep that kind of real parity. 3-round streak right now, after we got a bit of a streak there from NAOS. Interesting enough, that time at will it help them out? One weakness I'm seeing here is not for of a lack of a better term, it's just the fact that they're giving up that yellow box way too early on, and since Monyet has been happy to take it, well, it is an absolute freebie, just like this takedown. Kevzo was way too greedy for once. Of course, though, eco state here to the side of NAOS. A hero bulldog, Marshall in the hands of Blurred, yes. Beyond that, not the best kit here for the defense.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. I mean, they knew exactly what NAOS wanted to pick up there, and they would definitely get punished, right? So with that being said, ONIC, just a couple of utilities here and there to make it work. And it does. ONIC now also charging into the B site. They love to do this. Severin is going to be looking to go for the fight here. Will have to use his TP to get on out, and he crosses. They're trying to see the swing right now, but he still puts himself in a position where he can actually fight them as soon as, but it gives a little bit more fighting power for NAOS, as now Blur is looking for his opponent, sees him right in the corner, actually does not, as the yellow bar is giving so much mobility, so much safety for Elmi Moore, and he just wants more of those picks. What? Cavs? Okay, that's a little bit too cheeky. This Sheriff will finally be the final resting place for Elmi Moore, but Jelicious, he's got a mountain to climb.
And there's no time even. The spike has been planted. The ticking time bomb has been making quite a noise. But you know who screamed their names to the heavens. His name is Elmi Moore, and he will be remembered. Feed him more kill after kill. But the NAOS didn't even see Elmi Moore coming. And as soon as that happens, it was just so quick on the executions. Hiding behind this box here, able to jump up on top. Kakarot couldn't just in time. And for ONIC, it was just a fire rage to remember, but more so the victory was because of their rotation towards that B side. That free pickoff onto Kevs, forcing NAOS Esports to rotate in kind. It was an absolute free pathway there for ONIC G, and they're still keeping up their streak here.
And this is not just a streak, but rather a trailblazer, a hot streak from ONIC. Now this is really an operator in the hands of Kakarot. Severin making a lot of noises, and let's see if ONIC G can actually start G'ing into the site. And the Slasher is already opened up. Only 1v1 with Blast, but Blast, one of the most what's the word here, developed players from last year, now able to hold in the site. This will put the 2 versus 2 into play, and Kevs has read it! With now one more blow,
He doesn't find Elmi Moore, or rather he doesn't even find Severin. He's gonna have to wait for Kevs to come into the play here. But look at how close Elmi Moore has placed himself right across this wall. He spotted one, but Elmi Moore still holds the close angle. They're waiting for him, but they were just enough to actually react in time. They cannot plant the spike. They have to wait for first one. It's Severin. What a shot! Now Kakarot with the pistol in hand has to go in.
Excuse me,
but he was able to do it. I was feeling a little bit cheeky, or a little bit, what's the word? Apprehensive there. But he survives. He does it. He makes it work.
Headhunted, come on. He's found it. It's absolutely headhunted. And the operator still kept in the hands here for now. But the thing is, Blast. What?
Player
Where did the other kill come from? That's so quick. And Kakarot, of course, in that clutch situation, able to line up and get that takedown. But the one great thing ONIC G was able to do there was, since they were able to get through Jalicious in the first place, it actually didn't allow that Viper Spit to really be as effective as NAOS wanted. Thing is though, if you don't clear that rapid, you've just lined up forward there as soon as you go for that side take. It's such a strong angle to hold from the defense. Blast, just that impact there in the round. It allowed someone like Kevs to stall without his fury as Kakarot and Elmi Moore getting one apiece on different sides of the map here. So it's 4v4 now. And Monyet, as Rampage has been noticed, it has been more of a quiet effort so far for the past few rounds. Kakarot now though, scoping on in, trying to get a little bit more of that longer sight line. This time now it's reinforcing some of their weaker angles. They put a double up towards that yellow box. ONIC G instead though, the rotation has been one of their other tendencies in these scenarios. And you can see now, Monyet looking to lead the charge, but Delicious and Blast are awaiting them yet again, and especially the high ground for Blast.
Monyet does have the updraft dash combo if he does want to do so. Ooh, they make the noise. They hear the TP. 30 seconds. There still is time to rotate back, but they can't push and then rotate. It's going to have to be the full commitment, as you do see Jalicious and Blast already prepared for the close angle. They've doubled up, one on top, one down below. But they will have to at least allow the rest of ONIC to go through this, because there's just too many players as of the moment. Jalicious, though, could be caught inside his own smoke. Blast just a bit too aggressive and just a bit too overeager. And they could have waited for their teammates. They were just outside of the site already. I don't know why they wanted to go and fight them when they already had it, but I don't know. Kakarot at least good with the one pickoff, but there still is a surprise at the back of it with Monyet holding at the small box on the back of A. These legs will be spotted, and Kev's good on the reactionary.
Yeah, Kev's the Kakarot now trying to come in clutch. Zildo, snakebite thrown on over, and Elmi Moore setting up quite a maze again that now needs to go through, but Kev's already with a takedown. Shiro finds the answer. Kakarot though, given time, given space to go for the defuse, he's just gonna stick on this. Now let's go, and we'll teleport on the way to save the operator. Does he bait Shiro to his own demise? Yes, he does. But the fall and Sova will bring the VCT Esports clutch anyway to ONIC G and give them around. At least consolation prize though there for Kakarot Asarai, but I gotta give it there to Elmi Moore. The snakebite being a big bother, the toxic strain also. I felt like that was a factor of why NAOS Esports actually wanted to push. They wanted to anticipate the spike plant, try to stop it before the Viper's wall would be a bigger factor in the post-plant scenario. You mentioned it, could have just waited on for the teammates instead. Over eagerness, a bit of a problem still for NAOS Esports. They're looking at ONIC G now, getting back in the rhythm and getting a point back in this half.
I don't know. Now it just tends to rally back at the second half, but this is not as decisive as what we kind of saw initially. Monyet has spotted one already. They try to double swing him, and it works out. Timing for Blurred is going to be crucial. He's backed away, used both of his cloud bursts to allow Jalicious to reposition. They've actually lowered the numbers here of ONIC. The triple stack in the favor, the cheekiness of this team, and Kakarot, because he saved the operator, now it finds the value. Severin is down and dusted. Nancy Slasher and Elmi Moore to remain. Up on mid, Jalicious already prepared. Look at that. He peeks out, and Jalicious is the one now to do the aggression through the Viper smoke. Nancy Slasher left up onto mid, but that's not going to be enough. The Thrifty picked up by NAOS here, and
last round
we were wondering, we were worried. But it's NAOS, man. They can make things work.
And suddenly they win again. Corners unchecked. operator finding its value, and that's the beauty of the trademark. Those slow fields.
Enemy remaining.
You don't really notice them when you're playing off against the chamber until it's right under your feet. And a series, honestly, of more fortunate events here for the side of NAOS. You can add up the Poison Cloud, Block Eating Vision, and you see the barrel first. But you can already notice here that some of the steam that ONIC started off with is kind of dying on down. And the biggest example of that has to be Monyet. Yes, 20 kills in a half is absolutely impressive. He really is showing why he's one of the best, or in contention to be the best, really, duelist from the Indonesian scene. But he had, what, 18 kills in the first 7 rounds, and now we're in the 12th. He's only gotten 2, I think, here, Asarai. So that's a problem that we've seen last time versus Sersha. That's a problem that might have been afflicted on ONIC overall.
Need a drop.
And the fact of the matter is, it's the usual saying, it's a sprint. It's a marathon, rather, not a sprint. ONIC, they're breaking records for these sprints, sure, for these shorter dashes. It's such a long game to go. And now this is the one who's piecing themselves accordingly.
Okay, these utilities not going to spot out Blur here, but it doesn't mean that he's going to be able to hit the shot just yet. All of his opponents now coming in through the right side. It's all about that that pipes control. It does work. Blur backs away. Blast can't get... Wait, he survives! I thought it was going to be enough for Manya, but I think Manya was a little bit worried that Blur was going to look already for the insta-jiggle, and it does! He's pushed back the rest of the squad here. Emily Moore does get revived by MC Slasher. If Blast over-aggresses, he might actually get caught off guard. But now they're here to swing. Slasher and Shiro able to deal with the first defenders and try to force them back. Blast is actually here, using the Cloud Burst to full fruition. Blast still good, wrapping around, waiting for Blur, and now we're left with a 1 versus 1. Blur still has the updraft, can go cheeky, goes right on top of his opponent. I think Shiro should know about this. No, he didn't. He thought he would just drop right in front of him, but Blur got through on top of the site, picks up 4K, as well as the defuse.
Yeah, Blur sees this one, and what a round there from NAOS. For ONIC, they have such a good setup already. They do the right things to put that plant into place. Again, I'm appreciating the LB Moore Viper walls that do come on up in time, because this would have been all the space that ONIC needed to work with for the round. But the thing is, behind enemy lines, there's one soldier that would not die, that would not relent, and his name is Blast, and he's the hero there. For NAOS Esports, Blur comes on in to clean up at the end. But the fact of the matter is, if you still have a guy on the inside able to cause that kind of chaos, it allows the rest of NAOS to get that intel anyway. They have an idea of the positions there of ONIC, despite the toxic screen. And that was the detriment of ONIC here. And you can see, for the past few rounds, for the past I'd say third, NAOS has won 75% of them. 3 out of the last 4 have been won here by NAOS, and it really goes to show that there still is that kind of resiliency that we see from them. It's not a matter of warming on up, but it's trying to be more familiar to some of the more tendencies that we see here from ONIC in the first place. Overall, though, it's still a great half for ONIC. Could have been even better, yes. Could have been an even higher scoreline for Monyets. But at the same time, it's just absolutely respectable anyway, what they've done here. And let's see now, as we go back to the pistols, if you can get even more kills on those Jets.
You definitely can make that happen. That was what happened first pistol, by the way. Still can't believe that Monyet was able to just get that 21 bomber at the first half with 12 rounds in. That is pretty substantial, because he's left like a lot of the server in the single digits. Blur has gotten the double digits himself, but that is 9 away from Monyet. And I don't know, man. This guy is just activated right now. He does not want ONIC to drop from APAC Challengers. The chance to go to Masters is real. Don't forget about that. It's always in the heads of these guys. The pressure is on. And that always can be a deterring factor, or maybe a make-it factor. We'll see how that unravels, as we are just a few seconds away from starting the second pistol. It's anyone's game here in the second half, but ONIC need to push this to a game number 3.
What I noticed here from Monyet also, he has these multiple positions that he's able to surprise his opponents in the first few rounds of the half. But eventually, he does run out of those cheeky little setups. And if the opposing side gets that kind of momentum, that's kind of where it starts faltering, because repetition can be read. Angles there more watched out for. And that extra bit of urgency on the other side has been the reason why he was more relatively shut down there in the last few rounds of the first half. But we go into a new page to this story. And now it's Esports moving towards that A site. Rendezvous though set on up here by Kakarot. Putting themselves in a position to teleport towards that fort's hand. Well, now it's now trying to break whatever is right in front of them. And the Toxic 3 now being the biggest bother to separate the two squad. But from above, Moniette, he was waiting for a Prince, but he's not going to be letting down any hair, nor letting down his team. He lets loose instead the bullets from the Ghost Blaster counter with the plant. Great rappel here from Moniette, ascending to even higher and higher heights. NC Slasher on the board as well, and Kevs from afar can't even do anything. Another start of the half, and another presence commanded by Moniette.
Yeah, ONIC just the king of disruption. Look at how just quickly they're able to stop them from coming into the site, and as they're trying to plant on the spike, they didn't really expect that Moniette's gonna be confident enough to try to go through the ropes, but well, that's a difficulty that you face when you try to plant on Maze. It just puts you in a disparity that's gonna be the thing that you're gonna get hit by. That's the thing that's gonna catch you off guard, and also the fact that Blur can do, or that that jumping thing that Blur did from Rafters to the top of A, that's more prevalent on Maze than it is on Generator. But that being said, there still is time with ONIC. They've given themselves a bit of a boost here, and they don't seem to waste it, as Moniette already purchasing alongside Severin rifles in the form of that bulldog, those bulldogs.
Yeah, he just wants to heat up again. Really, the creativity of Moniette is something to watch out for. And if you're going to be facing off against ONIC G, these initial positions, some of the things that he can do from certain angles, especially in a playground like Icebox, if you can read it earlier on, you might be able to prevent it into the future. But right now, these self-strategies, basically, they're helping ONIC G. They're helping their duelist to really unleash his full potential so far. As of now, though, still have the same Toxic Terrain setup. Big bother a while ago, just getting in the way of any kind of sight lines towards that A site. And without the guns here for NAOS, they're not going to be as confident to push on forward. But since they heard the rope play, the wall is set. As it happens, over onto the west side. The teleport is forced out from Severin. Monietto in position, looking for the spray down. Gets the takedown onto one. Can't reset to the second, as there was already punishment coming his way. 24 HP. He's able to still survive. Good ball back though from Severin. Catches out Blast. And while NAOS will get the trade, now the Bulldogs getting value. Blur though, not done. Doesn't want to be outclassed here, but NC Slasher will be the ones to solve the conclusion instead. It's 9-5 now. As ONIC G get the first 2 rounds of the second half.
Yeah, that's about that. Moniette just delays them even further and softens up the rest of the squad here. Able to take down Jalicious. That lowers the obscurity that allows NAOS to get into the site itself. Good shot though, I'd say, from Blur here to finally take down Moniette, but Moniette's done so much damage that it's not really going to be possible. And even though Kakarot was supposedly going to be the one to help out his teammate, I think his initial shot's not as deadly as it was before. All that is the first buy round. Moniette, wow, he still gets one.
Might as well find that target, but now as Esports, they were prepared for it after hearing the Jet voice lines in the updrafts. And luckily for them, they're able to stop the rampage in time, but nice spot there by Blurred. Looking into the middle, LB Moore goes down, and we were talking about obstruction a while ago. Now NAOS, they can have the clear sight lines as they move on forward, but NC Slasher, not one to lose an easy duel. It's Delicious who actually loses out versus the Bulldogs. So already we see some great pickups here from ONIC. Can they get some more? So Severin gonna be swinging on out into the open, and Blast will catch him off guard instead. But the Marshal from Shiro, right before the wall is built on up. Severin, how did he kill Kev's? NC Slashers there as well. And what went on there? ONIC, what kind of timing was that with the shot of the Marshal? And can we get the Kev scam? Where did Kevs die?
Probably need to see that. Definitely. He just like
Kevs?
dropped. He took full damage. Maybe he got on top of something.
He probably got shot. And then he fell
Where?
while he was falling. Okay. Okay. Still that Marshall shot. What a bonus win from ONIC G. Mastery even of the timings here. And just no fear, basically, to go for a shot that wasn't likely to connect. Still did so in time, and oh, you know what? The connection, Severin is the one with the chains now.
Seems like Niles cannot find any leeway in the start of this round, already losing Jalicious. Monyet making a lot of noise, getting baited by Kakarot, or baiting Kakarot to actually re-peek the side in. Not really finding anything. The spider sense is tingling well enough. Kev's always good on the Sheriff, but not good this time. Okay, Blasphemy follows up. Basically a Pinata. They're moving Pinata out in the open there for the rest of the team. Kakarot, he's got bullets inside his Headhunter, but I mean, he's going into uncharted waters. As he slowly creeps up onto mid, you can already see Shiro is waiting at the helm for his contact, and there he is. ONIC, they're just 2 steps away from forcing this into a game number 3.
Yeah, but we've seen this situation before. If you're ONIC right now, just never let go of that gas pedal. 27 though, 4 more Nyets. Go for a little bit of a pause right now. For ONIC G, again, we just love these kind of maps where they can play from a further range. The whole squad so confident with these kind of holes, with these kind of peaks anyway. And it really goes to show that even though it's Monyet the one getting so many of the takedowns, might even be a reprieve for now, so that they're just dying to that jet. Because players like NC Slasher, and from what we've seen so far, you know, Severin, they're just able to even play that game of keep away and catch out NAOS before they can even react. So quick little timeouts, as they haven't found their footing whatsoever. And Asarai, gotta ask you this, here on the attacking side, NAOS, if I remember correctly, hasn't taken a single round so far. What seems to be the problem here for them?
I don't know. They're overcommitting a little bit to just getting these initial peaks, where ONIC are always seemingly prepared. You know, Monyet has always been the one to get all these initial frags first, and it goes to show. I think right now, NAOS are kind of forcing themselves to peak aggressive into these angles. And yeah, we talk about how Kakarot's opping when he has it works. But have you seen anything other than just that? Really am kind of missing the KO now, because imagine if they got the KO, flashes would be so helpful. Even that KO blade, where we know Kakarot can really utilize that ability. Without it, NAOS is forced to go for these dry peaks where ONIC are honestly just better.
You're absolutely on point there. They have the arsenal that they need. They're more comfortable on the positions. Let's not forget that the role swaps did happen in between the maps, as the Aldrone is there. Yes, usually it is Shiro on the Sova and he's back on it, but a while ago, he was on that Chamber. Helmimore was on the Sova. He's on the Viper. Severin's on the Chamber, and the fact of the matter is, these guys are confident enough to change things up map per map, just because of the nuances that they know that they can play in those certain agents, specifically here. As it stands, it's now confidently strutting towards that B site, but he shot it though, as Helmimore catches out Kakarot in response. So it's 4v4 as we get the plant here in cover by default. Spike's planted now, retreats on the way. All about hang-up gameplay here for NAOS Esports. They want to play closer to that yellow box, play the long-range game. This just might be happy here for ONIC G. Helmimore already with 3 Kevs and Blast, gonna get the takedowns that they need. Waldo in the way, they need to shatter this, but it's actually the res that NC Slash is looking for, and peering through this little crack in the middle. That will need to get the takedowns. NC Slasher, NC Shooter. Nice one again from the Sage, and map point now incoming for ONIC G.
Oh, Blast. He really needed to get that ping onto NC Slasher, but he just could not find the angle to hit the headshot. NC Slasher was taking body shots, but he wasn't taking any lethal body shots. actually felt like it should have been a NAOS victory, but also this retake was ridiculous. Elmi Moore spotted out like 3 kills as they were coming into the site. That really hampered a lot of what they wanted to do there. And again, you saw that from the perspective of NC Slasher. He's like, yeah, I'm going to shrug the off blast. And Kev's, he just risked being out in the open and hope that maybe he can double spray down the 2 players of ONIC, but it wasn't going to happen this time. Not this time.
Twofold thing though, that Elmi Moore not only willing to sacrifice his life for the cause, but since there was a slow up there by the side of Yellow, it was enough for him to confidently stay there, knew that he was going to be able to get those takedowns anyway if he just stayed position, because he wouldn't be able to get flanked from the side just in case. So now, map point incoming here for ONIC G, and for a series for a group that usually goes 3 maps, it is looking very, very likely right now, unless NAOS can make the run to remember, a run to define this stage of the group stage. They have the rifles, yes, except maybe Bulldog here in the hands of Blurred. But the thing is, there's still the Viper Spit in hand. They have the res for a second chance.
Right here.
Also ready with the Blade Storm. So really here, ONIC G, they can afford to lose some rounds as right. They have all the money in the world. And if they can beat out some ultimates, it'll be even better and more sure for the next ones. For a team like this that's eating on up nicely, like ONIC G, they want to put a stop to this push, and Elmi Moore is the one who slams the door to get the first 2 with the judge.
30 seconds left.
He spotted it. They know that NC Slasher's right there. He's trying to run away now for dear life. Tries to back away, but he was prepared. The 180, beautiful. The follow-up as well. Now we're left onto Kakarot, 3 versus 1. 15 seconds, gonna have to find something. But he gets picked up immediately as he tries to clutch for NAOS. And we're gonna go to a game number 3. ONIC, dominant performance in the second half, or in the second game.
Not this time, Asterai. No losing on Icebox. We can handle the cold, says ONIC G. Their spines have curled on up, and they are ready now to push us to a 3rd map. Great window by ONIC, a great showcase by Monyet. And as we're going to be checking out the stats of that matchup, no surprise on who's going to be the MVP here for both sides. It's both Jets, yes, but you can see the impact of Monyet overall. 2.6 KD, 27 takedowns. NC Slash, though, you got to give him big props also. 3.4 KD, and these times that he has stepped on up to either work alongside Monyet or be the one to finish the job off for ONIC G, it just came so many. It was so often and so usual from the side of ONIC that he just felt like he was always just that reliable option yet again.
Every single time, he's always found that initial frag and then some. Like it's not just one kill that Monyet does and the rest follows up. It's always that multi-kill that just rips apart the defense for NAOS at this point. That being said, though, this Icebox map is the pickup of ONIC, and it stands to reason why they were so dominant. I thought NAOS was gonna come prepared into this one, but I really do miss Kakarot back on his KO. They really need something to help out Blurred here. Even if Blur is a good Jet in his regard, it feels like he really does need that helping utility from his teammate compared to Monyet that can do everything by himself.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with the classics as we check out the highlight. There's been a lot of innovation here for NAOS Esports as soon as they get to the group stage. But now, they're on the ropes, and maybe a case of overthinking is actually hampering the NAOS playstyle right now, because you said it. I would have loved to see the KO suppresses. It would have been huge against someone like that Chamber, against perhaps even any kind of momentum that Monyet could build on if they just had those knives in the first place. And while Kakarot can pretty much play anything and everything by this point, he's looking to be the Filipino PTC equivalent. Doesn't mean he has to, doesn't mean he should. And it's a style that's brought NAOS to the regional stage anyway. So why aren't we seeing it here right now? But what we see instead is what brought ONIC G here to the group stage in the first place. A very tough play-in group. A very tough group stage group. And they're still toughing it out against the best. They're still here surviving, even thriving, and proving to many that they are a contender to the crown, not only just to make it to the playoffs, but even to those master slots.
I don't know, maybe they're saving strats, but when it's elimination like this...
Elimination?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah? Sure, really save strats for stage 2, man.
That's, That's a definite no-no. No,
I think
this
it's the
is
complete opposite. They're showing strats, but do they need to show these strats? They can just go back to what works for NAOS because we're seeing what works for ONIC G, and it's just a masterclass to see. And especially look at what Onyet is able to do. If that isn't absolute map mastery, just nooks and crannies that they understand, I don't even know what is anymore.
Spike down.
Yeah, you're right. ONIC is just doing what they do best. And we haven't really seen NAOS do what they do best. That bind map, I think it's still an outlier. I really would have wanted to see Cavs back on that Sova earlier on, and I would have liked to see Kakarot back on that KO. But we'll see how that goes, because now Game 3 is going to beg the question, will NAOS still try to innovate, or will they go back to the basics? Don't go anywhere, guys. Game number 3, last game of the night, last series of the night, is going to go underway. We'll see who will get eliminated, NAOS or ONIC. Stay tuned.
I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did. I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Final series of the day. Final map of this series and a final lifeline for these two teams. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The APAC Challengers Stacks here with Asura yet again, and we're still in it with NAOS Esports versus ONIC G. NAOS taking that first map after that late rally, but ONIC G this time did not drop the ball there on Icebox and commanded the second map in its stead. And as we're gonna be going for the Breeze, gotta mention one big factor of this series. His name is Monyet, and he is just, if there's a game called Monkey See, Monkey Do, well, it's just more of Monkey Do and Monkey Kill, because Monyet literally is just tearing up the scoreboard right now, and NAOS is struggling to find a way to stop him.
Yeah, and bit of a stat check here. Monyet has the most kills in this entire series, even in just per map. So he's gotten 26 kills on Bind, while on Icebox he's got 27. So he only gets outclassed by his new self on that new map. So we could be looking at maybe on Breeze like a 28. I shudder to think what NAOS have to be facing towards to when Monyet is this much activated.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised also if he's breaking records right now in terms of the APAC side. But someone needs to put a stop to this, and it has to be NAOS Esports if they want to win this series. Moving into Breeze, though, I kind of want to point this out before we start talking about some of the other possibilities that can happen. Once we get into Breeze, we have seen NAOS Esports go for a substitution. Instead of someone like Blast who plays there, that aggressive Sentinel that can actually help out for some of the entries for Blurred, we actually get C instead, and he's the one that can get really hot for the NAOS Esports roster. And if he does come on in, that warmed up, that ready to go, maybe we might get the duel that we're looking for between some duelists here.
I don't know. It seems like there is some difficulties with NAOS as well, not only on the performance, but I think the utility that they employ on each and every one of these games. You saw how difficult it was for NAOS to utilize Kevs once he plays on a Flasher Agent. And even though he has used Flasher Agents in the past before he joined NAOS, if I'm not mistaken, especially with Reyna, I believe, when he was still known as Stiletto, it's not as well integrated with the NAOS roster. That being said, they also tried to do this on Icebox. We talked about this before the break happened, but I don't know what they're going to try to bring now to Breeze. But honestly, I would just love to see the standard NAOS.
The NAOS that we expected, the NAOS that we know and love, basically on the PH side. But on the flip side, you know who loves Breeze? It's ONIC G, as they took this map away from Sergia last time, and we know who can pop off on that roster. Look at the likes of Monyet and Elmimore and tell me that they're not only going to be making those plays, but they're going to be hunkering down on those sites as much as possible. It's been crazy from Elmimore, actually, and how he's able to stay away from things like the suppressive the other team brings it. Speaking of suppression, it's not on the NAOS side. It's only NC Slasher there on the KO, because this is such a big gamble. Absolute contact coming our way as the double duelist will come online. Kakarot going back to his roots and moving back to that Reyna.
Wow. It really is. They brought out the three biggest hitters of the NAOS roster, Kakarot, Blurred, and Z. So you're absolutely right. This is going to be a gamble for NAOS, but
all in.
Yeah. I got to say, though, Z has come into his own as a utility agent? Question mark. When he did play with NAOS one time on Haven, I believe he was using a Killjoy back then, and he did seemingly was more controlled. He didn't get as many frags as I was hoping he would get, but at least I think they were trying to teach him how to just be not the only Reyna player of the team. Now, going into a chamber, it does still allow him to be very aggressive while also being able to use his utility to spread out his dominion over the map.
The thing is, it's another unproven roster here for NAOS Esports. Are they putting all their eggs in this aggressive basket right now when their lives are on the line? Comparing it here to ONIC G, who have tried, tested, and succeeded on this specific map with this configuration. But as we now get into the game, ONIC on the attacking side, and Zio already setting up the double trademarks here right in front of the main, just to get perhaps a bigger slow field in effect. Broken already by Monyet. Aldro now forcing him to teleport on the way. It's a quick take here from the side of ONIC. Black Oak does come from NAOS, sure, but it's going to be an absolute scrap. And it also feels like ONIC is prepared for this. Elmimore already with the first kill.
Elmimore just backing away smartly here. Delicious, able to feel eyes at the back of his head, and he does get the kill regardless. He finds Elmimore, and this gives a fighting chance for the NAOS squad. They'll still have to try to break through, but Severin is already pushed up. Delicious finds the one. Monyet lurking through on B main, and he's whipping the shots. Finally picks him up. 2 versus 2. Slasher moving to the corner, and Z wasn't even looking in that general direction. Now Delicious, odds stacked against him. Knows one is already right in the into the near corner, but still cannot find the frag that he needs to. And ONIC, very, very fast encounter as they push onto that B.
And it has been the Monyet show so far for ONIC Chi, but an unsung hero who should be getting praises again. The flexibility and the lethality of NC Slasher is able to play whatever role that he needs to for the team and also still be as lethal. It was a great effort though from NAOS, courtesy of Jet. But I look at this roster right now, and it screams, I need a hero. They're holding out for one at the end of this night. And while Jet does go for the first takedowns, the amount of stopping power NAOS has here is slim to none. Trademark, sure. Maybe the Viper utilities later on for the proper setup, yes. But look how open it is to go for the site. Of course, this is the lesser buy and stage here for NAOS. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this yet again anyway. And Monyet just going through the arches. I'm loving it there as Kevs goes down.
Yeah, ONIC, they put Cercia to the test in this map, wherein the final rounds of Breeze on the attacking side for ONIC, they were just incredibly dominant. Again, spearheaded there by Monyet. Well, again, there isn't really much that NAOS can try to push back, especially when they don't have the proper weapons, but around, they can just play the exits. I don't think Blurt has actually shown his legs there. Finally, he has shown his entire body. And Severin is chasing him down. Here's the reload. And here comes Delicious and Kakarot, making it an expensive endeavor. Delicious has to die in this one, and has given Monyet another 4K, but at least it does put a dent in the bank of ONIC.
Every time I see Monyet just shine, all I can think of as right here is worth the wait. Worth the fact that they invested on this young talent early. Worth the fact that they made sure the roster was ready last year, and now retool for this one, because he really hasn't disappointed for the ONIC roster for such a long time, ever since he was eligible for that VCT setup. It's the same case over again here in the group stage of 2022. There still are those struggles though for ONIC. They're not the perfect team, yes. The closeout has become the problem. The stats don't lie, the numbers are there for their Jets. And right now, they're pushing on forwards to that A side. Great pickoffs though by Kevs, staying on top of the bridge. Look who's still there, danger close, wanting to get in the face of adversity. It will be Elmimore and Monyet, the lethal players of the ONIC brand. But Kakarot now with the fight back. Early investment though for Blurred, with the operator sees a bit of the angle of the Sova, but Shiro is not the one who dies to him. It's Elmimore instead on the other side. Updraft the distraction, and Z will be there for the isolation. NAOS finally getting that third round turned around. But a few pickoffs there from ONIC will at least put a dent in the economy.
Yeah, they still have to be very careful that ONIC is a team that whatever weapon they have in their hands can still turn the investment and actually bring back so much more. That was the case there. Elmimore hitting a lot of beautiful shots with the Headhunter. Shiro making also this this martial purchase of him really dang scary. Well, thankfully enough, Blur's, as he mentioned, very early buy on this operator does not go to waste, as they still save it and even create that tempo. Delicious, because he's already taken so many kills and deaths, he'll have his ultimate into this one. It's going to be very important since this is ONIC's first gun round.
Yeah, it's quickly used towards that A site.
That's a good spot.
Unfortunately for ONIC, they wanted to play a bit of the siege. Now, with all the smog in the way, not really the best plan of action. They do put the trademark though, just in case there, courtesy of Elmimore. And if NAOS does decide to push towards that angle, it might be a signal for ONIC to mobilize towards that B site. But to compensate for the lack of utilities here, Azurai just put the bodies on the site anyway and see where it gets. Both Blurred and Kakarot now holding together. You also have Z there at the same time. Still though, that operator getting some good sightlines towards the end of the midpoint. And if ONIC can just circumnavigate this Viper's pits, try to go from the double doors instead, that might be the one opening that they can utilize here for now.
And this has been like a play that other players have done actually to really screw up the Viper's pit on A site, is to just push through A here. This will put Kevs in a deficit. Will he have to be the one to actually hold the fort? Which he does! Kevs, you're an absolute monster, you! 10 HP in a dream, but he still does the damage. Elmi Moore now forced to actually plant the spike here. Shock Dart not going to phase him. TP's back out. Might even want to use his ultimate if he does. Blur has actually spotted him already. Here comes everybody from NAOS coming in. And I was saying that that was, as I mentioned, a really strong, how to say this, push from ONIC. But Kev's holding it on 1v3, if I'm mistaken, making it work. That was huge for NAOS.
Solid plan for the side of ONIC, let's be real. And at the same time, going into the Viper's pit, gonna be perilous, but this was the bigger one. The fact that the double door push was the one answered immensely by Kevs. And the rest of NAOS now just saying, okay, we can actually just go for those dry peak tools instead. It just works out here for NAOS Esports. And it does seem like that's their motto right now. Whatever works, works. Whoever can get those kills, they're the ones to step on up for this squad. Tour de Force though now unleashed here by the hands of Elmi Moore. It is a lesser buy here for the side of ONIC. A bit of an investment, should have some money though for the next. But they also use the Bladestone right now, so ultimates instead to compensate for the lack of firepower. Spike though planted and one yet still gets tagged! But Kev's aiming a little too low there for the last shots, and Elmi Moore will take advantage of the Sova searching for the target. Now then, two-man advantage here, the side of ONIC. Also, we have Severine on the outskirts of the site itself, just to be surprise factor. Kakarot though, throwing out the leer. He can get closer and closer. He's looking to go into the waters though. Bladestone right now finds another one! Slice, dice, and make it thrice! 3 here from Arnett. Elmi Moore is there! And a thrifty victory from ONIC. And to no surprise, it's the usual suspects getting the kills for them.
Did not expect the full-blown rush there from ONIC as they create the tempo. Also gotta say, that delayed recon dart actually allowed Monyet to pinpoint where Jalicious actually was. And allows him to get that nice little tag on. As I mentioned, Kev's just not able to get that frag in. If he did, maybe they could have had a much better chance at this. There will still be that purchase power for NAOS, but I shudder to think what is going to happen now that ONIC are back on their full buy. And there you see it already. Z wanting to get the one-up against Monyet doesn't even phase the HP bar of this absolute monster.
Just to use the words that he threw out there, Z has to shrug it off. He was already shredded there by the bullets. And B already suppresses coming. Great shot though from Z. And Blurred also trying to set up a bit of that crossfire, but Severine now with the punish onto the chamber. And the pulses will still come no matter what. But Kakarot now fighting for the lives of his teammates. Unfortunately can't get the Devar in time thanks to the pulses of suppression. In the end though, it's 2v1. And it's all left now to Shiro to try and fight on back. The Bladestone though comes from above. Picks up a new gun, but only has 3 bullets in the chamber. Knife is out to try and run on away to safety. But now Esports in the scrap. They will throw ONIC into the heat. It really could have been worse there, Azurai, but the pickoff onto NC Slasher early on still allowed players like Kakarot to fight back deeper into the site.
That was really good for Kakarot, gotta say, because if he didn't actually help out the position here for Blur, that would have been, I feel, the round already for ONIC. That being said, ONIC, they're willing to challenge NAOS here. Again, it might seem like a questionable strategy for ONIC to keep going for these fast takes, but because they do it so well, it doesn't really feel like it's a flagrant rush, right? It's very well thought of, but NAOS is ready to step up the plate, and they're a team that also can go for skirmishes now that they've also allowed Z to come back into this game. It's a risk, but it's seemingly paying off, even though it's not as, how do I say this, as round heavy in the favor of NAOS as they would probably want.
You know, if NAOS wants to win, obviously they have to bat over 500 by this point, if you still want to talk about baseball here real quick. And ONIC G, they just got a few more steps with that KO. That would have been so deadly for NAOS. So I agree, the plan is sound for ONIC, and the pick-off potential is still there on point. They have so many ways to garner that intel between the KO and the Sova. But right now, they're just getting the sightlines anyway as soon as they get closer to the site. Kevs, though, fights back. Suppress, sure. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't disable his gun here. Has the Owl drone ready, but since he did get suppressed early on, he went for the push instead, and he will get punished for it. Spike's not planted for V2. Blurred here with the operator. And now, if they get a pick off, might be still a chance here to make the retake happen. But if they lose Blurred, there will be such an economical collapse for this agent. But yet, though, no fear. Hugging the wall as much as possible. Z now backing on away. Peeks one yet. But at least this buys space for Blurred to get the hell out of there. Even with a failed plan, ONIC G adapts and overcomes. And with a successful push instead, they will take the round.
Oh man, can't believe that's what happened to NAOS there. They just don't really have the utility or the reactionary to stop ONIC from just charging into the sites that dang quickly. Like, they can fight it maybe if it's on B, because we saw it multiple times now. They actually love to fight on the B site, but A site, where Z positioned himself on that on the new box, it's not it's not prevalent. Someone needs to play on fence, and nobody's willing because of the KO blade coming out from NC Slasher, apparently.
To suppress and the intel, no thank you. Now it says, and as we go into timeout, they really do not have that staying power. They will not have the utilities with the comp. So the second option that you gave them, basically the lethality that they can have here, that's really their biggest shots in the first place. Sure, they can get some intel here from the likes of Kevs, but that's pretty much it. And we haven't really seen ONIC play a bit of that lurking style. They're happy to go for the commitment. They know that they have the advantage, especially if they can get the clear out and the pickoffs early on. So they're just willing to throw a full force anyway and then back on out after the plant just to cover their tracks. It has been NAOS willing themselves to a few rounds here and there. This is now where things get pretty dicey here, Asright, because the economic status of NAOS is absolutely in the gutter. And the map like Breeze, this far off, the rifle is gonna get even more value in skirmishes against the pistols. Blurred though, everyone is looking at him as well as Z to perform now with the snipers in tow. One tour de force, one operator, a twin op setup just to try and fight back.
Well, they do put the tour de force somewhere on elbow because that's where as good as it can get. If it's on the back of the A side, it's going to get devalued already. I'm actually surprised that Kev's actually spotted nothing, but he got spotted himself. There we go. Defense control. I was wondering when they're going to start trying to work their magic here, but Delicious immediately got popped off. Now here they come in. The flash is not really hitting Elmi Moore whatsoever, and now they're playing the close quarter combat, but they can't really find the pickoffs. ONIC is just exiting the site bit by bit, and now still have yet to really find anything other than the back. Kakarot, though, huge shot to get things started. There's Z coming in with the operator, but Monyet, he's a smoke criminal, and he's hiding right in front of his opponent. They spotted where Blurred is already. No more dashes, but Monyet does. Look at this, he's chasing hard onto Blurred. Blurred has to reposition away, and Monyet! One tap, one kill, that's all I need because I got skill.
What is all he needs? And I was just watching that intently, as right. A bullet in the chamber, the other confidence, and prodigal play from Monyet right now. Just no fear to push that deep, to push that close, even hearing the ringing of the tour de force. And you can see for ONIC that they're happy to capitalize on their advantage as the composition. They just set up so quickly on the side of A side towards the defaults. And Nario Whimper NAOS could do. It was a great pick-off though on the Severin, giving NAOS at least a chance to fight on back. The writing was on the wall. And right now we're getting even more scribbles here from ONIC as they write the epitaph of the opposition. Z goes down from afar. Shock darts fly. The Cloud Burst though for the cover, but NC Slasher out in the open. Can't get punished until Kevs does get the angle there. NAOS now able to equalize the numbers. They're gonna need more than that. They want to get on through. Kakarot though, no more blinds, dismisses on away. Here comes Miet with the first. Can he get the second? Oh, Blurred comes in from the side angle instead. And finally, the rampage of the Jet has been shut on down. Snakebite though, thrown on over. Kakarot now moving on forward alongside Blurred. In the cave though, it's Severin and Shiro who will shriek for victory. And the echoes of ONIC G will just resound all over the map.
Wait, was that Delicious's Snakebite on the site itself? I'll probably see it here in the replay. I kind of want to know what happened there. That was thankfully a quick little refrag onto Manya before he could do any more damage here onto the site. And yeah, I think that was their own Snakebite because it looked green, not green with like red highlights. So maybe Jet just kind of missed the throw on it or something. It's a huge misstep on the favor, not on the favor of NAOS, but by NAOS. And now ONIC, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix, and they have more utility to even make it worse. Thankfully enough, Z can get away, but he's giving up the rest of the site. And this 5 versus 5, with NAOS at the back end of a weaker buy, is not going to have any fun whatsoever. Kakarot's already the first victim, and ONIC look to find more.
Next round, if I ever saw one, unless he can get some big kills here. And yet though, an LME more just lighting up the scoreboard. And for ONIC G, it's just a quick little shift towards that A side that brings us back a little bit more into the history of Breeze. If you notice, right, there are more and more of these hits towards that B side because they're anticipating things like the KO, bothersome H's like the Chamber. But as soon as ONIC realize, okay, there's not much at staying power, and it does get a little more precarious as soon as we go for that B side anyway, for this closer engagements, thanks to the arsenals on the other side, then we're actually throwing our lives in a, I'd say, less safe location. And over at A instead, they can play the distance. They're happy to use their suppressors, their intel, and of course the big toxic screen to get in the way of any NAOS sightline. The case in point has been happening over and over and over again. NAOS cannot solve the first problem that they see here on Breeze, really. And again, the gambles not really paying off right now. ONIC G able to mount that lead. Overall, ONIC a strong to contender at the start of the game. The closeout does become the problem, but with an advantage like this, not just on the rounds, but basically on the playstyle, it's looking so much better for ONIC right now. And see, he's trying to be cheeky with the pickoff. Still has to disengage though because of the suppress coming his way. Rendezvous out of there, but Blurred at least does not miss. Gets the first, finds the second. The hero time from NAOS yet again, bringing him back to the fold. But LB Moore will want more again, and he's counting the numbers and counting the casualties on the other side. 2v1 though, and the trademark even spotting that Jet all the way on the other side. Kevs knows though that the Chamber is here, and finally now is able to stop the bleeding before it becomes quite
last
round
a rupture before the switch.
I was actually wondering, again, Blurred, is that really the weapon you want to purchase, the operator? Well, if the situation is on the B side, hell to the yes. He does get punished by Elmi Moore there, but he's done enough damage that ONIC couldn't really take anything other than. This is the last round axe, and ONIC, I'll bet my actually I can't say that on broadcast, but I'll bet something that it's gonna be the A side once again.
You want to play? Let's play.
Control though for once. A bit of the brawl here perhaps. Are we here already? The tour de force. As sure, I'll take you up on that. And if you lose, well, you should be saying it on broadcast instead. ONIC G though, the right beside Blurred here, the Blade Storm. They might be able to hear the hums of the wind, but yet just crouch. It's like we're looking at the mirror image. Yin and Yang perhaps here. One with the gun, one with the knives. And as we get quite spiritual in this aspect, it's the soul of Blurred that leaves his body. And Elmi Moore making the tour de force count. The Gucci operator looking pretty great so far. Zeno in the meantime with a catch on the Monet.
Oh, timing!
Dice scenario though, but he's able to get the hell out of there and set himself up for a B hold instead. The scan though, we got the connection, and Elmimore still being a menace to society with the tour de force. Not only that, ONIC now going for that B side. He lost the spell here, this Asterai. But can NAOS still get back in the round? That's the question here, because Elmimore is holding the middle, sees the head of the Sova, and makes him very dead. One word for the show, Jeddo fights on back. 1v2 now. Soft screen to push on forward. Maybe wall to help him out, but the double peek on one side. ONIC reading that play so quickly, and it's 8-4 to end the half.
sides.
I'm so surprised that Elmimore can get all these frags with his tour de force. Right, look at that. Like, it just appeared on the kill screen. I'm not even sure if you can see the one that he got off of Kakarot, but that was really too much for NAOS to conquer.
Yes.
Yeah, I lost the friendly bet. No monetary.
No.
There's nothing monetary in this one, but
just
something so much worse was put on the line.
Just stop there, okay? Anyway, now it's Esports. I still want the KO. Where's my KO, NAOS? We're not getting it. This is we're seeing Kev's time to try and bail out the team. Few moments, yes, from Kakarot and Jet, sure, and some operator success from Blurred and Z. But it still isn't as potent for the usual executes. What they brought to the local scene, innovative, different, and just game-changing to the PH circuit. But here and now, this is the PH flavor that honestly doesn't work as much anymore. They're very welcome to prove me wrong coming into the attacking side. There needs to be heroes with plaques if NAOS Esports does get this victory. Because overall, the ONIC G setup on the attacking side was already well in tune. And how many times did we see just a fortress of solitude towards that A site built by ONIC? Wouldn't it be even worse now coming onto the defense?
Really would be. I don't know. NAOS is always a team that bounces back on the attacking when they've played on Breeze. I think their defense isn't really the thing that makes them the most scary. That being said, though, based on if I can remember correctly, they did have a really strong showing on defense when Z was playing the Reyna, but that was against a team that I don't think was really prepared against the NAOS style. But ONIC, well, they showed it in that last game. You know, they're showing it in the first half. So now they gotta have something different as they try to pierce in through these sites.
And it's reminding me again of, if I remember correctly, like ONIC she faced off against Action PH, and when they see that Philippine playstyle of just going for the aggression, going for those heavy duels, ONIC G had the answer, and that's why they still beat APH on a map like this. And it's looking pretty likely right now that ONIC can keep that up. Unless, of course, again, we see not only angels singing their voices, but saints being made for miracles here from NAOS Esports. The potential is there. We know firsthand how strong these players can be at that frag department. But really, the strategy has been standing here from ONIC G so far. And it will be a complete collapse again if ever they falter here. Stock screen gonna get set on up. They're looking to blockade a bit of that mid vision though here, Asterai. But it's still an A take anyway. A bit of a problem right now is, okay, you don't have that wall anymore for the usual takes. You're really begging for those long range duels. But ONIC G has proven that they can keep parity in that aspect.
Try to check out the close corner there. Ivy is gonna be secured. The pulse from the recon dart. Not spotting anybody on the back of the sites, but since the pop shots are being pushed through, NAOS already know what's up. Oh my goodness, NC Slasher, Helmo finds the first pickup. Now here comes the rest of ONIC coming in through mid-side. Kev's somewhere just hovering over bridge here, but he needs to help out the rest of his team. They need that extra fragger in his person, but that's not gonna happen anymore. They've already botched the situation, and this is a 4 versus 2. Big smokes to at least separate the rest of the squad. Z good at least on the lineup, but now Kev's hard work. Oh, he can't even do it. or a hard step to try to climb over the rest of the 3 members of ONIC there, and he's gonna get shut down. Pistol just perfect for ONIC, and I don't know what NAOS was thinking.
Yeah, too hard for that round. And I have to agree with you. NAOS, they used that wall so early, and since it's not on a site, how far can ONIC shoot from? Apparently as far as they want to. NC Slasher, Elmi Moore, especially that Headhunter, something scary to behold. It really feels like right now that ONIC is the one in control of the battle. And now it's Esports. The strategy is clear, Asarai. They have to believe in the headshots. They have to believe in the shots. Because the setup can only get them so far. And they can't really afford to utilize their Viper walls, their recon darts for some willy-nilly different aspects. They do have to use it in more, I'd say, standard ways, because it has been proven to be the most optimal way to play the map. So putting it towards that A side, towards that B, to cover up more and more of the ground that they need, more of that vision, that can enable them to find the duels. But they've lost out 3 of the fights here already, and if they bunch up later on into the future, well, it's a face full of suppression and shock darts waiting to happen from the other side.
Yet that they can do any more here. We're mentioning how the hopium for the headshotium is not gonna happenium. Yeah, I put it out there. It's true. The shock dart giving away the position. Not even the position of Mun yet. He's just hunting him down. He doesn't even want to lose the Spectre because he just want to have something for that next round. He's reloading. He spotted him already. And Elmi Moore swallows into 4K. He just needs one more charge there as he tries to look for a very early tour de force coming into this gun round for NAOS.
Gets a single kill and he's ready with an open hand. Bonus time here for ONIC. A clean second round in the second half. And you can just see the initial positions already putting a hamper here for NAOS. Thing is, ONIC's the one who's going to control the pace of this game now. They're the ones who are going to be able to be willing to peek in and out if need be and have the tools of disengagement just in case. Now NAOS gonna have the guns, but here we go again with the wall to cover up the middle. Now they're utilizing it a lot more than they did in the first round, so I'm liking that whole control at the very least. And with the pick up there on the NC Slasher, it should be NAOS right now confident that they have that advantage. Kakarot though, but went to the other side to cover up the dash on in, courtesy of Blur, but he falls to the hand of Severin already. Shots come from Elmi Moore, perfect patience to catch Kakarot as he runs on away, and the hole's controlled has been retaken here by ONIC G, with a retake towards the side is the real objective. Monyet and Elmi Moore gets the kills that they need. Z teleporting on away, but it's only his corpse, not his consciousness, to go all the way to the shop. All left now, 2 Kevs, the one who can clutch here for the side of NAOS, but there's 2 right in front of him, and the powerhouse that is Monyet, assisted by the precision of Elmi Moore. Stars align and stars shine for ONIC G, and it's another win. Bonus time goes in their favor.
Oh man, I can hear it already. The death bell tolls for NAOS Esports. This is their supposed gun round. This is supposed to be a round that they got it cleanly. They got the picks already, but somehow, some way, they just got disjointed. You saw how quickly, who was that? Blur immediately go out of Switch. It doesn't allow him to get control on the A site. The problem was he left Kakarot to dry out in the open, where Elmi Moore was already prepared to help out his team. And in the 16 rounds or 15 rounds that we've had previously, Dax, look at how many kills Manya and Elmi Moore have. From the 2 of them, about 40 kills. That's pretty gnarly.
I think this is a testament of how strong Indonesia here has been a whole for the region. This is their...
Let's play.
Oh, what seed it was again? Their 3rd seed? It's crazy how potent they have been from the play-ins. How much potential ONIC G has. And they're proving it right now versus NAOS. I do want to stress the fact though that Blur did dash on in, but he immediately died. And since Kakarot wanted to reinforce, well, the push towards the site, it was the patience there of Elmi Moore that did come into fruition. I think if Blur didn't die, and since they still have that wall anyway, that could have been better for NAOS to just keep control of the halls for the full plants. We can't stress the fact that ONIC G has found the impact, and they already caught out Kevs in this instance. A bit of a desperate buy here though for NAOS for a few two marshals though in hand. Z ready with the tour de force for later on, but Jet at least able to react in time towards the right hand side. Wonyet with the takedown.
One enemy
Here
remaining.
comes the spray, but Wonyet with 3
Spike
NC Slasher
down
though.
A. 30
Knocking down the
seconds
souffle
left.
before it even starts. The flates there deflating so quickly. Helium can't even get all over that A site. And with Z now actually using the tour de force in a 1v4. Too many targets and not enough help. Match point now for ONIC G.
Match
He
point.
got played like a fiddle. Oh man, they even committed the ultimate there from Z just to find something, but everything just denied. Look at how just clean Monya is. Holy, how does it even spot that? And then readjustment spray onto Kakarot so quick.
One enemy remaining.
And then everybody
Spike
from ONIC just
down A.
followed on
30
through here. My gosh, NAOS, their economy actually not looking too bad in this buy. If you think about it, it could be worse, but again, the obvious fact here is there's just 8 freaking rounds that they have to go through, and this is not easy at all. Seems like NAOS not wasting any time anymore, just charging right in, but the Molly's forcing back. Blur does get the first shot, but spotted out in the open by NC Slasher. Kakarot cannot follow through as the snake bite actually just stops him dead in the tracks. Kevs and Z make waves, push them back. Spike is caught out in the open though. ONIC do know where the spike is, as the announcer has
One enemy
talked
remaining.
about it, but G somehow, some way has spotted out the opening. Yet, well, he was trickling through that snake bite. It was only a matter of time. But this is just a one-off from NAOS. They still need 7 more to even hope to maybe get this back.
Now the test here goes in the court of ONIC G.
One enemy
Will
remaining.
they give up a lead again and allow NAOS to rally? We've seen the resiliency, we've seen the heart of NAOS, and while we have mentioned the weaknesses of the agent selection right now, this is a roster that can still make it work given that kind of chance. And we saw it there, made by Jer, able to infiltrate towards that bridge. To be a bit more of those circle formations. Some backstabs can help them out immensely. But ONIC now will be the ones to make sure that NAOS has to make a different kind of decision. Viper Spit is here. Be nice to see some double doors takes from the side of NAOS, but instead it's hallway control perhaps. Actually, no, they're backing on away with Delicious. They're all getting ready to siege into the Viper's pit. And Severin, he has the shorty in hand, finds the first victim, and who flicks with a shorty? Who does that? Who gets 2 kills with 1 clip? Apparently this guy's us. Severin severs the chains, the ties that tied them. And now, he has stopped. Now, dead in his tracks. The spike is with him. You gotta believe here, for the heart of ONIC G, that just might have been the death sentence there from the defense.
Player standing.
This feels like a Filipino curse, right? Whenever we're gonna go up against other teams, we do so well in the first map. The second map is just like, eh. And then the third map is even more so. As there it is, the final blow from NC Slasher, and Z did not rise to the occasion. ONIC G keep themselves in tow for the APAC Challengers while they put NAOS packing home. Actually, they are home already, but you know what I mean in this tournament.
They keep fighting, they keep surviving, and they keep thriving. They're just getting better and better with this experience. And ONIC G win out the series 2-1. Big congratulations there to the Indonesian squad. But let's check out the post game, and my money is probably we got Wonyet there on the MVP, and to no surprise whatsoever, this has been a series to define again how much of a more well-rounded player and how much of a star player he really is here for the ONIC G roster. And many in the Indonesian scene really believe in his talent, yes. But the rest of APAC now, knowing his name more and more and more. But tell me more, NC Slasher, absolute units also there. That Chamber being that second fiddle to Monyet. Sometimes even the ones to control it with things like the Tour de Force, and NC Slasher just all throughout the series has been there, oh so reliable. This has given ONIC G such a big boost moving into the future, moving into the next round. And for NAOS, sometimes you just can't beat the classics, and we didn't really get that in this series. Too much innovation can hurt you. Too many things to try out in the biggest stage of them all. Not really gonna pan out in the first place. And again, those duelist-based compositions that we've talked about, not too strong really in this day and age.
Hey man, I mean, sometimes maybe in their scrims or their research,
it had a very high success rate, but here in the real world, in the true meaning of the competition, once the tournament is actually in play, there's such a big difference, and you see that already. Honestly, wish we could have seen maybe a flasher in the favor of NAOS here. Kakarot going back to his duelist roots, as he mentioned. Not that it's explosive. I really do like to have seen he's more explosive utility with that KO. I really felt that the flash or the Leer as a Reyna was never really enough, especially when Kakarot just couldn't put it in position where his teams could have really capitalized. On the other end, for ONIC, everything that they wanted to do in terms of utility and pushes were so damn clean. Like this one for Almy Moore, just the positioning and everything else just working out in their favor. Now still able to eke out 5 rounds is still incredible. If you think about how just dominant ONIC are. But with all is said and done, ONIC are the winners. NAOS, the not.
The not indeed. And NAOS is the time to rethink their plans. Of course, though, let's not forget that NAOS Esports is a squad that is relatively new, and making it this far, being one of the PH reps, is already quite an honor. But when you see a shorty with one clip get 2 people ass right, I think the game is telling you that it is over. And it's ONIC there, just stand up on top. Big congratulations again from ONIC. Keep an eye out on this squad. And there are many believers of this team, but I firmly believe that for more of the common fan, this is the dark horse to watch out for. The unlikely factor to go above and beyond many expectations. Maybe even possibly steal a slot in the playoffs and maybe even into Master. But that's it, guys, for the casting side for tonight. We've had 3 incredible series. We're going to be going back to the panel to break that thing down. My name is Zach here with Asrai. We have been your casters, and we'll see you guys for more of APAC Challengers.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly.
And wow, it's relatively the same story for NAOS when they went up against Bleed Esports, starting off strong. But then the last part there, when we went to Breeze, it really went to ONIC. A 2-1 victory for ONIC G, and they kicked NAOS Esports away from contention here on to Masters. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf, and this is what we've kind of saw happen there. And we talked about this earlier on in the panel, but if we're going to be looking at the brighter notes here for NAOS Esports, they do have that. They have the idea on how to face some of the other teams that we have here, and I feel like experience is all they need now at this point.
Yeah, and you know, I do applaud for the fact from NAOS that they tried to do different things, right? Typically, when we see them play, they'd have the KO on pretty much every single map. This time, we didn't even see KO once, not a single time from Kakarot. And I'm not too sure if it's maybe, you know, people kind of criticizing, oh, maybe it's kind of a crutch and they just want to, you know, dispel those rumors about that or that kind of notion about that. But it works for a reason. It got them this far for a reason, and it makes me wonder if they should have fallen back to that. But I appreciate them trying different things, like composition-wise, and especially who was playing what. Like normally on Breeze, we'd see Z on the Reyna, but this time it was Kakarot. Unfortunately, just not enough for them to get over the big hump. Not even a hump, hill. That's the mountain that ONIC is.
I mean, we've had our fair share of peaks. It's been a pretty long day for the boys. And we were talking about this too. The attacker side of NAOS was telling of their fairly nascent history, all things considered, right? But the brilliance and shine really came through once it was their turn to fortress up on defense. That strict buddy system and discipline to only peek when necessary kept those bulwarks unbroken on bind. But unfortunately, when we moved away from home court, from their own map selections, this is when the cracks started to show. I really want to talk about Breeze because honestly, that was pretty vintage Kakarot, right? Normally, we don't see him play duelist at all, or very, very rarely. But sometimes, and again, it is just so heartbreaking to see what happened. ONIC put on a clinic. It's very difficult to watch for a lot of NAOS fans.
Well, NAOS, I mean, it's a heartbreaker loss for those Philippine hopefuls, but unfortunately, they will go down to the Titans. That is ONIC, which we know is one of the top 5 teams, arguably top 3 teams that we have in the entirety of APAC. And that is really just a tough, I guess, matchup for a team like NAOS, who this is their first international outing. They've only been together since, what, December at most? So that isn't much time for such a new team like this. And they've already proven themselves to be so formidable. And these guys, it might not be their time just yet, but someday it will. They're not the now, but they are the future. It might be now's the time, but I'm telling you, give these guys a year more, a few more months, stage or 2, and they could be up there just as everybody else has to represent APAC. So ONIC, very dominant as we expect, very tactical. They know how to adjust, they know what to do to really come back into this game. And I mean, that first map would have been theirs if not for some great play coming from the NAOS defensive side. But in all realities, you know, ONIC just outclassing the competition here because they are just that good.
They are just that good, and they are just that polished. Again, we can't help but sing praise for both these teams now. So they might have to enter that hyperbolic time chamber, come back stronger. Because, again, Black and Blue highlighted, it's only been a few months since this team formed. Strategically, it's really that attacker side that they have to somewhat put on a little bit of time to really develop and complete.
And, you know, it kind of I guess with them moving away from the KO, that was really a big part of why their attack worked. They get the 0 point, they bring it down to the gunfight, they win the utility shuffle and the utility economy, and that helped them get in the site. But without that crutch anymore, without that trick up their sleeve, they did struggle to kind of add the other refinement to the game that other teams might possess without having a KO on store. So unfortunate for the NAOS squad, but ONIC move on forward to be one of the potential Indonesian reps when they go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at the standings. For the most part, the teams that got eliminated here for today, they still have a second shot. Challengers 2 is just a couple of months from now, so they can prep up and get ready for the next battle, so to speak. As we have a look at the standings, the updated standings that we have, CERBERUS Esports will move on forward after getting that 2-1 victory over No Namers. Waiting for their opponent if it's either going to be Boom Esports and Made in Thailand, and I dare say those may be difficult opponents for CERBERUS Esports. Moving on over towards Group B, we're going to be seeing Bonkers continue on and bonking the opponents going into the knockout stage as they wait for their opponents if it's either going to be Paper Rex or PPGL Esports, and I feel like this is going to be the true proving ground for Bonkers to see if they really have what it takes to go up against Southeast Asia's finest teams in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Things are going to be a little bit different over at Group C. NAOS Esports is out of contention, and ONIC G will move forward, waiting for Cersia Esports and Bleed Esports. Whoever ONIC G is going to be facing, it's not going to be another walk in the park for themselves, all things considered. If Bleed Esports goes down, it's going to be an ultimate test of the imports here going up against ONIC G. Nothing much to say about Group D just yet as we move there, because Southbuilt Esports and Oblivion Force, they have yet to face off against each other. And we can have a look at the next group just so that you guys can have a bit of a refresher on what happened there. So it's Full Sense and Velocity Gaming going up against each other in Southbuilt Esports and Oblivion Force. In the lower bracket, we have yet to see that match. That's the final elimination match that we have for the first phase of competition here in the group stages. And I kind of want to have a look at the match schedule that we have for tomorrow, because definitely it's not yet quite elimination for the first part, but for the latter half, we will definitely be seeing Southbuilt Esports and Oblivion Force in the last part. But first in the business here is Boom Esports going up against Made in Thailand, followed by Paper Rex and PPGL Esports. What are your thoughts on the match that we have for tomorrow?
That's an incredible matchup, but I do believe there's a heavy favorite of this one. I have touted Boom to be the team to beat, to be the #1 team to beat here in APAC. And Myth, they're going to have to prove me wrong, because I firmly believe that to be the case. On the other end of things, though, I will agree that Myth, they're definitely capable of doing that, and so are PPGL, against who I would tout as the #2 team currently in APAC in Paper Rex.
I'm honestly so interested in that middle match too, because we haven't really seen the developments on the, once again, strategic side of Paper Rex, because the last time we saw them, or at least in APAC, they just kind of face rolled everybody with sheer mechanics and sheer brute force. But obviously that's not the only layer they have. Once again, the excitement will only mount as they go against, in the words of one of the Bonkers members, that's a pretty good team for a football team.
That team's appropriate, but I'm looking at like half of the teams here, and they look like the same exact teams, Paper Rex, SBE, and Boom, that I was watching like 5 years ago in a very different game. So it's almost like the Boomers have come to blow things up.
Yeah, and everything will be explosive tomorrow, definitely, especially for the last series that we have for tomorrow at the very least. Another elimination matchup. One last chance for the Filipino hopefuls to move forward, and one last chance for Hong Kong and Taiwan to make their mark in the Asia Pacific Challengers. But before we wrap everything up here, what are your final thoughts to partake to the viewers that we have at home?
I mean, it's very unfortunate that, today is the elimination stage, and tomorrow we're going to have an elimination stage as well. But, I mean, push comes to shove, somebody's got to go home. And for the teams that gone home today, don't worry, your shot is not over yet. The end goal is champions, and we hope to see you there.
Everything I just would have loved to share with you has already been given by Black and Blue. But yeah, I'm just going to reinforce that furthermore. nobody wants to see any of these teams go home, but the unforgiving nature of VCT, it will not change. So everybody has to step up. The Daves are getting limited and the chances finite.
Yeah, and the gates to see Masters through for the teams is just getting a little bit closer and closer. It's just over the horizon, and we just have a couple more days before we get into knockouts. We'll see you tomorrow for another set of explosive matchups here at the Asia Pacific Challengers on behalf of every single one on the casting desk in every single region out there in the Asia Pacific region. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We bid you all a good night and good fight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Look so all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe